Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1. Why don't you engrave a caged bird seal to protect yourself? Damn it. Damn it. Why is the mist village ambushing us here? Hyuga Hisan sprinted through the forest in disarray, his activated Byakugan keeping a close watch on the mist ninja rapidly closing in from behind. Despair was written all over his face. As a member of the Hyuga clan's main family, he had grown resentful of the elders' overprotection. Defying their orders, he brought his bodyguards to the battlefield between Hidden Leaf Village and the Mist Village. At first, things went as he had envisioned. As a Takebutsu Jonin, he performed spectacularly, showcasing his abilities. The Mist's signature Hidden Mist Jutsu was rendered ineffective before the Byakugan, earning him praise from his peers and satisfying his vanity. But today, his nightmare began. He had been assigned a mission to rendezvous with allies. Upon reaching the location, he didn't find his comrades but was instead met by 11 mist ninjas, including 3 Jonin. These enemies had concealed themselves just outside the Byakugan's field of vision. By the time he detected them, the encirclement was already in place. If not for the 2 branch family bodyguards risking their lives to hold back the Jonin, he wouldn't have even had a chance to flee. Despite being labeled a Takebutsu Jonin for his Byakugan, Hisan, as a main family member, lacked real combat experience. How could he possibly defeat those battle-hardened elite mist Chunin chasing him down? Watching the distance between them gradually shrink, Hyuga Hisan's expression flickered between despair and reluctance. The mist ninjas had yet to deal a killing blow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it this far. Their objective was painfully obvious to him. They want the Byakugan. Hisan pulled out a kunai, aiming it at his own eye several times but failing to strike. Just a little longer, just a little longer. He had already sent a distress signal. Perhaps some nearby Hidden Leaf Village ninja could arrive in time. When the mist ninjas closed to within 50 meters, the despairing Hisan finally saw a glimmer of hope. Within his Byakugan's range, he detected a familiar chakra. Fuji. That chakra dashed hundreds of meters at an incredible speed, arriving on the scene. Seeing Hyuga Fuji intercept the mist ninjas, Hisan's face lit up with joy. Block them now. I am a member of the Hyuga main family. You must protect me with your life. For the first time, Hisan felt grateful for his main family status. The newcomer was a boy of around 14 or 15, possessing the same Byakugan as him. However, their roles were starkly different. Hisan was from the main family, while Hyuga Fuji belonged to the branch family. Thus, even though he knew Fuji was also a Takebutsu Jonin, at this moment, Fuji had no choice but to put his life on the line to protect him. But in his hope for survival, Hisan overlooked a glaring question. Why was a Takebutsu Jonin from the branch family, possessing a Byakugan, alone in this part of the battlefield without any teammates? Hyuga Fuji stopped just outside the mist ninja's attack range. Hearing Hisan's command, a peculiar smile played on his lips. Scanning the area with his Byakugan and confirming no reinforcements within 2 kilometers, he whispered to himself, 8 gates released formation, the 5th inner gate, the gate of limit, open. 8 trigram 64 air palms. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming chakra erupted from Fuji's palms, transforming into 64 waves of force that swept toward the group of mist ninjas. The wary mist ninjas were shocked, unable to dodge in time. All of them coughed blood as they were blasted backward, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Huh? Hisan, who had been preparing to flee, froze in place, his expression blank with disbelief. That wasn't the standard 8 trigrams air palm. No, it was a fusion of air palm and 8 trigrams 64 palms. How was that possible? Branch family members weren't permitted to learn 8 trigrams 64 palms, let alone wield it with such power. And what was that green vapor emanating from Fuji's body? Ah! Hisan's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sharp, searing pain. Only then did he realize that both his arms were now missing, severed during Fuji's earlier attack. To prevent you from activating the caged bird seal, the first thing I did was disable your arms. Under Hisan's incredulous gaze, Fuji regarded him with the detached curiosity of a scientist examining a lab rat. A chilling smile tugged at his lips. Lucky me. Those two branch family guards of yours really went all out. I thought I'd have to put in more effort. Ever since you stepped onto this battlefield, I've been waiting for this moment. You're the first main family test subject. Hyuga Hisan. A few minutes later, 3 mist ninjas arrived at the battlefield. They exchanged tense glances, collected the bodies of their fallen comrades, and quickly departed. 10 minutes after that, a squad of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas finally arrived, including none other than Hyuga Fuji himself. The main body succeeded. With just a glance at the scene's remnants, Fuji instantly understood what had transpired. Outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor, reporting in a serious tone, "Captain, there are traces of 8 trigrams air palm here." Jonin Kotaro Uchiha frowned, signaling the others to stay alert and search for clues. He then gestured for Fuji to continue. "Judging by the cracks in the ground caused by the air bomb, the Hyuga ninja who performed it is far stronger than me. It's likely a Jonin from the clan." Fuji's shadow clone calmly analyzed the battle damage. Cracked earth, shattered trees. Left behind by the earlier clash. To my knowledge, there are only 2 Hyuga Jonin stationed on the mist battlefield. Jonin, regardless of clan, were elite warriors and not so common as to be casually deployed. If not for Hisan's insistence on coming here, even the 2 branch family Jonin wouldn't have appeared on this battlefield. After all, Fuji glanced at his captain. Hidden Leaf Village's strongest clan, the Uchiha, had sent many of its ninjas to this battlefield under orders from the higher-ups. Though having Uchiha, who specialize in fire style, fight mist ninjas adept in water style seemed strategically flawed, Hidden Leaf Village's top brass had long been known for their questionable decisions. The elders of the Hyuga clan certainly weren't keen on drawing attention to themselves by competing with the Uchiha, lest they invite trouble. As such, the Hyuga ninjas deployed here were sufficient in number but far from exceptional in strength. Kotaro Uchiha's expression darkened. The 2 branch family Jonin had been tasked with protecting the main family member. If the Byakugan fell into mist hands, the consequences would be disastrous. "Captain, we've found severed limbs belonging to one of our own." At that moment, a Chunin on perimeter duty called out, holding up 2 severed arms. One of the hands was still clutching a kunai tightly. Fuji and Kotaro instantly teleported to the location to inspect. Kotaro examined the wounds, his face grim. Judging by the injuries, both arms were severed simultaneously by brute force. The victim didn't even have time to react. Whoever did this had the strength to disable but deliberately avoided delivering a killing blow. Fuji's expression turned somber, a hint of sorrow appearing on his face. The surrounding Hidden Leaf Village ninjas fell silent as well. This was the worst-case scenario. In ninja combat, attacks were typically lethal. To deliberately cripple an enemy rather than kill them could only mean one thing: they were after the Hyuga main family member. It was almost laughable. The branch family's caged bird seal protected their Byakugan from being stolen, leaving them unappealing targets. But the main family, a weakling with insufficient strength, insisted on coming to the battlefield, only to become a liability. Kotaro cast a glance at Fuji, then looked back at the severed arms. He silently cursed under his breath. "If you had to come to the battlefield, why didn't you engrave the caged bird seal to protect yourself like the branch family?" Chapter 2, Don't You Hate Them? Stay alert and investigate further. Quickly regaining his composure, Kotaro Uchiha glanced at Hyuga Fuji but did not ask him to use his Byakugan to scan. All 3 Hyuga ninjas were likely dead, unable even to escape. The enemy they had faced clearly had methods to counter the Byakugan. Perhaps it was a sensory jutsu with a range beyond the Byakugan's detection or a speed-based technique akin to the Yellow Flash's teleportation prowess. At this point, relying too heavily on the Byakugan could easily lead to losing the upper hand. The team maintained a cautious formation, keeping close enough to assist each other as they carefully scouted the forest. At one point, Hyuga Fuji's shadow clone momentarily disappeared from view, while Fuji's real body seamlessly rejoined the group unnoticed. As the squad's sensory ninja, it was all too easy for him to deceive his companions. Hyuga Hisan had already been knocked unconscious and sealed within a storage scroll designed to hold living beings. Once this mission concluded, Fuji would officially begin his experiments. In the end, after discovering another battle site several kilometers away but finding no further clues, the team had no choice but to return to the command camp to report. The black-haired commander listened to Kotaro Uchiha's report and turned his gaze toward Hyuga Fuji. A Byakugan falling into enemy hands would have little impact on the broader war effort. But if a member of the Hyuga main family were captured by the enemy, the potential dangers were immense. This fact was clear to Fuji, Kotaro, and the black-haired man alike. "I'll report this to the Hokage immediately. Notify all Hyuga clan members on the battlefield to act with caution. If it's confirmed that the enemy has gained control of the caged bird seal, all Hyuga ninjas are to withdraw from the mist battlefield immediately. Yes, sir. Watching the two ninjas vanish with body flicker, the black-haired man suddenly smirked. With such a major blunder, the old man back at the clan would no doubt scold him mercilessly. But surely, you must be pleased, Fuji-kun. Drip. Drip. The sound of water droplets echoed through the dark space. Hyuga Hisan was startled awake by the faint noise. He tried to open his eyes, but his body was completely numb, and his eyelids refused to move. Still, the faint sounds around him and the smell of antiseptic told him one thing: that person was here. Hyuga Fuji, you traitor! How dare you attack a member of the main family? His hoarse voice escaped weakly, yet it still reached Hyuga Fuji, who was meticulously mixing chemicals. Fuji smiled faintly. Don't say it like that. I've held myself back for so long. A main family member showing up on the battlefield with only 2 Jonin bodyguards. What a perfect opportunity. Letting it slip by would have been such a waste. My whereabouts? You leaked them to the mist? Hisan's broken voice faltered as he spoke. Exactly. Though I didn't expect them to send 3 Jonin. Luckily, those 2 branch family Jonin you brought along managed to hold them off. Otherwise, there might have been some traces left behind. Having finished preparing his concoction, Fuji approached the operating table where Hisan lay prone and spoke in a low voice. After arriving in this world, Fuji had trained diligently using the shadow clones left to him by his late parents, making rapid progress. With the advantage of foreknowledge, he earned the trust of Might Dewey and inherited the 8 Gates technique. By the age of 14, Fuji had already reached the level of an elite Jonin. Taking down multiple Chunin was no problem for him, but dealing with Jonin remained a challenge. You hate the main family, don't you? Hate the caged bird seal. Hisan murmured, that's why. You're using this method to get your revenge. Fuji's expression flickered with a trace of amusement. Revenge? Maybe I had thoughts of that before today. But now, why would I care? His detached tone caused Hisan's heart to sink. He wasn't afraid of Fuji seeking revenge. The caged bird seal ensured that any branch family member showing the slightest sign of rebellion would meet instant death. Fuji had only succeeded this time because of the chaotic conditions of the battlefield. After this incident, the main family would surely be even more cautious. Yet Fuji's calm, indifferent attitude revealed that he truly didn't care. How could a branch family member, whose life and death were controlled by the main family, speak with such detachment? You're not afraid of the caged bird seal? I haven't fully mastered the method to completely remove the caged bird seal, but there are plenty of ways to limit or disable it. Fuji placed 2 vials of liquid next to Hisan's head and smiled. Besides, haven't you already brought me the key to completely solving the caged bird seal? What? What do you mean? A deep unease stirred in Hisan's heart. Earlier today, a member of the Hyuga main family was captured by the mist. And that person possesses the technique to activate the caged bird seal. If this main family member fails to withstand the mist's torture and betrays the village, revealing the method to activate the caged bird seal, what do you think will happen? The main family would lose its authority entirely. Hisan wasn't stupid, he immediately grasped Fuji's intent, and a chill ran down his spine. If the mist gained control over the caged bird seal technique, what would Hidden Leaf Village's leadership do? They would pressure the main family to break the seal. The Hokage wouldn't even need to intervene. The main family would have no choice but to dismantle the caged bird seal entirely or alter its activation method. Why? Because at that point, the mist would effectively become another main family, capable of effortlessly deciding the fates of branch family members. To activate the seal, a main family member needed a branch family member to be within their line of sight. If the activation technique fell into enemy hands, branch members would die upon merely encountering the enemy. This was the Third Great Ninja War. Hidden Leaf Village was under siege from multiple villages, and the Hyuga clan was a critical part of its combat strength. Any disruption to the clan's stability could not be tolerated. The main family and Hidden Leaf Village's leadership would have no choice but to ensure the enemy's version of the caged bird technique was rendered useless. How? How could this happen? How could this happen? Hisan's face turned ashen, and he muttered the same phrase repeatedly. Because of his own recklessness, the foundation of the Hyuga clan's control over the branch family, the caged bird seal, might disappear? What would the branch family do then? What would become of the main family? Once the seal was gone, how would the main family withstand the inevitable retaliation? He didn't dare imagine it. And that's why Fuji didn't care. Who would care about a group of corpses? Hisan didn't even consider what would happen if Fuji failed to obtain the caged bird activation technique. After all, it wasn't truly necessary. Just as Fuji had spread false information about Hisan being captured by the mist, He only needed to fake a few incidents where branch family members died due to the caged bird seal. That alone would force Hidden Leaf Village's leadership and the main family to consider altering or dismantling the seal. Given Fuji's strength, fabricating such evidence wouldn't be difficult. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Hisan growled, filled with resentment. You're destroying the Hyuga clan. Without the caged bird seal, the clan will fall into ruin. You have no idea what enemies the Hyuga face. The Otsutsuki on the moon, right? Hisan froze in shock. I'm not strong enough to face them yet. But why do you think having the caged bird seal will stop them? If anything, wouldn't they simply target the main family to acquire the activation technique? Just like today. Once they have it, the Hyuga clan would still be destroyed, wouldn't it? Ignoring Hisan's stunned and hateful expression, Fuji injected him with a sedative. Once Hisan fell silent, Fuji donned his gloves and prepared to extract his eyes. How ridiculous. A technique that controlled the life and death of an entire clan, and yet every main family member could use it without restriction. Did they not realize they were practically inviting disaster? If the technique were ever leaked, anyone could control the branch family's lives. Even if the main family could ensure secrecy during their lifetime, so what? This was a world where jutsu could control the dead. Reanimating a single main family member through impure world reincarnation would be all it took. Fuji's hands paused as he turned his gaze toward the doorway. A shadowed figure stepped into the room. Chapter 3, Reanimating Yourself. I thought you'd choose another method to deal with the caged bird seal, Fuji-kun. The figure that had suddenly appeared spoke with a smile. Orochimaru-sama, neither you nor I have any interest in wasting time studying something as dull as the caged bird seal. Isn't it better to leave it to others to break? Hyuga Fuji wasn't surprised by Orochimaru's arrival. Instead, he remained focused on extracting Hyuga Hisan's Byakugan. This underground lab, built right near Hidden Leaf Village's main base, was certainly not something Fuji could have accomplished at his current level. Its owner was none other than Orochimaru. I have no interest in breaking the caged bird seal for others, but breaking yours, Fuji-kun, is something I find fascinating. So Orochimaru-sama still hasn't given up on extracting information directly from my mind, huh? No one likes to obtain information passively. Orochimaru walked to the operating table and stared at the two Byakugan that Fuji had placed in separate containers. He licked his lips. The main family's Byakugan. What an excellent research subject. Hearing this, Fuji handed one of the containers to Orochimaru. The latter narrowed his eyes as he accepted it, then wordlessly pulled out a scroll in exchange. This is the technique for impure world reincarnation. If you're planning to implement your strategy, you'll likely need it, no? Fuji accepted the scroll and added his own contribution to the trade. Like the Sharingan, the Byakugan can evolve too. The condition, however, is to fuse it with the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. But that's beyond our reach. This intriguing piece of intelligence satisfied Orochimaru. For someone like him, even the smallest hint, the tiniest clue, was enough to open doors to countless discoveries. However, Fuji's comment that it was beyond reach made Orochimaru frown slightly. Beyond reach? This is the first time I've seen you display hesitation, Fuji-kun. Unless you possess the strength of the god of Shinobi himself, don't even consider it. Ignoring Orochimaru's teasing, Fuji shook his head. To evolve the Byakugan into the Tenseigan, according to Tonarai's account, one needed the Otsutsuki bloodline from the moon. But that was no easy feat. The Otsutsuki on the moon were indeed powerful. Not due to their individual strength, but because of the massive Tenseigan in their possession. A reckless attack could trigger the Tenseigan to hurl the moon itself down upon the Shinobi world, resulting in its complete destruction. Such matters required careful planning. I'm really curious, Fuji-kun. Where do you get your information? Orochimaru said, feigning casual interest while examining the Byakugan. I once reanimated a Hyuga main family member, but all he knew was that the moon held distant relatives of the Hyuga clan, who sought the Byakugan. He didn't know anything about its evolution. Orochimaru was deliberate in his words, his tone carrying a hint of probing. The boy before him had approached him at the age of 12, trading secrets about the Uchiha and Senju clans in exchange for his guidance. At the time, Orochimaru had nearly abandoned his experiments on wood style, but Fuji's revelations reignited his pursuit. The Uchiha and Senju were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, their powers originating from the same source and complementing each other. This knowledge advanced Orochimaru's research significantly and even led to the creation of a monstrosity. But more than the secrets Fuji had shared, Orochimaru found the boy's mysterious nature far more intriguing. You're strong enough now to protect yourself. There's no need to keep maintaining that self-destruct seal. It's far too dangerous, Orochimaru said gently. At 12, Fuji hadn't possessed the strength he had now. The gap between him and Orochimaru at the time had been immense. The only reason Fuji had remained unscathed was due to a jutsu he had planted in his own mind. If foreign chakra invaded his brain, it would detonate his Byakugan, triggering the caged bird seal and destroying his nerves and memories. Orochimaru had considered controlling Fuji to read his mind, but that technique had deterred him. As for simply killing Fuji and using impure world reincarnation to extract the information, that would have been a waste. After all, this boy was likely the most gifted Hyuga of his generation. This was evident from Fuji's Byakugan, which had double the range of an average Hyuga's. He was the perfect subject for studying the Hyuga clan's powers. Being around you is pressure enough. Fuji's face remained calm, but his hands slowed as he examined the impure world reincarnation scroll, his body tensing slightly. Orochimaru was far too unpredictable. Even if Fuji's knowledge and trump cards temporarily ensured his safety, vigilance was still necessary. I would never harm a comrade, Orochimaru said with an amused smile. Sure. You didn't lift a finger today either, right? Not to mention, you swapped defensive zones with Jiraiya just to get easier access to Sharingan users. You don't harm comrades? Who'd believe that? Fuji silently mocked Orochimaru but suddenly looked up and asked, Orochimaru-sama, do you have a sacrifice for impure world reincarnation? Orochimaru casually pulled out a scroll and summoned the captured mist ninja, showing no concern for Fuji's intent to test the technique. The second Hokage's impure world reincarnation was merely a prototype. The ninjas it reanimated were far weaker than their original selves and posed no threat to him. As for improving the technique, Orochimaru already had ideas. Trading it as part of this deal didn't bother him in the slightest. Do you have the personal data of a ninja to summon, or are you planning to experiment on this Hyuga main family member? Fuji didn't respond. Under Orochimaru's curious gaze, he sketched the impure world reincarnation formation onto a blank scroll, then sliced his own palm and pressed his blood onto the diagram as the offering. Summoning Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Fuji clasped his hands together, watching as the grayish paper gradually enveloped the mist ninja, transforming it into a tiny, newborn-like figure. So it's true. From the moment we're born, we live by taking the names of others. Rebirth, reincarnation, merging with an original. It's all just self-deception. It had succeeded on the first try. Orochimaru's previously intrigued expression turned serious. Blood that summoned someone else? Was Fuji a reincarnator, similar to his own living corpse reincarnation? You've really surprised me this time, Fuji-kun. Fuji dispelled the impure world reincarnation, allowing the newly formed soul to return to the Pure Land. He said softly, Orochimaru-sama, it seems our cooperation will last a long time. After all, if I die, impure world reincarnation will be useless. Indeed, it seems that way. Regaining his usual composure, Orochimaru asked with interest, there are quite a few branch family Hyugan on this mist battlefield. Who will you sacrifice? Need my help? Let them choose for themselves. Fuji's tone turned cold. Some people have been kneeling for so long that they can't stand anymore. They might as well stay down forever. As he had told Hyuga Hisan, he had no personal interest in seeking revenge on the main family. However, once the caged bird seal was dismantled, the pain the main family would endure afterward was another matter entirely. From the next day onward, several Hyuga ninjas began dying mysteriously in encounters with enemies. The rumor that the mist had gained control of the caged bird seal quickly spread throughout the camp. Orochimaru, the commander of the mist battlefield, immediately issued an order. All Hyuga ninjas were to retreat to Hidden Lee village immediately. Naturally, this included Hyuga Fuji. Chapter 4, You'll regret this, Hiruzen. A few days later, Hyuga Fuji and the accompanying ninjas came to a stop, slowly emerging from the mountain forest. Ahead of them, 3 enormous stone faces came into view. Lowering their gaze, they saw a well-organized cluster of buildings spread out below. This was Hidden Lee village, the starting point of everything. It's been a while since I've returned to the village. It feels so nostalgic, a female ninja said, her expression relaxing. Her white pupils swept over her companions as she softly asked, what do you all think the main family will do? The surrounding Hyuga ninjas exchanged glances but kept their true thoughts to themselves. The cursed seal. They should consider lifting it completely, right? The female ninja pressed her hand against her forehead, covering the area hidden beneath her ninja headband. Honestly, this mark is kind of ugly. Do you hate it that much? A Hyuga Jonin suddenly appeared, his cold gaze fixed on the girl whose expression froze. Go and report to the elders for punishment. Yes. The girl bowed her head deeply. Don't think that this incident will lead to change. A branch family member today will always be a branch family member. The Hyuga Jonin swept his eyes over the group of Hyuga ninjas. Seeing them all lower their heads, he continued, anyone who wishes to remove the caged bird seal, Follow me now. No one moved. Seeing this, the Hyuga Jonin nodded in satisfaction. The improvement of the caged bird technique requires your help. This will be voluntary. Those who wish to come, follow me. With those words, his figure vanished in an instant. The atmosphere among the remaining Hyuga ninjas turned deathly silent. No one dared to be the first to step into that symbol of the family, the village. Would Hidden Leaf Village's leadership support the Hyuga clan's improvement of the technique rather than its complete removal? That made sense. If the caged bird seal were removed now, it would essentially unleash a destabilizing element. The Hyuga branch family were slaves to the main family, and the suffering of the branch family was something Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi conveniently ignored. Companions? True companions wouldn't stand by while their comrades wore the collars of slaves. The Hyuga branch family not only had conflicts with the main family but had also never been truly accepted by Hidden Leaf Village. Hyuga Fuji quietly observed a few ninjas clenching their fists and thought to himself. But to improve the technique, the Hyuga clan would have to surrender the caged bird seal. And what would happen in the hands of those who obtained it? As a jutsu designed to control others, the advantages of the caged bird technique were self-evident. Merely improving it might instead fuel the ambitions of certain individuals. Those with foresight would undoubtedly study methods to break the seal. Denzo, what are you planning to do with the caged bird technique? Inside the Hokage's office. The third Hokage looked at the elder across from him, his expression solemn. The strength of root is already sufficient. Don't continue expanding it. Denzo replied coldly, Hiruzen, you're overthinking this. I only need the caged bird to enhance my control over subordinates. Most of Root's members are excellent tools, they don't need the caged bird. But certain individuals under my command only wish for an ordinary life. I must completely extinguish such thoughts. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you planning to do to Nano and Kabuto? Denzo's words carried a hidden meaning. They are members of Root. As long as they serve as emotionless spies, that's enough. No. They are part of Hidden Leaf Village. They are inheritors of the Will of Fire. Nano has already provided enough intelligence for Hidden Leaf Village. Let her quietly enjoy the rest of her life. Hiruzen's tone was firm. And Kabuto, after completing his missions, will also be under my care. Hiruzen, you're too soft-hearted. Denzo shook his head. If you had placed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki en route back then, I would have long turned her into the perfect war machine to end the Third Shinobi World War. Instead of what she is now, shackled by fragile emotions. Nano is the perfect spy, holding too much critical information. She's not as foolish as Kushina. When it comes to her, you absolutely cannot show mercy. Her fate can only be Denzo. Hiruzen's sharp gaze interrupted him. I am the Hokage. It is my duty to ensure that everyone in this village lives a happy life. Kabuto is a good child, and Nano has long grown weary of her life as a spy. Hidden Leaf Village's victory does not require their sacrifice. Denzo stared at Hiruzen, his eyes scanning the elderly Hokage's face, worn from 50 years of life. You're growing increasingly naive, Denzo muttered. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. He vented his frustration with those parting words before reluctantly retreating. Hokage. Again, it was always the Hokage. Every time Hiruzen invoked his authority as Hokage, any argument Denzo made became irrelevant. In Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage's word was absolute. Whether he could continue as Hiruzen's advisor and leader of Root depended entirely on a single word from Hiruzen. So if Denzo wanted Hidden Leaf Village to operate according to his vision, he would have to become Hokage himself. The caged bird technique, the most successful method of controlling others in shinobi history. It better not disappoint him. Hiruzen watched Denzo leave and took a pensive drag from his pipe. Cat, he called. Yes. A masked Anbu with a cat-shaped mask appeared in an instant. The caged bird. No matter how cautious we are, after this, it will still fall into the hands of some clans. Denzo won't remain silent. We must find a way to break it. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Go find Tsunade. Tell her to return to Hidden Leaf Village and say. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, it's a request from her teacher. Yes. The Anbu vanished to carry out the order. With Tsunade, myself, and the help of the Yamanaka, Hyuga, and other clans, we should be able to break the caged bird seal. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Let's hope it doesn't come to the point where I have to play this card, Denzo. As a member of the branch family, life in Hidden Leaf Village was monotonous. Performing missions on time, attending inspections by Hidden Leaf Village's caged bird research group, and mechanically going through each day. Hyuga Fuji's life was no different, except that he added shadow clone training and research to the routine. Like most Hyuga clan members, Hyuga Fuji rarely ventured outside the clan grounds, And he certainly didn't behave like that warm-hearted Uchiha who constantly showed goodwill to the village residents. They were slaves in all but name, subjected to the scornful white-eyed stares and the disdain of their supposed comrades as members of the Hyuga branch family. For someone like that to suddenly appear with a bright smile, claiming to inherit the will of fire, would only make people think he had ulterior motives. Because of this, Hyuga Fuji had never sought the trust of the Hokage or other high-ranking officials. He merely played the role of a branch family member. "You there, kid? What's the relationship between your Hyuga clan and Orochimaru?" Inside the laboratory of the Caged Bird Research Group, a female ninja unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar to Hyuga Fuji asked him this question. "Even my teacher couldn't believe it. That guy actually wrote me a letter specifically asking me to return, and it was all because of the Caged Bird technique. Doesn't seem like something he'd do." She wore a coat with the word gambling written on it. Her golden twin ponytails were tied neatly behind her head, and she exuded an imposing air. Senju Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan and one of the legendary Sannin. Chapter 5, Are Byakugan and Sharingan really that different? "Tsunade-sama, how could I possibly know what Orochimaru-sama is thinking?" Hyuga Fuji replied helplessly, "Maybe he simply wants to protect his comrades. After all, he was the commander of the mist battlefield. Protect his comrades? Orochimaru?" For some reason, Tsunade felt like laughing. But the laugh never came. If not for the second and third shinobi wars, Orochimaru might have become Hokage, right? A remarkable Hokage who truly valued his comrades. But now, Tsunade couldn't understand Orochimaru anymore. War. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, her enthusiasm gone. "You can go. Whatever Orochimaru was planning, what did it have to do with her? Let the old man worry about it himself. She was just a weak Kunoichi, plagued by hemophobia. The chaos in Hidden Leaf Village had nothing to do with her. Even Tsunade was called back to help. Looks like we can look forward to some results," Hyuga Fuji thought aloud as he turned back toward the laboratory, deep in thought. Being reborn as a Hyuga branch member, the biggest problem was, of course, the Caged Bird seal. But the Caged Bird couldn't actually kill him. During his first deal with Orochimaru, Fuji had exchanged the secrets of the Senju and Uchiha clans for guidance and the reincarnation soul-jutsu. As a soul not originally from the shinobi world, did the body he inhabited truly belong to him? The results of impure world reincarnation confirmed it didn't. And ever since mastering the reincarnation soul-jutsu, he had his suspicions. Using the technique, he had sensed the existence of the Pure Land and could even go there directly. But his instincts told him that once he entered the Pure Land, returning would be almost impossible. So he hadn't tried. This also meant that his presence in the shinobi world made his life and death independent of his body. Instead, it hinged on the survival of his soul. His body was merely a vessel. The Caged Bird couldn't kill his soul, so its threat was limited. Still, achieving his current strength hadn't been easy. Hyuga Fuji wasn't the type to abandon everything and start over. Since he had acted, he naturally intended to secure results. His gaze shifted to a Kunoichi heading toward the laboratory. Hyuga Miyuki. The branch member who had called the Caged Bird seal ugly that day. Byakugan research had made some progress. It was time to let her test it out and add fuel to the current situation. "Tsunade-sama, how is the progress on the Caged Bird research?" Inside the laboratory, Hyuga Miyuki's delicate face betrayed her obvious nervousness. "Significant progress," Tsunade replied, glancing briefly at Miyuki's pretty features with a calm tone. "In just a month, your branch family will be marked with a brand new Caged Bird seal." Miyuki's expression froze. "I see." As expected, nothing would change. Back at home, Miyuki collapsed onto her bed, utterly exhausted, her mind in turmoil. Was this really how it would end? Would she, like her parents, dedicate everything to the main family? She clenched her fists as memories surfaced. Her parents, forced onto the battlefield because of a main family ninja's whim, ultimately killed in action. If not for the main family needing protection on the front lines, they wouldn't have been sent to the battlefield. If not for the main family, they wouldn't have fallen into the mist's ambush. Dedicating herself to the main family? No. Never. Miyuki sprang from her bed and approached her desk. She raised 2 fingers and placed them before her eyes. Release. A small barrier unraveled, and a drawer opened in response. Inside lay a scroll. Staring at it, her raised hand faltered midair. She gritted her teeth. Whatever their intentions, I need power right now. Having convinced herself, she grabbed the scroll and began studying it carefully. This scroll had appeared in her room not long ago. She didn't know who had placed it there or whether it was a trap. But as a branch family member, even with parents who were jonin, she had no right to access advanced gentle fist techniques. If she wanted the strength to resist, she had no choice but to seize it. The first section of the scroll detailed various gentle fist techniques, including the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven and 8 trigrams 64 palms. But Miyuki quickly skipped ahead to the final section. Byakugan and Sharingan are both Jujutsu-based Kekkei Genkai. While the Sharingan's awakening and evolution are tied to yin release chakra, what about the Byakugan? There are indeed differences in Byakugan ocular power among Hyuga clan members, as seen in their varying perception ranges. Research has shown that this difference is also linked to yin release chakra. However, the gap is typically small. The average maximum range of Byakugan perception is around 1 kilometer, and yin release chakra can only add a few meters to that. Unlike the Sharingan, the Byakugan is exceptionally stable as a Kekkei Genkai. Attempts to enhance it through increased yin release chakra alone are futile. However, because of its stability, the Byakugan has an astonishingly low rejection rate. It can be transplanted into anyone. Its ocular power is similarly stable, allowing any Byakugan to perfectly absorb the ocular power of another. So, what would happen if a single pair of Byakugan absorbed the ocular power of every Byakugan in the Hyuga clan? The Sharingan evolves dramatically, even reaching the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, the power that made a certain shinobi world Ajura invincible. As one of the 3 great Jujutsu, is the Byakugan truly inferior to the Sharingan? The scroll ended with what seemed like experimental notes. She, Hyuga Miyuki, was clearly being offered as the next test subject. But she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Whoever had left this scroll had given her 2 choices. The first, follow the prescribed path of gentle fist training and eventually become a Jonin in the Hyuga clan. The second, continue the research and the experiments. The first path would allow her to live well within the Hyuga clan, but she would remain a glorified slave, unable to avenge her parents. Since their deaths, she had kept her hatred buried deep, never letting it show. Because she lacked the power for vengeance. Whether it was the main family members responsible for her parents' deaths, who might still be alive, or the missed Jonin who had killed them, she, a mere Chunin, lacked the strength to fight back. Let alone the power to strike at the Hyuga main family, the root of all her suffering. Hyuga Miyuki stared intently at the line. Is the Byakugan truly inferior to the Sharingan? Her heart whispered softly, I'll be the one to find out. Elsewhere, Hyuga Fuji activated his Byakugan, a faint smile playing on his lips. It was about to begin. Chapter 6, Are you suspecting Orochimaru? Something feels off about the village's atmosphere lately. Who wouldn't think so? Even though the war with the Hidden Cloud village is over, there's no sense of celebration in the air. Late at night, 2 patrolling ninjas were chatting idly. Due to the Uchiha clan deploying many of their members to the battlefield, the police force was short on manpower, so ninjas like them, who normally had free time, were temporarily assigned to patrol duties. You were on the Hidden Cloud battlefield, right? I heard the yellow flash was there. That's right. The Hidden Cloud Zab combination was incredibly strong. Without Lord Minato, the Cloud battlefield might have completely collapsed. But now it's over. The 3rd Raikage was killed by the Hidden Stone, and with the Ab brothers unable to overcome Lord Minato, they had no choice but to retreat with their troops. The village's burden has been greatly eased. Will Lord Minato head to another battlefield next? Could the war really end because of just one person? That's how powerful Lord Minato is. The older ninja, who had returned from the front lines, spoke with admiration. You're really something. The other ninja shook his head with a smile, but his expression suddenly changed as a scent wafted through the air. Blood? The 2 exchanged glances, their faces growing serious as they began searching the area. Eventually, they found a body in the shadows between 2 buildings. The corpse, lying in a pool of blood, had long black hair and the Hyuga clan crest on its clothing. Its eye sockets, once housing the Byakugan, were now empty. Due to his death, the caged bird seal had automatically destroyed his nervous system and the Byakugan. It's Hyuga Mikan, a Jonin from the Hyuga branch family. I'll handle the scene. Go report this to the Hokage immediately. The older ninja said gravely. Understood. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was complicated. Hyuga Mikan. This is the 3rd case this month. And this time, it's a Jonin. Someone is using the caged bird seal to hunt Hyuga branch members, said Denzo, who had been summoned. His tone was calm. Though there's no evidence, the first 2 victims were Chunin. The attacker likely wasn't very powerful initially. But now, killing a Jonin without drawing attention. Only the caged bird seal could make that possible. Based on the investigation, the external wounds on the Hyuga Jonin weren't fatal, correct? Hiruzen turned his gaze to Denzo. Was it you? Denzo replied calmly, I have no reason to kill Hyuga branch members. But killing branch members benefits no one, Hiruzen said, his brow furrowed tightly. Especially those who control the caged bird. There's no need for them to do this. Currently, those with access to the caged bird seal included the Hyuga clan, Hiruzen himself, Denzo, and members of the Caged Bird research team. Among them, who would need to repeatedly attack Hyuga branch members. Denzo stated, the 3 victims were all close to the main family. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you saying someone is targeting the main family out of revenge? Perhaps it's more than just revenge. Denzo handed a document to Hiruzen. Hiruzen took it silently, but after reading just the first few lines, his anger flared. Denzo, you used my name to send Hyuga ninjas to their deaths. Loyalty to Hidden Lee Village is their duty, Denzo replied indifferently. The 2 Hyuga ninjas I secretly sent to the mist battlefield were both killed. They did not die due to the Caged Bird seal. There is a Hidden Lee Village ninja plotting in the shadows. He orchestrated the attack, making it seem like the mist captured main family ninjas to pressure us into breaking the Caged Bird seal. But in reality, the mist never obtained the seal. And now, the one killing Hyuga branch members in Hidden Lee Village is that same person. Denzo stared seriously at Hiruzen, whose anger was slowly subsiding. He's a branch family member. A cunning one at that. These attacks serve both as revenge against the main family and as a way to pressure us. From an outsider's perspective, the use of a Caged Bird seal to kill these Hyuga members points directly to those involved in the Caged Bird research, stirring public opinion within Hidden Lee Village and forcing us to break the seal. It had been 3 months since the main family's capture. Denzo had long begun to uncover the inconsistencies in the situation. This proves nothing, Hiruzen said, shaking his head calmly. Your actions may have been discovered by the mist, and they are creating this smokescreen to lure us into sending more Hyuga ninjas, only to eliminate them all with the Caged Bird seal. My spy in the mist is highly placed, yet he has not acquired any information about the Caged Bird seal. Hiruzen's eyes turned sharp as he shouted, Denzo, don't forget who is in charge of the mist battlefield. If this attack were truly an internal Hidden Lee Village conspiracy, Orochimaru would have detected something amiss, as only a handful of individuals had the authority to know Hyuga Kenshin's movements. If Denzo's theory were correct, then the first suspect would be Orochimaru himself. Whether through turning a blind eye or direct involvement, Orochimaru would be implicated either way. Denzo opened his mouth, momentarily unable to refute. Would Orochimaru aid a Hyuga branch member? Impossible. What value could the branch family possibly hold for Orochimaru? Orochimaru had no reason to help the branch family break the Caged Bird seal. But if that wasn't the case, then who was the enemy currently targeting Hyuga ninjas? Too amateurish. Hyuga Fuji observed Hyuga Miyuki as she attacked another Chunin, shaking his head slightly. Even though he had given her the Caged Bird activation technique, she was, at heart, still a 14-year-old girl who saw herself as a tool. Focused solely on pursuing power, she was now targeting opponents she could handle and absorbing their Byakugan ocular power. As for Jonin, she still had to account for the possibility of dying before she could activate the Caged Bird seal. But this approach would eventually lead Hidden Lee Village to identify her. Starting with weaker Chunin, moving on to stronger ones, and eventually targeting Jonin. It wouldn't take a genius to deduce that the attacker was growing stronger with each fight. Even her motive, killing Hyuga ninjas to gain strength, would become obvious. This was why Hyuga Fuji had personally killed Hyuga Mikan using the Caged Bird seal, to misdirect the investigation. If this is framed as revenge against the Hyuga main family, it could connect to previous events, Fuji thought. But the third Hokage, who showed leniency even when Orochimaru defected, won't suspect him. To expose me, they first have to implicate Orochimaru. That would put them in a difficult position. Watching Miyuki's movements, which had grown much smoother than before, Fuji smiled faintly. 3 Byakugan pairs have already boosted her strength to the level of a near Jonin. Faster progress than expected. If they can't catch her soon, things are going to get very interesting. The evolution of the Tenseigan had more than one method beyond what he had discussed with Orochimaru. Merging a large number of Byakugan pairs was another way. This was how the giant Tenseigan was created. But what about simply merging their ocular power? The answer would emerge soon enough. Chapter 7, The Bird That Wants to Fly Out of the Cage. Hyuga Miyuki clutched at her eyes, feeling the sharp sting radiating from them. Suppressing her excitement, she carefully erased any traces she had left at the scene, redirecting the clues toward the Yamanaka clan. Without bothering with the corpse, she quickly left. The Caged Bird seal destroyed the nervous system of the Hyuga branch family upon their death, making it nearly impossible for even the Yamanaka clan to extract information from their bodies. Additionally, with many members of the police force being temporary recruits, patrols had gaps in their coverage. Relying on the advantages of her Byakugan, Hyuga Miyuki had attacked 10 people without being discovered. That's right, 10. She had now absorbed the Byakugan ocular power of 10 individuals. At first, absorbing their ocular power had only increased her chakra and, as a result, enhanced her physical strength, accelerating her overall growth. But something changed with the 10th pair of Byakugan. It felt like a transformation. A leap she had never experienced before. Byakugan, activate. Back at home, after the pain subsided, Hyuga Miyuki activated her Byakugan. Buzz. The air vibrated. The furniture around her, desks, chairs, and so on, emitted faint creaking noises, as if pressed by an intense force. The surface of a fragile wooden chair even showed signs of cracking. My Byakugan's range has increased to a 3-kilometer diameter, and my chakra has tripled. Hyuga Miyuki was enveloped in a thick blue chakra, and a surge of joy filled her heart. If before, she could barely contend with a Jonin, now she could even take on an elite Jonin. After a long while, she regained her composure and walked to the desk, picking up a mirror to examine her eyes. Her once pure white eyes now carried a faint sky blue tint. Even the bulging veins around her eyes, a trademark of an active Byakugan, had become much less noticeable. It seems I'll have to use a transformation jutsu to disguise this in the future. Sky blue Byakugan would draw too much attention. Hyuga Miyuki calmed her excitement. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. Who's there? A breeze drifted in through the window, but her Byakugan detected no one nearby. An illusion? She shook her head, unwilling to believe her instincts were wrong. She was certain she had been watched. So the first significant change occurs with 10 pairs, does it? Hyuga Fuji quietly made notes. Chakra has increased by nearly threefold, becoming twice as dense. The Byakugan's visual range has increased significantly. Similar to how the Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyo. However, unlike the Mangekyo Sharingan, which unlocks powerful ocular techniques, the Byakugan's evolution enhances the user's foundation. Hyuga Miyuki's chakra is now extraordinarily dense. If she uses Gentle Fist, its power will be greatly amplified, likely reaching the level of an elite Jonin. As he recorded his observations, Hyuga Fuji noticed Miyuki becoming more alert. He deactivated his Byakugan to avoid being detected and continued writing. Of course, the Byakugan's enhancements won't suddenly elevate her to Kage level like the Mangekyo does. But the Byakugan has its advantages. It doesn't rely on chakra-draining ocular techniques and simply improves a shinobi's fundamentals. It likely won't lead to blindness like the Mangekyo Sharingan does. Stability. It seems stability is the Byakugan's defining trait. Is that why the Byakugan, as the foundation of the Otsutsuki clan, was designed this way? With some new hypotheses in mind, Hyuga Fuji stored his research notes in a custom-made scroll. He would continue observing for a while longer. If Miyuki's Byakugan showed no abnormalities, it would soon be his turn to act. The evolution of her Byakugan had increased her yin release chakra and even strengthened her soul, sharpening her intuition. Using only the Byakugan to observe her wouldn't suffice in the future. Direct contact would become necessary. And if he didn't have overwhelming strength to control the situation, that would be problematic. Hyuga Fuji chuckled softly to himself. This can't go on any longer, Hiruzen. Denzo's voice was cold. 11 Hyuga clan members have been killed recently, and the culprit has left misleading clues everywhere. If I hadn't suppressed the rumors, the village would already be in chaos. We need to confine the entire Hyuga branch family. The killer is likely one of them. No, the new caged bird seal has been completed. Soon, the branch family will receive the updated seal, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied firmly. I will oversee the process myself. Hiruzen, you. Denzo glared at him in frustration, unable to understand what he was so stubborn about. The village is already short-handed. Both Root and the Anbu are tied up gathering intelligence on the battlefield. We can't afford to waste manpower on the Hyuga clan's internal conflicts. It's you who doesn't understand, Denzo. Hiruzen's face looked weary. How many Hyuga branch members do you think harbor resentment toward the main family? Denzo's brow twitched. Are you suggesting? Just before you came to me, there was another attack. 3 more victims. Including a member of the main family. Well, this is quite the unexpected reward. Hyuga Fuji observed the panicked young man before him, his thoughts drifting back to the earlier scene. In the room, an old man lay collapsed on the ground, his face filled with terror and despair. Blood pooled beneath him, flowing from a wound on his neck. Hyuga Mikan, a Hyuga elder from the main family, had been killed by the boy standing in front of him. Why did you do it? Fuji's calm voice gradually steadied the boy's erratic breathing. If it weren't for Fuji's intervention, he would have already been caught by the guards who had responded to the commotion. Thinking of this, the boy murmured, My sister is only 5 years old. I thought this upheaval might spare her from the caged bird seal. But of course, it wasn't possible. He laughed bitterly at himself. You understand, don't you? To the village and the main family, we're nothing but dogs. Obedient, useful dogs that wag their tails for scraps. I hate them, but I never had the courage to fight back. Now, though, someone else has made the first move. He clenched his teeth and continued in a low voice, I don't know who they are, but they're killing ninjas close to the main family. It's thrown the main family into disarray, forcing them to deploy their own guards to investigate. Without the guards to protect them, what are the main family members? What use is the caged bird seal then? It's the branch family that takes care of them, that prepares their meals. Is it really so hard to poison them or assassinate them in their sleep? They have no experience, no ability. Their privileged lives have made them forget everything about being a shinobi. If not for those traitorous branch members protecting them, would it really be hard to kill a bunch of useless main family members? The boy's bloodshot eyes bore into Hyuga Fuji. A bunch of high and mighty trash. What right do they have to be our masters? If the village won't change the Hyuga clan, then killing off the main family should solve everything. A faint smile appeared on Hyuga Fuji's otherwise calm face. Killing them all would accomplish nothing. You'd still be a caged bird. The boy's impassioned expression froze. But don't worry. I know where you can learn to fly free of the cage. While the caged bird seal is being refined, research into breaking it has also begun. Your strength isn't enough yet, and neither are your allies. As the boy's pupils widened, Hyuga Fuji spoke softly. Can you become the bird that flies out of the cage? Chapter 8, Reversing the Heavens. The hatred for the main family isn't limited to just one person. No one dared to resist before, but things are different now. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was heavy with conflict. Where there's one, there will be more. Whether through imitation or collaboration, uncovering the mastermind will be incredibly difficult. Denzo's face was dark as he responded coldly, that doesn't mean we can abandon the main family. The branch family is beyond reconciliation. We've ignored their thoughts for years. It's not surprising they harbor resentment toward us. But without the branch family, does the main family have any value left? Denzo was momentarily speechless, realizing just how troublesome the Hyuga clan's issues had become. If his suspicions were correct and the mastermind was a branch family member, then other branch ninjas who hated the main family would likely try to protect him. The resentment that had been stirred up was already a problem. If more branch family ninjas began to rebel, what would happen to the village? Strictly speaking, this was an internal conflict within the Hyuga clan. And according to the village's founding principles, the shinobi clans had autonomy over their internal affairs. Even the Hokage couldn't interfere. Even if they used the wartime state as a justification to forcibly intervene, which side should the village support? As Hiruzen had pointed out, without the branch family, what use was the main family? Would they rely on the main family to go to the battlefield, only to hand over their Byakugan to the enemy? If we continue hesitating, the enemy will only grow more brazen. This requires decisive action. Denzo closed his eyes and said, leave it to me. You know I have certain methods when it comes to situations like this. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe in silence. Ultimately, he did not give an answer. Without comrades and without strength, can you ever fly out of the cage? Hyuga clenched his fists as he watched Hyuga Fuji walk toward the main family's central compound, then turned and left. He swore to seize the hope of breaking the caged bird seal from the hands of the higher-ups. The fourth bear. The following night, Hyuga Fuji stood over a defeated Hyuga Jonin, slowly walking toward him. He grabbed the Jonin by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Hyuga Fuji. So it's you who's been attacking our kin. Forced to look directly into Fuji's eyes, the Jonin gritted his teeth and growled, you possess strength far beyond that of a Jonin, yet you refuse to serve the main family. You're nothing but a disgraceful traitor. Hyuga Fuji ignored his words and formed several hand seals with one hand. Sealing jutsu, white prison cage. Og. The Jonin's screams of pain echoed, muffled by a pre-placed barrier that ensured no sound would escape. White yin released chakra and Byakugan ocular power formed a ribbon-like conduit between the two pairs of eyes. The Jonin could feel the Byakugan he had awakened at the age of 7 beginning to regress, his ocular power draining away until his eyes returned to an unawakened state. His face twisted in terror. What are you doing? What is this sealing technique? If you're curious, I'll tell you after you're dead. Hyuga Fuji felt his own eyes pulse with newfound energy. Raising his free hand, he smiled. Thank you for your contribution. His palm fell. Blood splattered. Swoosh. Swoosh. The sound of air being cut signaled the arrival of two Anbu. Hyuga Fuji, you've killed your own kin. Come with us immediately. Hey. Have you been working with the Hyuga clan for too long? Dropping the corpse, Hyuga Fuji looked at them with his sky blue Byakugan. I had Byakugan, so I naturally noticed you coming. Yet I deliberately took my time finishing him off. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The faces behind the Anbu masks stiffened. Boom. A third Anbu, wearing a fox mask, fell from a distance, slamming into the ground and leaving a massive crater. The shocking turn of events forced the two remaining Anbu to huddle back to back in alertness. One of them turned to the fallen comrade and asked, "What happened? Weren't you lying in ambush?" The fox-masked Anbu struggled to his feet, coughing up blood, his breathing labored. "It's his accomplice. He has Byakugan but isn't listed in the Hyuga clan's records." The Anbu had been sent by the Hokage to investigate the Hyuga attacks. Hiruzen had ultimately refused to let Denzo interfere, fearing he might seize the opportunity to gain control over the branch family. Thus, they had reviewed all records of Hyuga clan members. And this injured Anbu Jonin was certain, no such powerful Hyuga existed in the clan. The enemy is at 7 o'clock. He has Byakugan and strange cracks on his body. Be careful. He might be as strong as the Hokage himself. As strong as the Hokage? Are you kidding? The two Anbu exclaimed in disbelief. But the next moment, they understood. Clink. Clink. Accompanied by the sound of clanking armor, a Hyuga shinobi clad in Warring States-era armor stepped forward, his chakra so dense it was almost tangible, exuding an aura of intimidation. Hyuga Fuji casually walked toward the three Anbu. Being confined to the village, surrounded by surveillance, without even a decent impure world reincarnation sacrifice to work with. It's quite frustrating for a researcher like me. While I don't usually disturb the dead, directly questioning them about hidden secrets is much more convenient. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you three to become sacrifices. As he spoke, an 8 trigrams formation appeared beneath the feet of the reanimated shinobi. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The reanimated Hyuga moved with lightning speed, sealing the chakra points of all three Anbu before they could react. The elegance and mastery of gentle fist techniques demonstrated by the reanimated shinobi were unmatched. Using a main family ninja as a sacrifice, sharing the same KK Genkai bloodline origin, allows the reanimated shinobi to retain 70% of their original strength, Hyuga Fuji observed. But if their strength was insufficient to begin with, it's meaningless. Truly worthy of admiration, though. The former main family head, Hyuga Makiyaku, a Kage-level force in his era. You vile branch family brat. Hyuga Makiyaku clearly retained his consciousness. You developed a technique that desecrates the dead. Aren't you afraid of eternal torment after death? Hey. Hyuga Fuji chuckled, making no effort to defend the second Hokage's intellectual property. What are you so angry about? Being controlled? I'm angry that someone as disgraceful as you was born into my clan. Your gentle Byakugan can't hide your fury. Hyuga Fuji shook his head and placed sealing tags on the three Anbu, storing them in a scroll. You're angry because you're being controlled. By a branch family member, no less. Just like how you once controlled the branch family. You can't bear the thought of sharing their fate. Fuji smirked as he continued, his words igniting Makiyaku's rage. Visiting the main family's ancestral tomb to retrieve your personal information yesterday went surprisingly smoothly. No obstacles, no accidents. At first, I only wanted to strengthen my forces as a precaution. But summoning you feels like poetic justice. In life, you ruled over the branch family. In death, you're ruled by the branch family. Isn't that fitting? Chapter 9, You're Not an Adult. Impure world reincarnation really is the perfect jutsu for the main family. Hyuga Fuji's quiet remark twisted Hyuga Makiyaku's expression into one of rage. Yet, despite his strength, he couldn't break free of impure world reincarnation's control. He could only respond in a cold tone, as a branch family member, it's your duty to protect the main family. Any disloyalty deserves death. The caged bird seal was created for people like you. As he spoke, his trembling fingers rose, preparing to activate the caged bird seal. Hyuga Fuji raised an eyebrow at this and smirked. You still don't understand the situation, do you? The current Hyuga main family no longer wields the dominance it had in the Warring States era. Hyuga Makiyaku succeeded in activating the caged bird seal. But nothing happened. Fuji's face remained calm, showing no signs of pain or discomfort. Hyuga Makiyaku's pupils constricted in shock. Most sealing techniques and curses depend on the chakra of the target, not the caster, Fuji explained, as a coffin materialized behind Makiyaku. The defeated elder unwillingly retreated into it. His ears caught Fuji's parting words, after all, what better method is there than to have the target restrict themselves? The caged bird is no different. The chakra used to destroy the nervous system and the Byakugan belongs to the branch members themselves. But the caged bird's ability to mobilize chakra doesn't seem to match the power of my current Byakugan. As the coffin lid closed, Makiyaku caught a glimpse of Fuji's unusual Byakugan. A chilling realization surged through him as memories of ancient legends surfaced. He's not hunting Hyuga clansmen for revenge. He's trying to awaken the Tensei again. The Hyuga clan created the caged bird seal to prevent their eyes from falling into the hands of the Otsutsuki on the moon. And now, A branch family member knows about this. Who is he? Is he a Notsatsuki? A disguised member of the Munotsatsuki? With his mind racing between confusion and despair, Hyuga Makiaka was forced back into eternal slumber. The Hyuga clan is doomed. Retracting the impure world reincarnation summoning, Hyuga Fuji quickly left the scene. To his surprise, the evolution of his Byakugan rendered the caged bird seal ineffective. Honestly, even he hadn't anticipated this. He had assumed only a fully evolved Tenseigun could neutralize the seal. Yet even this incomplete state seemed to suffice. This isn't a complete solution, though. When Makiaka activated the seal, my Byakugan's ocular power was forced to suppress it, affecting my overall performance. If the caged bird interferes during a fight, it could be fatal to me. Fuji's eyes narrowed. I still need to completely eliminate the caged bird seal. After leaving the scene of the attack, Fuji traveled 5 kilometers away. His Byakugan reflected the figures of 2 approaching ninjas, prompting him to halt and vanish with a body flicker. When he reappeared, he stood atop the roof of a nearby tavern. Below, 2 ninjas and a ninkin passed by on the street. One of the male ninjas noticed Fuji's Hyuga attire and frowned, preparing to approach him for questioning. But the other ninja, a female from the Inuzuka clan accompanied by her ninkin, stopped him. The Inuzuka Kanoichi shook her head and glanced at her ninkin, which sniffed in Fuji's direction and wagged its tail, indicating no threat. Understanding the signal, she quickly led her teammate and the ninkin away from the area. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, the male ninja finally asked, "Inuzuka-senpai, that Hyuga ninja showing up so late. Doesn't it seem suspicious?" The Kanoichi interrupted him in a low voice, "Tomorrow is the day the Hyuga clan rebrands the branch family with the new caged bird seal." The male ninja immediately understood. So the village isn't planning to remove the caged bird seal after all. Sorry, I'm not questioning the village's decision. It's just, I have a friend in the Hyuga branch family, the Kanoichi sighed. I get it. But this is an internal matter of the shinobi clans. Even the Hokage technically has no authority to interfere. The male ninja fell silent. Sensing the heavy mood, the Kanoichi suddenly grinned mischievously and added, "Speaking of that kid just now, do you know why he looked so grim? Because of the caged bird seal? Nope. Maybe he was out clearing his head because of that, but the real reason for his sour face is that he's not an adult yet." Ha ha ha. The male ninja blinked in confusion before bursting into laughter as well. Watching the 2 patrolling ninjas leave, Hyuga Fuji maintained his expressionless demeanor as he entered the tavern. Moments later, he was unceremoniously kicked out. "Come back when you're an adult, kid." Fuji stared blankly at the tavern owner's kind yet firm expression, then silently turned to leave. This was ridiculous. With his past life added to this one, he was well beyond the age of adulthood. Yet he couldn't even enter a tavern. What made it worse was recalling the antics of Jiraiya and Tsunade, 2 of the Sannin. The latter had gambled her way through childhood, and as far as he remembered, the gambling halls never stopped her. Was it because her mentor, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, had taught her bad habits? Did that mean the casinos didn't feel responsible and just let her do whatever she wanted? Even now, Fuji could hear old rumors in Hidden Leaf Village about big payout Tsunade from her younger days. Feeling a mixture of annoyance and resignation, Hyuga Fuji navigated past the investigative patrols with his Byakugan. Only when he reached his underground training ground did he begin assessing his recent gains. His chakra had doubled, which wasn't unexpected. After all, his chakra reserves had already been far greater than those of Hyuga Miyuki, who had originally been a chunin. His chakra levels were several times that of the average jonin. Approximately equivalent to 4 Kakashis. Yes, 12-year-old jonin Kakashi. Fuji had seen him about a month ago, alongside the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This meant Fuji now had chakra comparable to 8 Kakashis. Not an overwhelming amount, but not insignificant either. Of course, comparing himself to Naruto as a child, who had 4 times the chakra of adult Kakashi, was pointless. The Uzumaki clan were chakra monsters, after all. Focusing on his significantly enhanced chakra, Fuji directed it toward his Byakugan. Buzz. The air vibrated, and faint cracks appeared on the ground. So that's it. I hadn't noticed before. This is the Byakugan's aura suppression? A dujutsu technique once used by Otsutsuki Kaguya. After careful examination, Fuji nodded in satisfaction. A useful ability. By converting his ocular power into a flow of chakra, he could exert a gravity-like oppressive force on his enemies and surroundings. However, due to the immense power gap between himself and Kaguya, this technique currently only had significant effects on Chunin-level opponents. To make it useful against Kage-level enemies, he would have to rely on his experience and overall strength. And lastly, there's this 8 gates released formation, The fifth inner gate, the gate of limit, open. Vacuum palm. The chakra enhancement from the 8 gates, combined with the increased chakra density from his Byakugan evolution, amplified the power of this vacuum palm to unprecedented levels. Boom. A solid underground wall collapsed, leaving a large hole in the middle. It's still far from the level of 80 God's vacuum attack. My chakra density needs further improvement. Fuji muttered to himself. Plus, without using the 8 gates, I wouldn't even be able to unleash such an attack. Gentle fist techniques were highly effective against human opponents but had limited destructive power against large chakra-based entities, such as tailed beasts or Susanoo. The Minato squad was already heading to the hidden stone battlefield. The time for Obito's transformation into the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki wasn't far off. The road ahead would be long. Chapter 10, The Main Family's Response, Part 1. After a moment of thought, Hyuga Fuji retrieved the scroll containing the 3 captured Anbu and released one of the unconscious Anbu ninjas. Then, from the pouch at his waist, he took out a test tube containing a strand of black hair. This was the hair of the Hyuga ninja he had just killed. He hadn't collected blood. It was too easy for the scent to cling to him and raise suspicion. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. Gray paper-like fragments enveloped the unconscious Anbu ninja. The pain jolted him awake, and he stared in terror at the paper binding him. What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, his head was completely wrapped, and the previously deceased Hyuga Jonin was summoned back from the afterlife. The Jonin's eyes opened in confusion, and as soon as he saw Hyuga Fuji standing nearby, he instinctively tried to take a defensive stance. To his shock, he found himself unable to move at all. What have you done to me? This is the second Hokage's Impure World Reincarnation. You've died. Surely you haven't forgotten? The Jonin raised his cracked, reanimated hand in stunned silence. I'm already dead? You can process that later, Hyuga Fuji said as he approached, placing a kunai with a sealing tag inscribed on it into the Jonin's brain. For now, activate your Byakugan. The Jonin's hand raised against his will, his voice monotone as he obeyed. Byakugan, activate. Hyuga Fuji observed the smooth activation of the Byakugan, his eyes gleaming with interest. Before the Jonin's death, Fuji had absorbed all of his Byakugan ocular power, and yet here the Jonin was, still able to use his Byakugan. It was similar to how Nagato and Itachi Uchiha, despite having lost their physical eyes, retained their Dujutsu after being reanimated. So it's the chakra that's inherited, not the physical bloodline itself? Hyuga Fuji chuckled softly. That's why awakening the Tenseigan requires the Byakugan from members of the Hyuga clan. The reanimated Jonin remained in his Byakugan stance, glaring at Fuji with resentment. Did you bring me back just to take revenge on the main family? It's for verification, Fuji replied calmly, glancing at him with a faint smile. Before you died, I used a sealing technique to absorb all of your Byakugan ocular power. It's a technique I created based on the Uchiha clan's transcription seal, but it works in reverse. It forcibly extracts the target's ocular power. However, Fuji continued, you were unable to activate your Byakugan in the final moments before your death. And yet, now you can. Why? The Jonin had no chance to process this sudden revelation before Fuji answered his own question, because you haven't lost your chakra. An ninja's Kekkei Genkai exists not because of bloodline inheritance, but because of the chakra passed down through generations. Impure World Reincarnation shinobi with Kekkei Genkai all prove this point. Those summoned with Impure World Reincarnation, despite losing their physical bodies and the genes that carried their Kekkei Genkais, could still use those abilities. This realization clarified several long-standing mysteries for Fuji. Why did Nagato retain the Rinnegan after being reanimated? This could also be examined alongside Naruto's situation. The whisker marks on Naruto's face were a result of Kurama's chakra influencing him even before he was born. This was because Kushina, Naruto's mother, had been the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, indirectly passing Kurama's chakra to Naruto. It was a strange thought, but Naruto's innate chakra inheritance could be considered a blend of Minato's, Kushina's, and Kurama's. The child of 2 humans and 1 fox? Nagato's case was similar. After receiving the Rinnegan as a child, his chakra had been continuously influenced by the immense power of the Rinnegan, transforming it to align with the Rinnegan's unique chakra. And through the spiritualization jutsu, it was evident that a ninja's soul wasn't merely composed of spiritual energy. It was formed from chakra itself. Thus, when Impure World Reincarnation provided Nagato with a new body, he retained the Rinnegan's power because the Rinnegan's chakra remained imprinted on his soul. Following this logic, using Rinnegan abilities should theoretically require only the corresponding chakra, not the physical Rinnegan itself. As Fuji fell into deep thought, the reanimated Jonin frowned and cautiously asked, now that you've realized this, what do you plan to do with that knowledge? Fuji glanced at him coldly, causing the Jonin to shudder. Use it to make myself stronger. Without another word, Fuji waved his hand, recalling the perplexed Jonin into the scroll. His expression darkened as he left the underground training room. Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan, Tenseigan. Dujutsu are merely organs. No different from the lungs or heart. The only difference is that they convert chakra into ocular abilities. What matters is the chakra that drives them, which means yin-yang release. The Tenseigan, being on par with the Rinnegan, couldn't have reached such power without the influence of yang release chakra. Yin and yang release complement each other. Yin release reaches its pinnacle with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, while yang release is represented by Hashirama's chakra. Together, they give rise to the Rinnegan. Obito had transplanted Hashirama cells to prevent blindness from his Mangekyo Sharingan, effectively achieving a pseudo-eternal Mangekyo. To evolve the Byakugan into the Tenseigan, yang release chakra might be the key. Deep within a Hyuga compound, several main family elders and the clan head were gathered. Another ninja close to us was killed tonight. That traitor is becoming increasingly audacious. An elder slammed his fist down angrily. Clan head, what are you thinking? Since the perpetrator is so well hidden, let's interrogate them one by one. I don't believe they can endure the pain brought by the caged bird seal. If even Denzo had deduced that the attackers were from the Branch family, how could they, who were more aware than anyone of the Branch family's resentment, not come to the same conclusion? The problem was that the culprit was too difficult to identify. The Branch family's ability to strike from the shadows gave them a natural advantage with the Byakugan. Not to mention that as fellow villagers, they shared experiences from the Third Shinobi War and knew precisely how to evade Hidden Leaf Village's investigations. They understood which targets were off-limits, which clans had unique investigative techniques capable of finding hidden clues, and how to counter them. The current clan head, father of Hayashi Hyuga, opened his half-closed eyes and spoke in an indifferent tone, "Do you want them to stage a coup?" The elder scoffed dismissively, but the clan head sighed. "Don't assume it's impossible. Even sheep can become deadly when led by a lion. Based on the timing of these deaths and the strength of the fallen, there are quite a few Branch members rebelling in secret. If we strike first, it will push more of the Branch family to their side. After all, we've enslaved them. And intend to enslave them for generations to come. And no parent would want to see their child become a slave, let alone their descendants, forever." Chapter 11, The Main Family's Response, Part 2. This latest caged bird incident had solidified one truth for the Branch family: waiting wouldn't change anything, and neither would enduring. The Main family and Hidden Leaf Village had never truly regarded them as equals or comrades. Thus, their resentment, and even rebellion, was only natural. Do not provoke the Branch family further. I've already discussed matters with the Hokage and will ensure the Branch family calms their anger, said the Hyuga clan head as he passed a scroll containing a jutsu to the gathered elders. After reading it, the second elder's face darkened. "Clan head, are you saying we'll let the fourth elder's death go unpunished? And this technique?" The clan head shook his head, his gaze icy. "It's only a temporary concession. Even if we do find the fourth elder's killer, we can't execute them right now." As the day of the caged bird rebranding ceremony approached, the anger within the Branch family continued to swell. If no one had dared to rebel, the anger would have remained impotent. But with someone taking the lead, it was only a matter of time before others acted irrationally. For the Branch family, the rogue ninja operating in the shadows was a hero who dared to resist. Killing them now would ignite the Branch family's simmering fury like a powder keg. The war had reached a critical juncture. Forcing the Hyuga Branch family to rebel now wouldn't just make the other villages laugh at Hidden Leaf Village. It could even prompt the Hidden Cloud, which had recently declared a ceasefire, to reignite hostilities. After all, wasn't that how the Third Shinobi War had begun? The Raikage had cited the Sand Village's loss of the Third Kazekage as an excuse, claiming they were willing to generously take in the Sand Village under the Raikage's rule. Only to launch a surprise attack. If not for the Fourth Kazekage's rise to power, the Land of Wind itself might not have survived that invasion. And if the Fourth Raikage proved as shameless as his father, another war with the Hidden Cloud might soon follow. Sensing the elders' dissatisfaction, the Hyuga clan head snorted coldly. "Don't even think about purging the Branch family. That would be no different from weakening our own strength. In the future, the main family's individual abilities must also improve." Ultimately, the fourth elder's death was due to his own carelessness. With those two statements, the clan head set the tone for the meeting, and the elders reluctantly turned their focus to discussing the details of the new caged bird seal. By the time the meeting ended, dawn had already arrived. The Hyuga clan head walked alone toward his home, where two Hyuga ninjas were waiting. Hayashi Hyuga. Hyuga Hisashi. His two sons, each destined for vastly different futures. Clan head. Two the brothers greeted him respectfully. The clan head nodded slightly. Hisashi, you'll oversee the branch family from now on. Do not disappoint me. Yes, father, Hisashi replied, bowing deeply before him. Satisfied, the clan head then turned his cold gaze toward Hisashi. Hisashi, I shouldn't need to remind you of what you must do today, should I? The morning sun cast its light through the window, but Hisashi felt enveloped in his father's shadow. Lowering his head, he replied quietly, I understand. The Hyuga compound was vast. At its center was the main family's residence, while the branch family's homes spread outward from there, the differences in location and elevation symbolizing the divide between the two groups. Even in death, the division remained. The main family's burial grounds were separate from those of the branch family. Because the main family's Byakugan did not decay immediately after death and could only rot over time, their burial ground was located at the heart of the Hyuga compound to prevent body theft. The branch family's burial ground, however, was at the outer edges of the compound. Hyuga Miyuki stood before her parents' graves and bowed deeply. Forgive me, father, mother. Even if my hands must be stained with the blood of my own clan, I won't let our people remain on their knees. Ah, Miyuki, visiting your parents again? A voice and the sound of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. She turned her head, nodding lightly. Fuji-kun, it's been a while. The familiar voice belonged to a fellow Hyuga clan member who had once fought alongside her during the Mist Battlefield campaign. In her memory, he was one of the few branch family special jonin known for his exceptional strength and relentless determination. Most importantly, he had never shown favoritism toward the main family. Hyuga Miyuki folded her hands in front of her abdomen and watched quietly as Hyuga Fuji placed a bouquet of flowers before her parents' graves. After clasping his hands together in prayer, Fuji straightened and turned to Miyuki, who asked softly, Fuji-kun, are you also worried about today's caged bird branding ceremony? Yes, Fuji replied calmly, his tone measured. But what worries me more is the Hokage's decision. Miyuki let out a small sigh of relief before furrowing her brows. It was true. Things had been far too quiet. Even though the perpetrator hadn't been found, the Hokage and his advisors shouldn't have been so passive. Recently, more and more branch family members had taken action. While the higher-ups had suppressed the news, rumors were beginning to spread in the streets. Yet the Hokage's response had been limited to increasing nighttime patrols, deploying more Anbu, and attempting to reduce casualties. Although these measures had made her operation slightly more challenging, they only bothered her because she wasn't yet ready to target her allies. So far, all her victims had been those loyal to the main family. Now, with her Byakugan's evolution nullifying the caged bird's effects on her, she had begun considering turning her focus directly onto the main family. This eerie silence from the leadership unnerved her. Surely nothing will happen, Miyuki murmured, running a hand over the caged bird seal hidden beneath her headband. Perhaps the Hokage merely hopes we'll resolve our differences internally. Fuji noticed the confidence and resolute determination in her eyes. His brow twitched as he realized her intentions. Did she plan to kill the main family and defect? Now that her strength had grown, and with the belief that the caged bird couldn't affect her, was she planning to use force to settle everything? It was so. Typical of how things unfolded in the shinobi world. Sasaori of the Red Sand, a puppet master, assassinated the third Kazekage in his youth to create a human puppet. Once grown, he roamed arrogantly, destroying nations and challenging his own grandmother. Nagato endured humiliation to assemble the 6 paths of pain and seek revenge against Hanzo, but later attacked Hidden Leaf village by himself, destroying the village. Even Conan, who secretly amassed billions of explosive tags as a countermeasure against Obito, failed to seek allies like Naruto for her plan. In the shinobi world, the pattern was clear: when weak, they endured; when they felt strong, they acted recklessly, believing force could solve everything. Where did such confidence come from? Shaking his head slightly, Fuji silently added Miyuki to a growing list of cautionary examples, alongside Nagato and the others. Even with the 8 gates open, Might Guy could easily destroy this body Fuji currently possessed. He had no illusions of invincibility like those above. Miyuki, have you been paying attention to the whispers in the village? His name is everywhere. Miyuki looked at him in confusion as Fuji turned his gaze upward to the blue sky. Hidden Leaf Village's sun has returned. Chapter 12, The Hokage resigns. A step backward to move forward near Hidden Leaf Village's gates, a squad of ninjas returning from the battlefield was greeted by cheering villagers lining the streets. Are those the heroes who destroyed Kanabi Bridge and forced the Hidden Stone to retreat? I knew it. With Minato-sama leading, the village was bound to win. Now only the mist remained stubborn. This war is about to end. I wish I could have been part of that mission alongside Minato-sama. News of the squad's success had spread from the Hokage's office to the civilian population. After defeating the Hidden Cloud, Minato no Mikaze had once again led Hidden Leaf Village to victory. Talk of impending peace filled the air, and excitement was palpable. Of course, not all discussions were about the war effort. Minato-sama is so handsome. Minato-sama is mine, you shameless woman. Huh? With your looks? Get out of here, bird's nest. I told you to stop calling me that nickname. Walking amidst the cheers, Minato wore his signature sunny smile as he led Rin and Kakashi. However, upon hearing some of the bizarre comments, his smile turned into a fatally awkward expression. Hokage-sama, I know this is to boost morale, but this level of enthusiasm is a bit overwhelming, he thought to himself, suppressing a sigh. Doing his best to ignore the faint trace of bubbling red chakra from a certain direction, Minato straightened his expression and continued toward the end of the path. There, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood, his face brimming with satisfaction. Minato, you've done well. Minato gestured behind him, pulling his two somber-faced students forward. The credit goes to Kakashi and the others. And Obito. His voice faltered as he glanced at the expressions of Kakashi and Rin, their visible grief making him sigh deeply. Patting their heads gently in comfort, Minato turned to Hiruzen and said, Third Hokage-sama, they've been through a lot. Let them rest for now. That won't be necessary. At Minato's confused look, Hiruzen smiled and shook his head. Today is an important day for you, Minato. As your students, they should witness it. Now, hold out your hands. Still puzzled, Minato extended his hands. To his shock, and to the astonishment of the surrounding crowd, Hiruzen removed the Hokage's hat and placed it in Minato's hands. I originally planned to hand over the reins of Hidden Leaf Village to you after the war was over, Hiruzen said softly, his tone reflective. But I believe now is the perfect time. Turning to the gathered villagers, he raised his voice. As the third Hokage, I nominate Minato no Mikaze to succeed me as the fourth Hokage. This proposal has already been approved by the daimyo. Now, to all of you standing here. Do you accept? For a brief moment, the crowd fell silent. Then, an earth-shaking cheer erupted. Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage! Minato's legend had already been spreading through Hidden Leaf Village for months, ever since the Hidden Cloud battle. He was the man who forced the newly crowned fourth Raikage to retreat, earning the enemy's grim acknowledgement as a shinobi so powerful that encountering him was cause to abandon a mission. There was no opposition. Hidden Leaf Village, weary from war, needed a new Hokage. A strong, young Hokage. Minato, you are the hope of the village, Hiruzen said warmly. Take on this responsibility. Third Hokage-sama. Minato stared at him in disbelief, his mind swirling with the crowd's chants. The Hokage. He was to become the fourth Hokage. The sunshine returned to Minato's face as he smiled brightly, placing the hat on his head. I will bring Hidden Leaf Village final victory in the name of the Hokage. The cheering of the villagers reached a deafening crescendo at that moment. In stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere surrounding the Hokage succession, the Hyuga compound was deathly quiet. A large number of Hyuga ninjas had gathered in an open field, looking up at the figure on the platform in confusion. It wasn't the Hyuga clan head standing there. It was the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why was he here? Wasn't this supposed to be the location for the rebranding of the new caged bird seals? I understand your confusion, Hiruzen began, his voice loud and clear. What stands before you is not my physical body but a shadow clone. He paused, letting his words sink in as his gaze swept across the many Byakugan watching him. I have failed as Hokage. The crowd murmured in surprise. During my tenure, I failed to handle relations with the other 5 nations properly, leaving Hidden Leaf Village to face repeated encirclements. Even within the village, I failed to manage relationships among comrades. A simple apology cannot undo the damage caused, but as your Hokage, I bear undeniable responsibility for what has transpired. Hiruzen bowed deeply, his voice heavy with remorse. I am sorry. Truly sorry. The branch family ninjas stared at him in a daze, unaccustomed to such a sight. A Hokage bowing and apologizing to them. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. Hyuga Miyuki, however, fixed her gaze on Hiruzen, her heart sinking further. The new caged bird seal was developed through the efforts of many ninjas, with Tsunade and myself overseeing its final revisions. I can assure you, this version of the seal cannot be used to harm its bearer. It will truly serve to protect the Byakugan. A commotion broke out among the branch family ninjas. Many began to smile, hope dawning in their expressions. A mother, holding her young child close, let tears stream down her face. This is wonderful. So wonderful. Hiruzen remained bowed. Today, this unworthy Hokage will officially step down. The new Hokage, Minato no Mikaze. The yellow flash of Hidden Leaf Village. will take my place. Whether you belong to the branch family or the main family, you are all part of Hidden Leaf Village. I hope that under his guidance, you will truly integrate into the village." One after another, Hiruzen's declarations fell like blessings upon the branch family, leaving them feeling as though they were dreaming. Minato Namikaze was no stranger to the branch family. In the early stages of the War with the Mist, the battlefield commander had been Minato's mentor, Jiraiya. And thanks to the flying Raijin Jutsu's mobility, Minato had frequently served as reinforcement during the early stages of the Third Shinobi War, earning the admiration of many branch family members who had fought alongside him. That radiant young man, as warm as the sun itself? If it was him. A branch family Jonin stepped forward and bowed toward the platform. "Hokage-sama, please don't belittle yourself. You are the first Hokage to bring us any change." "Thank you." The two Hokage before Hiruzen had never done as much. "Yes, Hokage-sama, please lift your head. I'm willing to accept the revised caged bird seal." "That's right, third Hokage-sama, please raise your head. We will discuss things with the main family." One by one, more and more branch family members stepped forward to express their forgiveness. Hyuga Miyuki clenched her fists tightly, a sense of despair washing over her. Why did they forgive so easily? Did they really think loosening the leash slightly was enough? The third Hokage hadn't even mentioned removing the seal's ability to control life and death. Sharing her sentiments was another figure in the crowd. Hyuga Yuki, the young man who had killed the fourth elder of the main family. Silently, he stared at the third Hokage, his gaze devoid of hope. Fuji had once told him that Hiruzen was secretly researching ways to break the caged bird seal. At the time, Yuki had felt a flicker of hope, believing the Hokage might be on their side. But today's actions made it clear. Hiruzen's efforts had never been for their benefit. Chapter 13, Who Won? What a brilliant move. Taking a step back to advance, Hayashi Hyuga muttered, standing under the shade of a distant tree, his gaze fixed on the third Hokage. He now understood why his father had so suddenly passed the position of clan head to him. To resolve the issue with the branch family, this Hokage had already taken calculated steps. By positioning the ninjas returning from the Hidden Cloud battlefield into various units, he had them naturally spread the legend of the fourth Hokage, laying the groundwork for his own resignation. Then today, under the guise of stepping down, he granted the branch family a favor. Could the branch family resent him for his earlier inaction? No. What the first two Hokage failed to address, the third Hokage had acted on. He even bowed in apology, stepping down from his position for their sake. What was left to resent? And yet, this was all a result of the branch family's own struggle. Some of them had gone so far as to kill members of the main family. If the Hyuga main family didn't want to escalate tensions, they would have to compromise. But the branch family didn't know this. This allowed the third Hokage to extend an act of grace. With just a slight loosening of their chains, many branch members would feel deeply grateful. After all, no one truly believed the caged bird seal could be broken. The branch family, accustomed to the seal, couldn't imagine the main family ever willingly removing it. As for the main family, the third Hokage's decision to avoid aggressively pursuing the culprits, acting indifferent, may have been a subtle way of pressuring them into cooperating with him. Now the branch family respected him, and the main family owed him a debt. The once reticent Hyuga clan had been pulled onto the third Hokage's chessboard. A masterful strategy. Of course, this also meant the third Hokage couldn't openly pursue the culprits to avoid angering the branch family, thus wasting his efforts. But the rogue branch family members were now equally constrained. Many branch members were already satisfied. If those rogue members continued acting out, they might lose the support of their kin. At that point, the third Hokage could crush them with impunity. As Hiruzen Sarutobi straightened after the branch family's expressions of forgiveness and cast a smiling glance in his direction, Hayashi took a deep breath. "Hisashi, it's our turn now. From now on, things will be as they were, just like the past. Close and harmonious." Hyuga Hisashi's eyes flickered as he stared at the Hokage on the platform. Will it really be the same? Hayashi didn't respond, stepping forward instead. Their ascent to their new positions symbolized the main family's compromise. This would further extinguish the branch family's simmering rage that had endured for centuries. Hayashi didn't know if this was the right path. All he knew was, he had no other choice. As Hayashi and Hisashi climbed the platform, Hyuga Miyuki closed her eyes and turned to leave. She didn't want to watch, didn't want to see the satisfied expressions on her fellow clansmen's faces. The branch family hadn't won. What was there to celebrate? Just as she turned, a hand reached out from the crowd and grabbed her arm. She frowned and turned her head. It was Hyuga Fuji. The boy, about her age, wore a smile that matched those of the people around him. But his eyes were devoid of any warmth. He listened intently to Hayashi and Hisashi's speech about bringing new hope to the Hyuga, then released her arm. During this brief exchange, Fuji made several subtle hand gestures. They were mist battlefield signals. The mist village's hidden mist jutsu often obscured visibility, so Hyuga ninjas had developed sets of hand signals to discreetly convey enemy positions to their comrades. The enemy is at 8 o'clock. Hyuga Miyuki immediately understood the meaning behind the gesture and calmed herself. Her face softened into a gentle smile. Yes, this was the perfect opportunity. A chance to observe how many in the branch family harbored deep resentment toward the main family. What's wrong with me? Had I grown so indifferent to others' suspicion because I was planning to take everything upon myself and defect? Have I even lost my basic sense of caution? Steeling herself, Miyuki shot Fuji a glance filled with gratitude and apology. The main family would undoubtedly begin monitoring those who still harbored resentment, dealing with them in due time. Fuji's warning carried some risk. Her earlier expressions and movements might already have been noticed. Ignoring Miyuki's glance, Fuji scanned the crowd, observing everyone's expressions with his Byakugan. Those who smiled sincerely were quickly excluded from his mental list. The rest were etched into his memory. Surprisingly many. About 30 people, huh? I guess I owe Orochimaru for this. After a long while, Hayashi finally declared, "Let the rebranding of the new caged bird seal begin." Back at home, Hyuga Fuji sat at his desk, writing names on a blank scroll. These were the branch members he had identified earlier. Standing behind him, Hyuga Makiyaku, now an impure world reincarnation summon, glared at the scroll with barely contained fury. "You plan to rally them against Hidden Leaf Village and the main family?" Makiyaku couldn't interact directly with the world of the living, but he recognized the individuals listed. These were the disgruntled branch members Fuji had identified through his perspective. "They're qualified," Fuji replied indifferently. "Compared to those still lost in their dream of freedom, these ones have woken up." Impure world reincarnation truly had countless uses. It could summon the dead for battle, serve as a tool for research, and even aid in reconnaissance. Earlier that morning, Fuji had relied on Impure World Reincarnation to freely gather information. Impure World Reincarnation allowed the caster to share the vision of the reanimated shinobi. By summoning Hyuga Makiyaku, a Kage-level figure, and strategically placing him in advance, Fuji had been able to observe the scene as though through the Byakugan. After all, the Byakugan's distinctive activation was far too conspicuous for Fuji to use in such a setting. As for the names on the scroll, these were individuals he deemed useful for his purposes. If his future plans required expendable tools, they would be at the top of the list. "So calm, as if you've already won. Wasn't your plan effortlessly dismantled by that brat Hiruzen?" Makiyaku sneered. As the Hyuga clan head who had led the family into Hidden Leaf Village, Makiyaku still regarded Hiruzen as a junior. One nicknamed Monkey by the second Hokage. "I wasn't even aware I had a plan for this incident," Fuji replied with a chuckle. "If helping an experimental subject cover their tracks and harvesting some ocular power counts as a plan, then I'd say I executed it flawlessly." Makiyaku continued sneering, as if watching a stubborn loser refuse to admit defeat. "Wasn't your goal to free the branch family from the caged bird seal and turn them against the main family? While I do need the branch family to break free of the seal, my aims are different from what you imagine." Fuji put away the scroll of names and retrieved another one containing his chakra research notes. Forming a summoning seal, he called forth a white viper. The snake glanced at the scroll Fuji handed it and swallowed it in one gulp before disappearing. Watching the viper vanish, Fuji smiled faintly. "I never intended to be the branch family's savior. I simply need a group of supporters who can be useful when necessary." He wasn't some unrepentant villain, but he certainly wasn't a saint. Helping the branch family break free of the caged bird seal would come at a price. Besides, do you really think Hiruzen Sarutobi or Minato no Mikaze has won? Makiyaku's expression froze as Fuji's quiet laughter echoed in the room. "The person who pushed for Minato to become Hokage was me." Makiyaku's rigid expression turned to shock. Fuji chuckled softly. "With the Sannin still around, how do you think Hiruzen managed to bypass them and place Minato directly in the Hokage's seat?" Chapter 14, The organization shall be called Avengers. Mist Battlefield, Hidden Leaf Village Command Center. Hidden Stones Village has already surrendered. Reinforcements from the village will arrive in a few days. The war's end is not far off. Orochimaru gazed at the gathered Jonin, his tone calm. At this final juncture, there must be no complacency. The Jonin visibly relaxed and responded in unison, "Understood." "Good." Orochimaru nodded. "You may leave." After the Jonin exited the tent, Orochimaru took out a map and studied it for a moment. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Poof! With a puff of white smoke, A white viper appeared before him, its tongue flicking. The viper opened its mouth and spat out a scroll. Orochimaru smiled as he picked up the scroll and unrolled it to read. Inside were some speculations about chakra written by Hyuga Fuji. Though not particularly valuable, the notes were indeed useful for Orochimaru's research. All this over a mere letter of recommendation for Minato no Mikaze? Fuji-kun, you're too polite. The greatest obstacle to Minato becoming Hokage was the Sannin. Their credentials far exceeded his. However, Tsunade and Jiraiya had both refused the Hokage position. The only one who hadn't explicitly declined was Orochimaru. Thus, when Orochimaru delivered the letter recommending Minato no Mikaze to the third Hokage, as Fuji had requested, certain outcomes were already set in motion. My teacher has always cared about my stance. But deep down, haven't you already chosen Minato? You've been tirelessly working to bolster Minato's image, helping him accumulate political capital. The next generation of the Inoshikacho trio, who have long been allied with the Sarutobi clan, are all Minato's comrades. How meticulous of you. But perhaps you don't truly wish to relinquish the Hokage seat just yet. It's simply that circumstances force your hand. Orochimaru shook his head and incinerated the scroll with flames. This time, the Hyuga main family didn't win. Their secretive caged bird seal had fallen into many hands, and they'd even lost some control over the Branch family. The Branch family didn't win either. They failed to completely resolve the issue of the caged bird seal. And the third Hokage? On the surface, he seemed to have handled this incident perfectly, but his hasty retirement and the self-imposed blame he shouldered left a significant impact. At first glance, the one who gained the most was Minato no Mikaze, achieving the Hokage position while solidifying his power through the mist battlefield. But is that truly the case? To make Minato Hokage, what are you planning, Fuji-kun? There's no such thing as coincidence in this world, only inevitability composed of countless, hard-to-observe variables. Just like how you don't know what I'll say next. But that's only because you don't know. I, of course, am perfectly clear. Hyuga Fuji rose and walked toward the door. If I tell you, that variable becomes a certainty. In that case, you'll gain a glimpse of a small fragment of the future. And as it happens, many of the so-called variables in the world of the Hokage were, for Fuji, certainties. In other words, a preordained future. The Branch family has found hope. So, when that fragile hope is torn apart, what will happen? Hyuga Fuji turned back to look at Hyuga Miyu. His face, obscured by the house's shadow, was difficult to discern. Expectation? Perhaps not. Hyuga Fuji muttered to himself. How similar it all is. The Uchiha now are just like the Hyuga at this moment, dreaming sweet dreams. The clan leader is a close friend of the newly appointed Hokage. The clan leader's wife is a confidant of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In this generation, the Uchiha have established a foundation for entering the upper echelons. But alas, this sweet dream will vanish, turning into the Uchiha's nightmare. And what of the Hyuga? Turning and stepping out of his home, Hyuga Fuji suddenly stopped and glanced toward the shadows near the house. What do you want? From the shadows emerged Hyuga Yuki, who bowed his head and pleaded, Fuji-sama. No, Lord Fuji. I need your help. I need power. Hyuga Fuji looked at him, his expression unreadable. Come inside. Without waiting for Yuki's reply, Fuji opened the door and entered. From afar, Hyuga Miyu observed the scene using the Byakugan, then concealed himself. Yes. Hyuga Yuki followed with visible excitement. Once inside the living room, Hyuga Fuji turned and asked, Why seek me out? Because you're the strongest ninja of the Branch family. Being able to deduce that the Hokage was working to unravel the caged bird seal and infiltrate the main family's core territory with ease, Hyuga Fuji was, in Yuki's eyes, the most powerful among the Branch family. After a brief pause, Yuki added, And I believe you're trustworthy. The others, many of the Branch family members, are merely caged birds. At these last three words, Yuki clenched his teeth. Those people were slaves in spirit. Even if the caged bird seal were removed, they would never be truly free. Oh? And you think you're different? Hyuga Fuji chuckled. If I hadn't given you the information, would you have even dreamed of completely removing the caged bird seal? Probably not. Hyuga Yuki fell silent but quickly firmed his resolve. But I will continue to resist, to find a way to break the caged bird seal completely, and lead all who are willing to fight alongside me. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Hyuga Fuji narrowed his own and murmured, barely qualified. Passionate, yet rational. Courageous, yet willing to act. Most importantly, not an idealist. Huh? Qualified? Before Yuki could react, he saw Hyuga Fuji retrieve a scroll and toss it to him. This is the power you seek. The power to make the Branch family stand tall, even to sever the Hyuga clan from Hidden Leaf village itself. Hyuga Yuki stared at Fuji in disbelief, then at the scroll in his hands. To sever the Hyuga from Hidden Leaf village? How could that be possible? You don't believe me? Fuji asked flatly. No, that's not it. Yuki quickly shook his head. It's just. It feels a bit unreal. In his mind, Fuji was at most second only to the Hokage in strength. For him to suddenly claim such an extraordinary possibility naturally felt unbelievable. Believe it or don't. It's up to you. Fuji said, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Wait, Lord Fuji. Yuki took a deep breath and bowed deeply. My companions and I have formed an organization with the goal of helping the branch family rise. Please, join us as well. A heavy silence settled. Just as Yuki began to feel anxious and sneak a glance at Fuji, the latter spoke. What's the name of your organization? Yuki's face lit up with excitement, though he scratched his head awkwardly. We haven't decided yet, but since our goal is freedom and vengeance against the main family. How about Avengers? You can leave now. Fuji cut him off coldly after hearing just 3 words, driving him out of the house. Outside, Yuki stood dumbfounded. What was wrong with that name? Scratching his head in frustration, he couldn't figure it out and eventually left with the scroll. When he returned home and read through the entire contents of the scroll, the 13-year-old boy froze in place, his emotions in turmoil. It was a history of how the Hyuga's distant relatives, the Otsutsuki main family, had been annihilated by the branch family. Chapter 15, The Shadow Guard. Hyuga Fuji stood beneath the Hokage Tower, glancing up before stepping inside. In a short time, much had changed here. Some familiar shinobi had left, and unfamiliar faces had taken their place. The person sitting in the Hokage's office was no longer an aging elder but a young man. During wartime, everything was kept simple. There was no Hokage inauguration ceremony. Minato no Mikaze had already assumed the position and begun his duties as Hokage. Hokage-sama, I'd like to apply for the Jonin examination, Hyuga Fuji said softly, looking at the bright and cheerful young man before him. Hyuga Fuji, age 15. Completed 4 S-rank missions, 32 A-rank missions, and... As he read through Hyuga Fuji's mission record, Minato no Mikaze furrowed his brow in thought. The promotion to Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village required significant accomplishments or a mission record demonstrating a wide range of skills. However, during wartime, the primary criterion for the Jonin exam was strength. The requirements for missions and achievements could be somewhat relaxed. Even so, Hyuga Fuji's record was already at an average level, so his application posed no issue. What Minato was considering was something else entirely. The 3rd Hokage asked me to stabilize the Hyuga clan. Should I choose him from the branch family? Minato had already been briefed by the 3rd Hokage on recent events in the village and had no objections to the decision to appease the Hyuga. The branch family needed to fully integrate into the village, while the main family was still recovering from a heavy blow. This was the perfect time to stabilize the situation. If handled well, it could also help maintain the village's internal balance. To achieve this, he needed to assign Hyuga Fuji to an appropriate position. One neither too high nor too low, but one that would allow the Hyuga's abilities to shine. Minato's eyes lit up. A perfect position had come to mind, though it was only suitable for the branch family. A Shadow Guard. A team that every new Hokage was expected to form. The Shadow Guard had direct communication with the Hokage and guarded them personally, a position that in itself symbolized trust. Moreover, it was a tradition among villages to place future Hokage candidates in the Shadow Guard. The 3rd Hokage had once been a member of the 2nd Hokage's Shadow Guard, and the 4th Kazekage had served as a bodyguard for the 3rd Kazekage. This position would perfectly convey the village's recognition of the branch family's importance. Minato thought to himself, since that's the case, I'll hold the Shadow Guard selection after the Jonin exam. However, Minato quickly frowned. Shadow Guards were typically strong, with some even being Hokage candidates. This was because only shinobi of such caliber could truly protect the Hokage. Otherwise, if they encountered a powerful enemy, would the Hokage have to protect them? Hyuga Fuji's Byakugan was undoubtedly valuable and could compensate for any lack of strength. Moreover, assigning him as a guard to appease the Hyuga would likely gain the approval of the 3rd Hokage and the advisors. But for the others, if their strength wasn't up to par, it might not work. Still, after considering his own combat style, Minato felt that placing exceptionally strong individuals in his Shadow Guard would be a waste. As my guards, if they can't keep up with me in battle, there's no point. With this in mind, Minato had an idea. Huh? The Jonin exam? At the Akiraku ramen stand, Hyuga Miyuki waited for her ramen, surprised. Fuji-kun is going to officially become a Jonin? Hyuga Fuji nodded beside her. I think I'm ready. Really? That's great. Miyuki's face showed a hint of envy. If not for that scroll, how long would it take her to achieve Jonin level strength? She didn't know, but it certainly wouldn't have been quick. Then today, it's not just to thank you. I'll also wish you success on your exam. Realizing this, Miyuki awkwardly glanced at the Akiraku owner. Though Akiraku ramen was delicious, using it as a celebratory treat felt a bit odd. It's fine, Fuji said, noticing Miyuki's hesitation. I like Akiraku ramen, too. This was, after all, a shop personally endorsed by Naruto himself. Fuji had tried it long ago and found the taste excellent. Alright. As their ramen was served, Miyuki took her bowl and nodded slightly. I'll prepare a proper gift later. After Fuji-kun passes the exam. For now. She could only do so much, and fleeing wasn't an option. As expected, some members of her clan had indeed been placed under surveillance by the main family. Thanks to Fuji's timely warning, Miyuki herself wasn't being monitored, but that also meant she'd missed any chance to act. The fourth Hokage, with his Flying Thunder God technique. He was a difficult opponent. She wasn't afraid of death, but now wasn't the time to die. As the only member of the branch family currently unafraid of the caged bird seal, her death, especially in an attempt to kill off the main family, would leave the branch family without any safety net. After all, the third Hokage and Tsunade also had control over the caged bird seal's mechanism. Until the seal was removed, she couldn't trust anyone else. Feeling frustrated, Miyuki turned her dismay into appetite, quickly finishing her food. Fuji watched as empty bowls piled up in front of Miyuki, then glanced at the 3 bowls in front of him, lost in thought. Does the evolution of the Byakugan increase appetite? No, that doesn't make sense. My own appetite hasn't changed. So, it's just natural? She even relied on food pills during missions. I never noticed this before. Noticing Fuji's odd gaze, Miyuki froze mid-action, her face reddening slightly. My father and I both have big appetites, I must have inherited it from my grandfather. My appetite's actually not that bad. My cousin. Her appetite is even bigger than mine. When she mentioned her cousin, Miyuki's expression gradually became calm, as if unwilling to elaborate. Fuji tactfully didn't ask further, though he already had an answer in mind. Her cousin was likely from the main family. In the Hyuga clan, if the main family had 2 children in one generation, one would be branded with a caged bird seal and become part of the branch family. This policy limited the main family's size. The other child would remain in the main family, typically possessing greater talent. Based on Miyuki's description, her branch became part of the branch family, while her cousin's branch remained in the main family. Still, a main family member close to Miyuki's age with an even larger appetite. It wasn't hard to imagine. Smiling, Fuji said, a big appetite is a blessing. It means your body's natural energy reserves are high, and your chakra capacity won't be small. That's a great advantage for a ninja. Chakra was formed by combining physical and spiritual energy in a specific ratio. If physical energy was abundant and spiritual energy could match it, one's chakra reserves would be substantial. Miyuki blinked in surprise, then smiled. Fuji-kun, your perspective is always so unique. Most people would think it's strange for a girl to eat so much. It's just 10 bowls. Fuji's gaze drifted toward the stacked bowls on the table. I've seen someone eat far more. An akimaki? Miyuki asked, puzzled. No, Fuji replied, shaking his head as he walked out of the shop. It was your cousin's daughter. Miyuki silently paid the bill, then quickly caught up. She's not even married yet. How could she have a daughter? Fuji replied, you didn't deny that her daughter would have a bigger appetite than you. Well, I've already considered that. Her whole branch is like that. Huge appetites. Aside from their build, they're even more like the Akimaki than the actual Akimaki clan. Miyuki glanced downward, catching sight of her own feet. She muttered softly, still, it's something to envy. Fuji paused briefly but quickly resumed walking, maintaining a neutral expression as if he hadn't heard. Envy what? If Hinata's mother was like Hinata, then sure, that's enviable. But honestly, you're not far behind yourself. Chapter 16, Dai and Hyuga Fuji. A few days later, as usual, Hyuga Fuji created 3 shadow clones to divide his tasks. One worked on experiments underground, another trained in ninjutsu in an underground training hall, and the last studied the various pieces of knowledge he had collected. 3 clones had proven to be the optimal number over years of trial and error. Any more, and the accumulated fatigue would severely reduce his training efficiency the next day. Meanwhile, Fuji's true body went into the forest to focus on taijutsu training. Shadow clones could provide experience but couldn't enhance physical strength. Unlocking the next gate of the 8 gates required personal effort. His training method was modeled after Guy's self-discipline. This was, after all, The man who almost kicked the series finale into existence. His training methods were certainly worth adopting. So long as Fuji didn't shout out loud like Guy, there was nothing embarrassing about it. Fuji. Training like this has no soul. As Hyuga Fuji was sweating profusely, doing one-handed push-ups, a booming shout filled the air alongside the sharp sound of something cutting through the wind. Reacting instantly, Fuji pushed off with his hand and feet, moving several meters back in an instant to dodge a fierce incoming kick. Guy, warning your opponent before attacking is a bad habit. Hyuga Fuji looked toward the spot he had just vacated, where a figure clad in green spandex stood. That kind of thing could cost you your life on the battlefield. You're absolutely right, Guy. Burning youth must also be tempered with timing. On the battlefield, you can't afford to slip up. Another figure stepped out from behind a tree, similarly dressed in green spandex and sporting thick eyebrows. Might die. Crossing his arms, he nodded seriously, as if imparting wisdom to his son. If one ignored their matching outfits, it might even seem like Dai was genuinely educating his child, rather than barreling ahead on some eccentric path. I understand, father. Guy grinned widely, giving his father a thumbs up. Youth allows no room for failure. Guy. Dai looked at his son, tears welling in his eyes. Well said. For the sake of youth, we'll run 10 laps around Hidden Leaf Village today. Guy, oh. Hyuga Fuji watched the duo with an indescribable expression, raising a hand to his forehead in exasperation. In Hidden Leaf Village, these two were sometimes the most challenging people for him to communicate with. Too passionate? That said, interacting with them was strangely easygoing. A small smile tugged at Fuji's lips as he asked, Teacher, you didn't come all this way just for training, did you? No, Dai said, shaking his finger side to side, it's precisely for training. You've been back for nearly half a year now, and Guy and I have never seen you train here. I need to assess whether your skills have declined. Guy. Flashing his pearly white teeth in response to his father, Might Guy once again assumed a fighting stance facing Fuji. Let's have a passionate battle of youth. Hyuga Fuji narrowed his eyes. Guy, I'm currently a Takebutsu Jonin. I've recently submitted my application for the Jonin exam to Hokage-sama. Your rival, Kakashi, became a Jonin a long time ago. You haven't kept up with us. If you want to fight me, at the very least, you'll need to become a Jonin first. Guy froze mid-motion, dropping his stance and nodding in agreement. You're right. Although challenging a Jonin sets my heart ablaze, without the proper title, I can't earn your acknowledgement, can I? Fine. I'll become a Jonin as soon as possible. By then, you can't refuse my challenge. Start by running 10 laps around the village. If you stop midway, you'll have to do 20 laps as punishment. Watching as Fuji sent Guy off with just a few words, Might Dai stood silently. Truly skilled at handling Guy. Teacher Dai, I'm sorry. Some things have been happening in my clan, and I didn't want to involve you. Fuji walked over to Dai, his tone apologetic. Ah, you mean the incident where Hyuga clan members were killed? Dai scratched his head, glancing briefly at his son, who was now enthusiastically running laps. He asked in mild confusion, the higher-ups said it was caused by foreign spies, didn't they? Fuji shook his head. It's more complicated than that. Hokage-sama has personally intervened. Dai immediately understood and refrained from asking further, instead smiling warmly. You're about to become a Jonin. You'll have to work even harder from now on. His tone showed no doubt that Fuji would pass the exam. At 15 years old, Fuji was already a Takebutsu Jonin. Unlike himself. A lifelong Genin. Dai knew Fuji was destined to become a Jonin. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Fuji replied with a smile. A Genin who can't use ninjutsu. What could I possibly teach you? Dai shook his head, though there was pride in his voice. You and Guy have already surpassed me. In terms of strength, not yet, Fuji replied. Hidden Leaf Village had a reputation for having the strongest Genin, especially those who never advanced to Chunin. They were often the most extraordinary. In terms of raw strength, the only ones in Hidden Leaf Village who posed a lethal threat to him now were Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato no Mikaze, and Might Dai. The rest, even the so-called Professor Third Hokage, were not truly dangerous to him. After all, Fuji knew the abilities and trump cards of all Hidden Leaf Village's strongest shinobi. But they didn't know his. If the village's Chunin exams didn't assess all aspects of a ninja's abilities, you wouldn't still be a Genin, Fuji said sincerely. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist probably cursed this fact before they died. A Genin capable of killing Kage-level opponents. Only Hidden Leaf Village could produce something like that. Ha ha ha. It makes me happy to hear such praise from my student, but I do have many shortcomings. The 8 Gates formation is still a forbidden jutsu, after all. Dai laughed heartily, his teeth flashing in the sunlight like eyes. Do your best in the Jonin exam. Don't let overconfidence trip you up. I'll prepare the best gift to celebrate your success. Fuji glanced at Dai's green spandex outfit with a complicated expression, forcing a smile. Thank you, teacher. He hoped it wasn't what he was imagining. Alright, enough chit-chat. You sent Guy off because you wanted me to personally train you, didn't you? Dai placed one hand behind his back, making a gesture to invite a fight. Come on, let's have a fiery match of youth. Fuji's gaze sharpened as green energy flared around his body. If he was going to become a Jonin, there was no need to hide certain abilities too deeply. So long as his power was displayed within a controllable range, the third Hokage wouldn't act against the Hyuga branch family. Moreover, with the fourth Hokage now in power, the third wouldn't meddle unnecessarily. You can already open the gate of pain? Dai's expression grew serious as a similar green aura surrounded his body. Looks like this will be a passionate battle indeed. As the words fell, Dai and Fuji locked eyes and vanished from their positions simultaneously. In an instant, the forest echoed with the sounds of fierce clashes. The sheer force of their strikes snapped trees as though they were twigs. Under their relentless onslaught, the forest was soon left in ruins. Hyuga Fuji carefully observed Dai's movements with his Byakugan, occasionally adjusting his own techniques based on the guidance Dai deliberately provided. Slowly, Fuji absorbed and integrated Dai's strengths. Dai wasn't just his teacher for the 8 gates. His decades of relentless taijutsu training had given him a wealth of experience and techniques. Exactly what Fuji needed to learn. Chapter 17, Yakamaru Uchiha Kekkei Genkais really are convenient, Dai thought to himself, sensing Hyuga Fuji's progress. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, the green steam around his body intensifying. But it seems I can't teach you much with just the Gate of Pain. Let me show you this move instead. 8 gates released formation, the 6th inner gate, the Gate of View, open. As the Gate of View opened, flames wrapped around Dai's fists. Fuji's pupils contracted as he immediately leapt several meters back to avoid the incoming attack. Morning Peacock. The fiery barrage of punches enveloped the area, leaving nothing unscathed. So this is the move Dai taught to Guy? It's as terrifying as I expected. Hyuga Fuji thought to himself. Guy, after unlocking the 6th gate, could go toe-to-toe with Kisame. Using just the Hidden Leaf Village strong fist style and the Gate of Pain, Fuji wouldn't be able to withstand such a devastating move from the Gate of View. Fuji, you're only 15 years old. In the future, you'll definitely be able to open the Gate of View, but I can't say the same for the 7th gate. Dai looked at Fuji with a solemn expression. I'll teach you all the taijutsu techniques I've created. Whether you can use them will depend on you. Yes. Fuji nodded seriously. The two trained together until late into the night before going their separate ways. The next day, Hyuga Fuji received a notification from the Anbu. The Jonin exam would take place in 1 day. As a village's elite force, Jonin were a crucial measure of its military strength. Due to the ongoing war, excluding Takebutsu Jonin, Hidden Leaf Village had only about 100 active Jonin remaining. Each one was a squad leader and a core figure. In critical situations, these Jonin could even act as commanders for an entire battlefield, underscoring their strength and importance. On the day of the exam, Hyuga Fuji was escorted by the Anbu to an underground training facility. When he arrived, 20 other participants were already there. Fuji quietly observed the group. He recognized most of them, though only because he had gathered intel on their abilities. The only unfamiliar face was a young man wearing the Uchiha clan crest. As Fuji glanced toward him, the Uchiha youth quickly noticed and turned to see a pair of Byakugan staring back at him. Hyuga, huh? The boy's expression visibly darkened, and he sneered, so your clan is doing fine now? You even have time to participate in the Jonin exam? The recent internal troubles of the Hyuga clan had caused no small amount of trouble for the Hidden Leaf Village police force. Some Hyuga clan members' bodies hadn't been discovered by the patrol units in time, leading to civilians stumbling upon the scenes. The police force had to clean up the aftermath. Yet the culprit was never caught, and the higher-ups showed no intention of pursuing the matter further. This had irritated the Uchiha members of the police force for some time. Fuji stared at the youth for a moment before shifting his gaze elsewhere, ignoring him entirely. You. The blatant disregard only made the Uchiha boy angrier. Still, his impression of the Hyuga branch family as a group of gloomy introverts made him feel it was to be expected. With a disgruntled huff, he muttered, Humphrey. It won't matter how much you observe. The Jonin exam is all about strength. Weaklings have no place here. I'm Yakamaru Uchiha, a Takebutsu Jonin. Pray you don't run into me. Fuji, who had initially planned to ignore him, paused for a moment, his expression turning slightly strange. He turned back to look at him. Yakamaru Uchiha. What, you've heard of me? Yukimaru, seeing Fuji respond, looked somewhat pleased. Crossing his arms, he said, you look about 15 years old. This must be your first time taking the Jonin exam, right? If you face me, you won't even have the chance to showcase your skills, let alone become a Takebutsu Jonin. Hidden Leaf Village didn't hold separate exams for Takebutsu Jonin. Since Takebutsu Jonin specialized in a particular area but lacked the overall capability to be full Jonin, there was no need for a dedicated exam. Instead, during the Jonin exam, the abilities of eliminated candidates were recorded, and suitable individuals were selected for the rank of Takebutsu Jonin. However, if one's performance was too poor, they would remain stuck at the Chunin level. So, if you represent the Hyuga clan well and apologize to me, I might let you off the hook. Fuji remained silent. It was clear that this Yukimaru Uchiha had mistaken him for a mere Chunin. I've never heard of you. I just thought your name sounded similar to Yakumi-san's. Yukimaru. That name suited an Uchiha all too well. Whoever named him had remarkable foresight. Yakumi uncle? Yukimaru frowned, his arrogant demeanor fading as he scrutinized Fuji. You were on the mist battlefield? Yakumi Uchiha was a direct subordinate of Fugaku Uchiha, tirelessly assisting him. Originally part of the police force's leadership, Yakumi had been deployed to the mist battlefield alongside Fugaku due to the war effort. Realizing this, Yukimaru's tone softened. If you're Yakumi uncle's comrade, I'll let it slide. If we face each other, I'll go easy on you and give you a chance to show off. You know discussing this before the exam could get you disqualified, right? A warm voice interrupted from behind, causing Yukimaru's expression to freeze. Reluctantly, he turned to see the smiling face of the fourth Hokage. Hokage-sama, I wasn't. I know, Minato replied, still smiling. But underestimating your opponent is a critical mistake, Yukimaru. Minato's gaze shifted to Fuji as he added, Fuji, like you, is a Takebutsu Jonin. Yukimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fuji. A 15-year-old Takebutsu Jonin, on the verge of becoming a full Jonin. A genius not unlike himself. And yet, here he was pretending to be some inexperienced kid. It was absurd. While it wasn't unheard of for Chunin to overestimate themselves and attempt the Jonin exam, any Takebutsu Jonin participating was almost guaranteed to pass. And yet, this Hyuga was observing the Chunin as if wary of them, making Yukimaru assume it was his first attempt. What a lunatic. Ignoring Yukimaru's incredulous gaze, Fuji bowed respectfully. Hokage-sama. For Fuji, observing the Chunin and gathering intel was essential. After all, in a few years, these individuals would be the backbone of Hidden Leaf Village. Minato nodded in response, satisfied with Fuji's vigilance. As expected of someone with battlefield experience. His mindset was entirely different from Yukimaru's. Though Yukimaru was also a Takebutsu Jonin, he was part of the Uchiha who remained in Hidden Leaf Village during the war. Having grown up during the peaceful period between the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, he lacked the same level of mental fortitude. Combined with the inherent arrogance of the Uchiha, it was clear he viewed the exam as a mere formality. But for Shinobi, even a single explosive tag could be a deadly threat. Let alone a Chunin, who was far more dangerous. Underestimating them could easily lead to failure. Minato was reminded of his own experience rescuing Kushina, the shinobi who kidnapped her had similarly underestimated him. Chapter 18, Hyuga Fuji vs Yukimaru Uchiha, Part 1, I understand, Hokage-sama, Hyuga Fuji replied with a nod. Judging by their familiar interaction, was Yukimaru the Uchiha clan's gesture of support for Minato no Mikaze? Shizui was still young, his talents not yet revealed, and Itachi was even further off. This Uchiha Takebutsu Jonin, who was about Fuji's age, seemed to be the most capable of the Uchiha left in Hidden Leaf Village. Aside from his rather inauspicious name. The other shinobi in the area had also noticed Minato no Mikaze's presence, some looking excited, others tense. Seeing this, Minato refrained from further idle talk with the two and instead smiled as he announced the rules. As Yukimaru had said, this exam was a practical test. Through a series of random draws, each participant would face 3 different opponents to showcase their strengths and abilities. After Minato briefly explained the rules, a Jonin proctor appeared on the field. The first match begins now, Nakayama Ryohisa vs Shiranui Gemma. As the announcement fell, 2 figures stayed on the field while the others quickly withdrew to the edges to observe. Yukimaru Uchiha watched the uneventful match for a while, his face cold as he approached Hyuga Fuji. Let's suggest to Hokage-sama that the 2 of us fight directly. Hyuga Fuji looked at Yukimaru, whose eyes gleamed with battle intent. There are only 4 Takebutsu Jonin in this exam. Compared to the other 2, you're more worth fighting. And it'd let me vent some frustration. Fuji raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the fourth Hokage, who was also smiling as he looked at them. A realization dawned in Fuji's mind. No need. We'll face each other eventually. With that, Fuji turned away, perfectly embodying the reserved demeanor typical of the Hyuga branch family. Yakamaru followed his gaze and spotted the fourth Hokage. His expression instantly turned serious as he composed himself. After all, his goal today wasn't just to pass the Jonin exam. It was to catch the fourth Hokage's attention and secure a place in his shadow guard. A Hokage who was close to the Uchiha was a rare opportunity, and they had to seize it at all costs. Soon, both of them were called up for their respective matches. Against Chunin opponents, neither faced much threat and won easily. Then, as the names of the other two Takebutsu Jonin were called for their match, Yakamaru immediately understood what Fuji had meant earlier. Sure enough, after that match concluded, the proctor announced, the next match. Yakamaru Uchiha vs Hyuga Fuji. Yakamaru and Fuji simultaneously used the body flicker jutsu to appear on the field. Whether they were participants who had performed poorly or those confident in their success, all the gathered shinobi were now intrigued. Hyuga vs Uchiha. Two of Hidden Leaf Village's famed dojutsu clans facing off. Even among comrades in the same village, curiosity about the outcome was inevitable. According to protocol, Fuji and Yakamaru formed the seal of confrontation toward each other. The proctor confirmed this, then shouted, "Begin." Before vanishing from the field. 3 Tomoe spun in Yakamaru's Sharingan as he stared at Fuji, feeling the power of his Uchiha bloodline. You've seen the power of the Uchiha on the mist battlefield, haven't you? Now, experience it firsthand. Before he could finish, he stopped. Opposite him, Hyuga Fuji had already closed his eyes. The bulging veins around them were the only sign that his Byakugan was active. Yakamaru froze, and so did the surrounding Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Even Minato couldn't help but show a helpless smile. He hadn't expected this tactic. While his opponent stood stunned, Hyuga Fuji wasted no time. In a flash, he closed the distance between them, his swift and precise gentle fist landing a strike squarely on Yakamaru's chest. With a puff of smoke, Yakamaru vanished. It was a shadow clone. Clang, clang, clang. Several shuriken collided midair, changing their trajectories to form a net that closed in on Fuji from all directions. Behind the shuriken, a massive fireball roared toward him. Prepared, Fuji spun and released an air palm in one direction, destroying the shuriken net and evading both the projectiles and the great fireball. In an instant, he was once again charging toward Yakamaru's real body. Seeing his shuriken tactics fail to create distance, Yakamaru clicked his tongue in annoyance, forced to engage Fuji in close combat. While Yakamaru had been momentarily thrown off by Fuji's tactics, his instincts and physical abilities were more than enough to keep him from freezing entirely in battle. However, his initial hesitation had prevented him from pulling away in time. Now, he had to stay vigilant. Glancing at the steel wire between his fingers, Yakamaru focused intently on avoiding Fuji's gentle fist strikes. So, the Byakugan can be used like this. I've never seen it before, Shiranui Genma remarked from the edge of the training field. Isn't it obvious? Replied his teammate, Ibiki Raito, leaning against a wall with a sigh. The Hyuga clan has always been reserved. They neither compete nor seek conflict. Although they, along with the Uchiha, are considered Hidden Leaf Village's 2 great noble clans, the two have had little direct conflict. Without a situation requiring it, there's been no need for a Hyuga to fight entirely with their eyes closed. And we should worry about whether we'll pass the Jonin exam, Raito added with a grimace. With reaction speeds like theirs, if we were up there, we'd lose in no time. What's there to worry about? Becoming a Takebutsu Jonin and improving gradually is perfectly fine, Genma replied lazily. But based on what we're seeing, Sharingan vs Byakugan doesn't seem to give the Uchiha much of an edge. The Byakugan's primary strength lay in reconnaissance. Its ability to observe chakra flows was more of a supplementary tool for the gentle fist. Its direct combat applications weren't as prominent, but now it seemed to be a natural counter to the Uchiha. The Sharingan's greatest strength was its scanjutsu. If an enemy locked eyes with it, they would fall into powerful illusions. But with Fuji keeping his eyes closed and relying on the Byakugan's vision, that advantage was nullified. As for the Sharingan's ability to copy ninjutsu and taijutsu. Do the Hyuga even use ninjutsu? Genma couldn't recall seeing much beyond their gentle fist style. And copying gentle fist? Impossible. For Yakamaru, the Sharingan's taijutsu benefits were limited to heightened reflexes and enhanced perception. There's still one advantage left. Intel, their third teammate, Yamashiro Aoba, interjected, adjusting his glasses under their curious stares. Intel? Don't underestimate me. So what if the Sharingan's useless? Yakamaru narrowly avoided a gentle fist strike, his body tilting as he dodged. A smirk crept onto his lips. With a subtle flick of his fingers, several shuriken that had unknowingly entered Fuji's blind spot were pulled by the steel wires in Yakamaru's hand, aiming for Fuji's head. The branch family's Byakugan had a blind spot. Yakamaru might be prideful, but he wouldn't ignore his enemy's weaknesses during a fight. Just as Fuji had used an unexpected tactic to counter the Sharingan's Genjutsu, Yakamaru was exploiting his knowledge of the Byakugan's flaw. A shinobi must use all available intel to secure victory. At this range, there was no way Fuji could dodge. Chapter 19, Hyuga Fuji vs Yakamaru Uchiha, Part 2. The sound of shuriken cutting through the air behind him did not cause Hyuga Fuji's expression to waver in the slightest. In fact, under Yakamaru Uchiha's watchful gaze, a faint, subtle smile appeared on his face. 8 trigrams bombs, rotation. Blue chakra erupted from Fuji's body, surging out of his tenketsu as he spun rapidly. The chakra formed a hemispherical barrier that deflected everything in its range. Clang, clang. The shuriken were all sent flying. Yakamaru, who was too close to the technique, was also caught in its radius. He raised his arms defensively to block the chakra currents of rotation. Rotation? Isn't that a technique exclusive to the Hyuga main family? One knowledgeable ninja murmured in surprise. Another, with a wilder imagination, muttered, I heard a Hyuga from the main family was killed recently. Could it be? Nearby, an Anbu operative with silver hair appeared by Minato's side, silently awaiting orders. Minato shook his head and replied warmly, this is a technique he developed on his own. When the Hyuga clan's 4th elder died, nothing was stolen from their household. Then, pausing for a moment, Minato turned slightly to Kakashi and added, Kakashi, he's a genius just like you. No. Minato corrected himself. He's a strong individual. Despite losing his freedom as a child and his comrades on the battlefield, he never stopped striving. That rotation he just used. He's showing it to me because he wants to change his destiny. Minato's voice softened. Kakashi, I hope you two can become as strong. Not in power, but in spirit. Shinobi. Always lose so much. The Anbu operative remained silent. Seeing this, Minato sighed inwardly. The 3rd Hokage had paired Kakashi with Obito for a reason. Obito's optimism and passion saved Kakashi, but at the cost of his own life. As their teacher, despite being the fastest shinobi in the world, Minato had been too late to save Obito. I hope Kakashi can recover someday. On the battlefield, Yakamaru Uchiha quickly adapted to the unexpected rotation, demonstrating his impressive combat skills. He adjusted his stance in time, holding his arms defensively to mitigate the direct impact. Using the momentum from the clash with rotation, he managed to widen the distance between himself and Fuji. Quick reactions. Using his Byakugan, Fuji noticed Yakamaru's trembling arms. The faint outline of an 8 trigrams diagram appeared beneath Fuji's feet. Do you want to keep going? Using those arms for fire style or Uchiha throwing techniques might be difficult now, don't you think? I told you, don't underestimate me. Ignoring his reddened and swollen arms, Yakamaru frowned and asked, how did you notice? I was sure you detected the shuriken before they were launched. You already answered your own question earlier. Fuji chuckled softly. On the mist battlefield, Uchiha throwing techniques were far more effective than fire style. He's seen it. Of course he has. Yakamaru's expression shifted as thoughts raced through his mind. It was true of all clans. People often criticized the Hyuga for being overly traditional, their gentle fist style passed down unchanged through generations. But weren't all clans the same? The Inoshikacho trio followed their own inherited techniques, and the Uchiha clan was no exception. Fire style, Uchiha throwing techniques, and Genjutsu techniques derived from the Sharingan formed the foundation of their repertoire. Yet compared to the Inoshikacho clans, the Uchiha lineage seemed more powerful. Thanks to the Sharingan, Uchiha throwing techniques and fire style were developed to synergize with the Sharingan, Yamashiro Oba explained quietly to his teammates. Fire style techniques are highly conspicuous. Unless there's a significant difference in strength, it's not too difficult to dodge or counter them. So, you need to create opportunities for them to hit. Some specialized fire style users achieve this by expending more chakra to create larger, more powerful techniques. For example, a B-rank jutsu like fire style, Majestic Flame Annihilation, can cover a massive area if enough chakra is used. Others disguise their fire style, like Asuma's fire style, Ash Pile Burning, which scatters ash before igniting it. If the enemy doesn't notice, they'll fall right into the trap. Oba noticed nearby shinobi listening intently but didn't seem to mind. The Uchiha are different. They have the Sharingan. With Genjutsu from the Sharingan, you can trap your enemy, ensuring fire-style techniques always land. That's why the Uchiha are considered the strongest fire-style users in Hidden Leaf Village, if not the entire shinobi world. In terms of accuracy alone, they were unparalleled. As for their throwing techniques, they're based on the Sharingan's dynamic visual acuity, adding tactical variety to their combat. Beside, watching the match. But the Sharingan's illusions are difficult to break. Fighting freely in front of a Sharingan user is nearly impossible. No one can avoid looking at their opponent's upper body. If their Genjutsu is countered, though, an Uchiha's combat effectiveness drops significantly. Glancing at the field, where Yakamaru was struggling to keep up with Fuji's composed movements, Oba continued, they're both Takebutsu Jonin, so the gap in their strength shouldn't be too wide. But the moment Hyuga Fuji closed his eyes, Yakamaru had already lost. It was obvious that Fuji's experience on the mist battlefield, fighting alongside Uchiha comrades, had given him an intimate understanding of the Uchiha's strengths and weaknesses. Their information was not equal. Yakamaru only knew that Fuji was a member of the Hyuga branch family. He had no insight into Fuji's true strength or his mastery of Gentle Fist. Fuji, on the other hand, might not have known Yakamaru's specific abilities, but as a Takebutsu Jonin, Yakamaru wasn't likely to surpass higher-ranked Uchiha shinobi. By comparison, Fuji could extrapolate much of what Yakamaru could do. You don't need to keep going. After using rotation to block another Dragon Flame jutsu, Fuji addressed the panting Yakamaru. Our fight doesn't prove anything. The Sharingan has advantages the Byakugan lacks. Its copying ability allows Uchiha shinobi to quickly learn and improve in both taijutsu and ninjutsu, and its offensive capabilities far surpass the Byakugan. Not to mention, when the Sharingan first awakened, it brought a significant boost to a shinobi's overall ability. A stable, fully matured Sharingan wielder with 3 Tomui already had chakra levels and physical stats exceeding an average Chunin, reaching at least Takebutsu Jonin standards. Our clan's Byakugan is ultimately more inclined toward support. Yet in their final evolutionary forms, the roles reversed. The Rinnegan's abilities were heavily technique and support focused, while the Tenseigan was overwhelmingly destructive and a massive boost to combat power. Like ascending to a godlike level in an instant. The Rinnegan became more like the Byakugan, and the Tenseigan more like the Sharingan. A curious transformation. Having exhausted himself with multiple fire-style techniques, Yakamaru dropped to one knee, too fatigued to continue. Damn it. Frustrated, he pounded the ground with his fist before glaring at Fuji from a distance. I surrender. But don't get cocky. I'll study and develop Genjutsu that doesn't rely on the Sharingan. One day, I'll challenge you again. And on that day, I'll shatter your calm, indifferent expression. With that, he stood and reluctantly formed the seal of reconciliation with Fuji. The proctor appeared at the right moment and declared, the winner is Hyuga Fuji. Chapter 20, This is the Hyuga main family. In the Hokage's office, Minato smiled at the 4 composed individuals standing before him. From this day forward, you are officially Jonin. You are now the pillars of the village and must set an example for others. As expected, none of the Chunin had passed the test. Only a few experienced and exceptional Takebutsu Jonin succeeded. Those Chunin still needed more training. Yes. The group replied solemnly. Since you were all previously Takebutsu Jonin, I trust you're already clear about your responsibilities. I won't say much more. Go and celebrate with your friends and family. Minato smiled again, adding, Oh, Fuji, Yakamaru, stay behind. I have a mission for you both. The other 2 Jonin left tactfully, while Yakamaru Uchiha's expression shifted, and he lowered his head, avoiding Minato's gaze. Yakamaru, lift your head. Minato spoke gently, waiting for Yakamaru to meet his eyes before continuing. The pride of the Uchiha belongs to your clan, not just you. You don't need to carry everything on your shoulders. I understand. After a moment of silence, Yakamaru nodded. And Fuji, the same goes for you. Forget about the divisions between the main and branch families. Right now, you are a Hidden Leaf Village Jonin. That is your only identity. Minato paused, then smiled as he made a suggestion. Though I suspect you won't truly take my words to heart. So, would you like to accept my help? As a member of the Shadow Guard I've selected? Hyuga Fuji's eyes narrowed slightly. It was finally happening. In the Hyuga clan's meeting room, a member of the main family asked in confusion, how did Hyuga Fuji learn rotation? Not long after Fuji's match with Yakamaru Uchiha, details of the fight had already spread to the main family through loose tongues. After all, any branch family member promoted to Jonin immediately became a key point of attention for the main family. They were the ideal candidates to serve as bodyguards but also required close monitoring. Did it come from the 4th elder? Could he be the culprit behind his death? Impossible. Didn't we confirm there was no loss of any clan techniques from the fourth elder's home? The third elder of the main family shook his head, his expression grim. It seems, as the Hokage said, that he truly mastered it on his own. The question now is whether we should retrieve him. Allowing a branch family member to use rotation is highly irregular. Cough, cough. Two light coughs interrupted him, drawing everyone's attention. The first elder looked toward Hayashi Hyuga, seated at the head of the room, and asked in a low voice, "Clan leader, what is your opinion? If he mastered it himself, then we should not take any unnecessary action." Hayashi swept his gaze over the gathered elders. "I've just received word that Hyuga Fuji has already been appointed to the Shadow Guard by the Hokage. Don't even think about moving against him in secret. In the future, let him serve as a bridge between the Hyuga and the Hokage." As Hayashi expected, once he invoked the Hokage's name, the elders fell silent. The elders of the Hyuga clan were conservative and stubborn. Outwardly, they maintained a low profile, but internally, they kept a high level of control over the branch family. Unlike the Uchiha elders, these men had no grand ambitions. They didn't care about the Hokage's seat and only wanted to protect the small domain of the Hyuga clan. The reason for this was rooted in warnings passed down by their ancestors. With the Otsutsuki clan on the moon looming like a sword over their heads, they believed their only choice was to tightly control the branch family's power for their own protection. As long as the main family's foundation wasn't threatened, they were willing to make concessions. More importantly, there was no need to antagonize the new Hokage over a single branch family member. After some thought, the first elder sighed amidst the silence. "Very well, but Hyuga Fuji must not pass rotation to anyone else in the future. I'll have Hayashi speak with him." Hayashi agreed with a nod. "Good. Clan leader, how did your negotiations with the third Hokage go?" "He has agreed not to use or pass on the activation techniques for the new caged bird seal. He even placed a self-imposed jutsu on himself to prevent anyone from extracting related memories." "That's a relief." The main family elders all sighed in unison. Aside from the main family, only two people knew how to activate the new caged bird seal. One was the third Hokage, the other was Tsunade. At this point, Hayashi's expression darkened as he said something that shocked the room. "Tsunade-sama claims she doesn't know anything about it." The room fell into stunned silence. Hayashi's expression shifted as he recalled Tsunade's behavior during their meeting. "She was at a gambling den when I approached her. We placed a bet, which she won. When I asked her about the matter afterward, she simply said she didn't know and left." "What kind of response is that?" The third Hokage had personally stated that Tsunade worked with him to develop the modifications. How could she possibly not know? The elders looked grim. Tsunade's status was far too unique. She was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire, one of the Sannin, and the creator of Hidden Leaf Village's medical system. Her influence in both Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire far surpassed that of the third Hokage or the other two Sannin. If she wished to become Hokage, no one could compete with her. The daimyo of the Land of Fire would undoubtedly support her fully. So, if Tsunade claimed she didn't know, there was little they could do about it. Hayashi frowned in silence. Tsunade loves gambling but always loses, earning her reputation as a walking jackpot. If she actually won, what might that mean? A sense of unease crept into him as he recalled something odd in recent events. Turning to the elders, who were still quietly grumbling about Tsunade, he asked, "To prevent leaks of our techniques or the activation of the caged bird seal, all main family members are marked with a special curse seal. What are your thoughts on the situation in the mist? Could it be related?" The elders exchanged glances before the second elder stepped forward. "I'm the one who applied the curse seals to all main family members. Clan leader, you should remember this from your childhood." Hayashi nodded. As a child, when he was chosen to join the main family, he had witnessed this himself. "You know, the curse seals I designed are similar to the Root's Tongue cursed seal. Those marked cannot speak about anything related to the caged bird seal. Additionally, we developed a jutsu based on the caged bird seal to destroy the brain and Byakugan in the event of capture, preventing enemies from obtaining our secrets." The second elder hesitated, unable to meet Hayashi's gaze. "We suspect that Hyuga Kyoshin, before his death, failed to activate the brain destruction jutsu in time, allowing the mist to extract his memories." Hayashi lowered his eyes, his hands clenching beneath the table. "I've always wondered. Why can't the cursed seal be set to trigger automatically upon death? If a corpse can also yield information, wouldn't it be better for the brain to self-destruct immediately upon death?" A main family member muttered instinctively, "Then how would we be different from the branch family? Even in death, there'd be no dignity." The room fell silent under Hayashi's cold gaze, but the elder who spoke remained firm, meeting his eyes without flinching. To surrender control over their own life and death would make them no better than the branch family. Furthermore, the main family wouldn't even consider studying ways to undo such seals. They would die without honor, just like the branch family. We are the main family. Why should we stoop to such a level? After a moment, Hayashi shifted his gaze away, looking at the other elders. The approving expressions on their faces filled Hayashi with a deep sense of sorrow. This is the main family. This is the Hyuga main family. Chapter 21, The Legacy of the Flying Thunder God in My Battles. You've probably heard how difficult it is to keep up with me, said Minato's shadow clone, standing in the training ground amidst the forest. He spoke calmly to the two individuals before him. In fact, in the entire shinobi world, there are very few who can keep up with me when I'm fighting at full power. That's why, after consulting with the advisors, I've adjusted the criteria for selecting the shadow guard. Minato's shadow clone raised his hand, extending two fingers. First, the ninja's strength doesn't have to be overwhelming, but they must possess several specific talents, excellent reflexes, precise chakra control, and, most importantly, spatial perception abilities. The second. He deliberately drew out the sentence, but when he glanced at the two expressionless faces in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little defeated. Why does it feel like I've gained two more cautious? Yakamaru hadn't been like this before. He must have changed after being defeated by Fuji. While the new composure suited him, the lack of enthusiasm in moments like this made things awkward. Shaking his head to push aside his attempts to lighten the mood, Minato continued, the second requirement is merit. Specifically, achievements that make you eligible to learn this forbidden jutsu, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Hyuga Fuji took a deep breath. Though he had anticipated this, his eyes still burned with excitement. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu. A jutsu that made its user nearly invincible in the early days of the Hokage's reign. He had previously considered acquiring it through Orochimaru's channels, but Orochimaru didn't know this S-rank jutsu. Acquiring it would require Orochimaru to access the Scroll of Seals, leaving a traceable flaw. So, Fuji had decided to take this route through Minato. This was one of the reasons he had pushed to be promoted to Jonin. Minato needed support from prominent clans to implement his orders smoothly. The recently shaken Hyuga clan, with its Byakugan and its status as an ideal protector clan, was a perfect candidate. The combination of these factors made Fuji confident about being selected for the Hokage's Shadow Guard. The benefits were numerous. Guidance from a master far exceeded self-study. Just as Naruto and Kabuto would have struggled to learn Sage Mode without proper instruction, the same applied to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. As the only living shinobi who had mastered and refined the Flying Thunder God, Minato was undoubtedly the best teacher. Minato had indeed taught Shiranui Genma and others the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, though none of them had fully mastered it. Calming himself, Fuji tempered his excitement. Whether he could master the jutsu remained uncertain. There was no need to get too worked up, especially since half-baked mastery, like that of Shiranui Genma's group, would squander this opportunity. Seeing the change in their expressions, Yakamaru looking particularly eager. Minato's shadow clone smiled faintly before asking, Fuji, it seems you've never redeemed your battlefield merits for any jutsu? Yes, Hokage-sama. There hasn't been anything I've needed. Fuji's calm reply made Minato frown slightly. Thinking of the conservative nature of the Hyuga main family, he realized that Fuji likely hadn't been allowed to learn much. His tone softened further. In that case, your merits are more than enough. Yakamaru, you've also accumulated sufficient merit through your work capturing spies and patrolling the village's perimeter. S-rank jutsu were labeled forbidden because of their difficulty, not their availability. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu's strategic value made Hidden Leaf Village eager to have more shinobi master it. Merit was merely a basic filter. While Minato, as Hokage, could have directly handed over the Flying Thunder God to the two, doing so without conditions would seem inappropriate, even for pre-selected candidates. Minato's shadow clone retrieved two scrolls and handed them to the pair. These scrolls detail the key points and insights for learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Memorize them and destroy the scrolls afterward. Sharing them with anyone else is strictly forbidden. Yes. Hyuga Fuji and Yakamaru Uchiha responded in unison, taking the scrolls and immediately delving into their contents. Fuji was stunned after only a brief glance at the detailed information within. No wonder no one outside the fourth Hokage's Shadow Guard has mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The depth of these insights is worlds apart from what someone could figure out on their own. This is Minato's core legacy. Among the necessary talents for mastering the Flying Thunder God, spatial perception is likely the one you lack, Minato explained. But this can actually be cultivated through training. My shadow clone will guide you through a few uses of the Flying Thunder God today, so you can personally experience spatial shifts. There will be intervals between each demonstration to give you time to process. Minato's shadow clone continued seriously, from now on, come here every morning at 5 a.m. for training. When the time is right, I'll use the Flying Thunder God to move rapidly around you. During this phase, you won't be allowed to use Jujutsu to observe me. I won't move too quickly. When you're able to predict where I'll appear before I arrive, you'll pass this stage. Be sure to record your progress. If you don't understand something, feel free to ask me. I'll answer all your questions before this shadow clone disperses. Once this stage is complete, we'll begin formal Flying Thunder God training. Yes. Yakamaru Uchiha glanced at Hyuga Fuji and steeled himself. With my Sharingan, there's no way I'll fall behind you in learning this jutsu. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu. One of the forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage. Unlike the impure world reincarnation, which was banned for its sinister nature, this technique was deemed forbidden because of its immense difficulty. Even with guidance from the fourth Hokage's shadow clone and cultivated spatial perception, Fuji still couldn't quite grasp how to execute it. He had prepared himself for this, but what he hadn't expected was the person who appeared at the training ground several days later. A 15-year-old boy walking around with such a serious face all the time isn't good. You should enjoy life in your free time, like Jiraiya-sensei. Of course, don't pick up his bad habits. The woman standing before Fuji had long, vibrant red hair. A distinctive trait of the Uzumaki clan. In Hidden Leaf Village, there was only one member of the Uzumaki clan, the fourth Hokage's wife and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, don't distract him. He is training to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Minato's shadow clone said, sounding a bit exasperated. Huh? Isn't he technically your student? Kushina retorted. Are you just going to let him walk around looking as cold and detached as Kakashi? Kushina, Fuji grew up this way. He's different from Kakashi. Leave him be, Minato said with a wry smile. No way. I'm not letting this slide. I understand Kakashi's situation, but what's with this all the time? As his teacher's wife, I can't interfere with Kakashi, but I can certainly try to fix this Kakashi 2.0. Kushina waved her hand dismissively and turned to Fuji. Your name's Fuji, right? What do you like most? Reading. Kushina frowned slightly, shaking her head. Too boring. What's your second favorite thing? Training. Kushina narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Fuji. Fuji remained expressionless. Chapter 22, Things are heating up. After a long silence, Kushina finally gave up with a sigh. She glanced at the stoic Ikamaru and then turned to Minato with a complaint. Why are all your students like this? Can't you pick someone more cheerful? Rin's pretty optimistic, isn't she? Minato's shadow clone replied with a helpless smile. She used to be. Not anymore. Kushina's face clouded as she thought about how the war had changed Minato's team. It brought a touch of sorrow. War always meant loss. Recently, Kushina had been plagued by nightmares. She dreamed of her future child growing up as withdrawn and serious as Kakashi. It left her feeling uneasy. How could she teach her child to be cheerful if she couldn't even change Kakashi or the stoic Hyuga boy standing before her? She hoped her child would be more like Obito. Bright and carefree. That would be much less worrying. Minato remained silent. Kushina soon regained her energy and asked enthusiastically, so, what did you call me here for? To help you train the Shadow Guard? I want you to use the Nine-Tails chakra to give them some protection. Space-time ninjutsu is inherently dangerous, Minato's shadow clone explained, glancing between Yakamaru and Fuji. During teleportation, if anything goes wrong, it could cause serious physical injuries. But with the Nine-Tails chakra, their bodies will gain increased durability and recovery abilities. It'll be a big help. Got it. Kushina nodded in understanding, thumping her chest confidently. Leave it to me. So, who's going first? Lady Kushina, I'll go first. Yakamaru Uchiha stepped forward, his voice calm and steady. His expression betrayed no emotion, but internally, he was determined, I must master the Flying Thunder God faster than Hyuga Fuji. Kushina's gaze landed on Yakamaru, lingering briefly on his Sharingan before she muttered, an Uchiha from Obito's clan, huh? Doesn't seem like him at all. Yakamaru frowned, his composure cracking slightly. Of course I'm not like Obito. He didn't want to be compared to the infamous failure of their clan, even if Obito was now hailed as a hero of Hidden Leaf Village. Oh? Not like him? Daring to talk down about Obito in front of me and Minato? This kid really doesn't know his place. Well, it wasn't surprising. Most Uchiha didn't know how to read the room. Obito had the same problem. Kushina's eyes narrowed, and the air around her turned icy. The crimson chakra leaking from her body made the surrounding temperature drop noticeably. Bad habits need to be corrected. Just as Minato's shadow clone prepared to defuse the situation with an awkward smile, Hyuga Fuji stepped forward, ignoring Yakamaru's confused gaze. Fuji patted him on the shoulder and calmly addressed Kushina. Lady Kushina, I think Yakamaru didn't mean it the way you think. He feels he has failed to uphold the Uchiha clan's honor after losing to me and doesn't believe he's worthy of being compared to a hero like Obito. Yakamaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Fuji. What nonsense is this guy spouting? You think I'm less than Obito, the clan failure? Even Minato was momentarily taken aback by Fuji's words. But when he noticed the crimson chakra on Kushina fading, he smiled knowingly. Ah, he's just trying to avoid being dragged into Kushina's rage. Smart move. Fuji ignored Yakamaru's increasingly emotional glare, his expression remaining calm. This is a rare chance to come into contact with the Nine Tails chakra. Don't mess this up. Besides, whether as a hero or villain, Obito was far superior to Yakamaru. Obito was a figure of extremes, something Yakamaru could never be. I see. Kushina withdrew her chakra, her smile returning as the oppressive atmosphere vanished. Yakamaru, with your stoic face just like Fuji's, I thought you were saying you looked down on Obito for being a failure. Yakamaru quickly realized his mistake. Minato was Obito's teacher, and Kushina was his mentor's wife. Speaking ill of Obito in front of them was practically suicide. Even though Obito had died heroically, why was the clan's failure label still haunting him? Of course not. I just have a habit of keeping a serious expression, Yakamaru said with a forced smile, swallowing his pride. Good. Satisfied, Kushina tied her bright red hair into a single ponytail and said, Nine Tails, lend me some chakra. Fuji could only imagine the abuse the Nine Tails was enduring inside the seal. Judging by the growing intensity of Kushina's aura, it was likely merciless. As she seized control of the Nine Tails chakra, a golden glow radiated from Kushina's body. Golden markings appeared on her skin, and a chakra cloak surrounded her. This was the Nine Tails chakra mode. The sheer concentration and solidity of the chakra were beyond anything Fuji had ever witnessed. I've taken plenty of chakra from the Nine Tails. Both of you, come forward. She extended her hands, and when Fuji and Yakamaru placed their hands in hers, the crimson chakra spread to envelop them. In an instant, a fiery red chakra cloak appeared around both of them. So this is the power of the Nine Tails, Fuji thought, clenching his fists and feeling the immense surge in chakra. This era of Hidden Leaf Village was truly remarkable. Two of the Sannin were at their peak, the third Hokage still retained his strength, and the fourth Hokage and his wife were far beyond ordinary Kage-level shinobi. My guy was already on the path to mastering the Eight Gates. Meanwhile, two Uchiha prodigies were developing in the younger generation. With such power and potential, Hidden Leaf Village's strength was terrifying. If the village didn't sabotage itself, the other shinobi nations would never surpass it. Lady Kushina, there's plenty of the Nine Tails chakra left. May I transfer some to my shadow clones? Fuji asked. You want to train with your clones? Kushina, her golden glow slightly dimmed, glanced at Minato. Seeing no objection from him, she nodded. Sure, go ahead. It's the Nine Tails chakra, after all. If we run out, I'll just take more. I don't mind. As Kushina watched Fuji summon 4 shadow clones and share the chakra with them, Yakamaru quickly followed suit, creating 5 shadow clones. Wait. Lady Kushina, my clones need chakra too. Alright. Kushina chuckled, though she seemed exasperated by their competitiveness. After the two and their clones moved away to train, Kushina turned to Minato with a sly smile. This is the real you now? Yes. I came to keep you company, replied the real Minato, who had quietly arrived without anyone noticing. With the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, slipping away from the Hokage's office was a trivial matter. Kushina's expression softened slightly, though she teased, you must have left the office because the Hokage's work wasn't important. All Hokage duties are important, Minato said with a shake of his head. But this one's a bit unusual. I received intel from the front lines. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have vanished. I need to make some preparations outside the village. Huh? Could it be that they're planning? That's right. They might think Hidden Leaf Village is vulnerable after the recent transition of Hokage leadership, assuming they're distracted by administrative work. They're likely looking to exploit the perceived weakness. Or maybe they're trying to relieve pressure on their own forces at the front. After all, Jiraiya-sensei is leading an advanced unit to the Mist battlefield. Facing 2 of the Sannin must be a heavy burden for the Mist. Minato confirmed her suspicions with a nod. The Mist spy Yakamaru captured revealed their attack plans with the help of the Yamanaka clan. I need to act in advance. I see. Do you need me to come with you? No need. If they dare come here, Not a single one will leave Hidden Leaf Village alive. A cold light flashed in Minato's eyes. In the distance, Fuji, who had activated his Byakugan, observed their conversation. Reading their lips, he raised an eyebrow. From facing 8 Gates Dai to potentially facing Minato. And even a combined assault from the 4th Hokage and Kushina? Hard to say which would be worse for them. Still, it would be an excellent opportunity to gather intel on strong opponents, and it might also save Dai-sensei from a dangerous battle. With this thought in mind, Fuji returned to his training. He threw a marked kunai at a distant tree and attempted to teleport one of his shadow clones to it. Whoosh! A sharp, short sound rang out. The clone's figure blurred momentarily but ultimately failed to relocate, leaving Fuji standing still with a furrowed brow. Using his Byakugan to observe the entire process, a faint blue glimmer flashed in his eyes as he carefully analyzed what went wrong. Just as he was preparing to try again, a voice broke his concentration. "Hey, you've been using shadow clones for training all this time, haven't you?" Turning, Fuji saw Yakamaru smirking at him. "I can split more clones than you for training. 5 against 4. Let's see who masters this technique first," Yakamaru said, his tone sharp and taunting. Fuji glanced at him, expressionless as always. Then, in a calm voice, he replied, "You can try. Who knows, maybe tomorrow I won't see you here anymore." Yakamaru froze, completely confused by the ominous comment. "What do you mean by that?" Fuji didn't elaborate. He turned his attention back to the kunai, preparing for his next attempt at teleportation. Still stewing in frustration, Yakamaru glanced at Kushina, hoping for some support, but she was busy chuckling at his expense. "Yakamaru, don't take him too seriously. Fuji's just got a sharp tongue. Focus on your training if you want to keep up," Kushina teased, tying her ponytail tighter and watching as both young shinobi got back to work. As night fell over the forest training grounds, both Fuji and Yakamaru were still at it, pushing their limits. Minato's shadow clone had dispersed, leaving them with guidance from the scrolls and Kushina's oversight. Yakamaru's determination burned as brightly as ever. His Sharingan spun as he replayed every failed attempt in his mind, refining his approach with each try. Meanwhile, Fuji relied on his Byakugan, meticulously analyzing every detail of the spatial shift process. Each failure gave him more data to work with. He wasn't rushing. Precision and understanding were his priorities. The tension between the two was palpable. Even their shadow clones, engulfed in Ninetales chakra, moved in sync with their originals, mirroring their intensity. At one point, Kushina, observing from the sidelines, muttered to herself, "These two are really competitive. It's like they're trying to outwork each other to death." Her gaze softened slightly as she thought of Obito. "I hope you find rivals like this one day. But don't work yourself to the bone like these two idiots." Early the next morning, Minato arrived to check on their progress. He found Fuji and Yakamaru already waiting, neither looking particularly well rested. "Good morning," Minato greeted with his usual warm smile. "I see you two have been working hard." "That's good, but don't forget. Rest is just as important as training." "Yes, Hokage-sama," they both replied in unison, though neither seemed entirely sincere. Minato chuckled softly. He could see the fierce determination in both their eyes. "All right. Let's get started. Today, I'll move around you using the Flying Thunder God. No Jujutsu this time. Focus solely on your spatial awareness." As he spoke, Minato's figure flickered, vanishing and reappearing at random points around the training ground. The two shinobi stood in silence, their senses on high alert. Both were determined to predict Minato's next move, analyzing every faint trace of his chakra and movement. For Yakamaru, the task was frustrating. Without relying on his Sharingan, his reflexes felt dulled. He clenched his fists, trying to force his mind to keep up with Minato's blinding speed. Fuji, on the other hand, approached the exercise with a calm, methodical mindset. He had trained his perception for years as a Byakugan user, and while this was different, it felt familiar. After an hour, Minato stopped, his smile never fading. "Not bad," he said, glancing between the two. "Both of you are improving. Keep at it, and you'll get there." Fuji nodded silently, while Yakamaru huffed, clearly dissatisfied with his own progress. As Minato prepared to leave, he added one final piece of advice. "Remember, mastering the Flying Thunder God isn't just about speed or skill. It's about precision and understanding. Take your time." With that, Minato disappeared in a flash, leaving the two young shinobi to resume their training. Hours later, as the sun began to set, Fuji leaned against a tree, exhausted but contemplative. His progress was steady, but the technique still felt just out of reach. Yakamaru, not far away, was muttering to himself, frustration evident on his face. "Damn it. I won't lose to you, Fuji. Just wait." I'll show you I'm better than a Hyuga. Fuji didn't respond. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing inward. The Flying Thunder God. I will master it. No matter how long it takes. Chapter 23, Tsunade is too idle. Time to get her moving the next day. As Hyuga Fuji had expected, Yakamaru Uchiha took leave and didn't show up. Shadow clones accumulate fatigue. Even though Yakamaru had been practicing taijutsu since childhood, at most, he only dared to use 5 clones for training. What Yakamaru did was simply courting disaster. Not everyone was like Naruto, blessed with the Uzumaki clan's unique physique and supported by the Nine-Tails chakra. If Kushina assisted with the Nine-Tails chakra during morning training, everything would be fine. Even more clones could be used. But once Yakamaru tasted success, he evidently didn't take things slowly when he got home. Instead, he directly summoned as many clones as possible for training. And then, he collapsed. For a few days, no one paid much attention to his absence. Minato's shadow clone initially assumed Yakamaru had personal matters to attend to, but eventually suggested checking on him. Unexpectedly, they got an explanation from Fuji. I warned him, Hyuga Fuji calmly explained to Watergate's shadow clone. But he didn't listen. Given Fuji's calm demeanor, it would have been strange if Yakamaru had listened. Yakamaru would only stubbornly push himself to train with even more clones to outdo Fuji. Minato shook his head with a smile. You'll be on the same team in the future. Try to get along. I don't recall ever provoking him, Fuji replied. I simply stated the facts. Minato fell silent again. Technically, Fuji was right, but his demeanor made those facts feel like the ultimate provocation. Who would have thought, Fuji actually has quite an interesting personality, Kushina chuckled from the side. I think he'll be able to handle Kakashi. Fuji glanced at Kushina but didn't respond. Everyone wore masks to some extent. To Fuji, that wasn't exhausting. It was natural. However, revealing glimpses of his true self occasionally proved to be more effective in earning trust. Because when someone shows a different side of themselves, it signifies they've let their guard down. And sincerity is the best weapon. That said, Fuji admitted that interacting with the Namikaze couple and Yakamaru was relatively easy, especially the latter. In a world brimming with hidden dangers, Yakamaru's constant drive to surpass Fuji seemed refreshingly straightforward. At least he was open about it. Kakashi. Thinking of his student, Minato's shadow clone's expression darkened slightly. He shifted his gaze to Fuji, changing the subject. Speaking of which, there's something I haven't asked for your opinions on. My Shadow Guard squad will follow the standard 3-person team format. Do you have any thoughts on the third member? Lord Minato, the Shadow Guard exists to protect your safety. There's no need to consider our opinions, Fuji replied, frowning. The problem is, among Hidden Leaf Village's current Jonin and Special Jonin, there aren't many suitable candidates. I've already conducted one selection process. Although he managed to placate the advisors using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had genuinely struggled to find someone suitable among Hidden Leaf Village's younger generation. Yes, younger generation. His criteria for the Shadow Guard limited candidates to ninja under the age of 16. The Flying Thunder God technique held immense strategic value. Watergate hoped to pass it down to Hidden Leaf Village's next generation. Initially, he had planned to teach it directly to Kakashi and Obito. But with Obito dead and Kakashi's will shaken, the plan was put on hold. So, Minato decided to teach it to the younger generation as part of his legacy. You and Yakamaru are both highly talented. If the third person is too far behind, it wouldn't be appropriate from any perspective. Fuji quickly understood Minato's reasoning. You want to train the younger generation? He then directly suggested, after your yellow flash name spread across the ninja world, many Hidden Leaf Village Jonin have expressed interest in learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet to this day, not a single ninja has mastered it. Neither Yakamaru nor I have comprehended it yet. In that case, why not focus on developing a different type of talent? Neither Yakamaru nor I know medical ninjutsu. If you were injured, we wouldn't be able to help. If the third person were a medical ninja, it would undoubtedly be a great asset. Minato fell into thought. Fuji's idea aligned with the standard 4-person team structure. The only difference was that the leader would be Minato himself. The team would include 2 Jonin and 1 medical ninja. Fuji, on top of that, had sensory abilities. It was a well-rounded setup. Seeing Minato pondering, Fuji continued, moreover, if the medical ninja possesses exceptional combat ability, the team will have no obvious weaknesses. Hidden Leaf Village's strongest medical ninja is in the village right now. Perhaps she could train someone suitable. After all, Lady Tsunade seems quite idle lately. I saw her spending an entire afternoon at a tavern yesterday. At a tavern? The whole afternoon? Before Minato could respond, Kushina narrowed her eyes and looked at Fuji with interest. And how exactly do you know that? I had some errands to run on that street in the afternoon and happened to pass by twice. I noticed she was still there each time, Fuji replied without batting an eye. Is that so? Kushina gave him a half smile, but her expression was useless against Fuji's stoicism. Giving up, she rolled her eyes and turned to Minato's shadow clone. You put Kakashi in the Anbu to keep him close and under your watch. But Rin's situation is more troublesome, isn't it? Why not send her to Lady Tsunade to study medical ninjutsu? She's always blaming herself for holding back Obito and Kakashi. Minato's shadow clone pondered silently before dissipating into white smoke. Only a single sentence lingered in the air. I'll pass the suggestion to my real body and discuss it with the advisors to see if we can get Lady Tsunade to reopen the medical training program. Suddenly, it was just Kushina and Fuji left at the scene. Kushina looked at Fuji, her expression turning unexpectedly warm and genuine. I think the reason you and Yakamaru haven't grasped the Flying Thunder God technique is that you lack pressure. Let me help with that. With Mikoto taking her son to the battlefield to find Fugaku, and Minato rarely home due to work, Kushina had been bored for a while now. Now that Minato's shadow clone was gone, it was her turn to act as the responsible elder. As Kushina's smile became increasingly mischievous and her golden chakra began to radiate, Fuji calmly raised 2 fingers. Release. Poof. In an instant, Fuji disappeared in a puff of white smoke, just like Minato's shadow clone. A single slip of paper fluttered to the ground. Kushina blinked, momentarily stunned, before picking up the note. Outwitting both her and Minato with a shadow clone? That wasn't an easy feat. Lord Minato, Lady Kushina, my apologies. I've had some new insights into gentle fist techniques. Please allow my shadow clone to take my place in today's training. So, it was a shadow clone from the beginning. Letting out a helpless sigh, Kushina didn't find Fuji's actions inappropriate. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique relied on skill and experience, which could be learned through clones. Improving taijutsu, however, required the real body. Tucking away the note, Kushina's gaze lingered on a certain corner before turning back toward the village. Another half-day of solitude lay ahead. Aside from the monitoring and protection personnel Minato had replaced with familiar faces, nothing else seemed to have changed. The same clans and elders still held sway over Hidden Leaf Village. Although Minato had gained some support from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans thanks to Yakamaru and Fuji, their influence remained limited since both clans were long marginalized from the village's core. The Hokage's authority was still not entirely his own. Third Hokage really is a hands-off leader, Kushina muttered. Although the third Hokage had ceded his position to Minato, Kushina instinctively held little fondness for him. If he had truly retired, why hadn't he dismissed the advisors and aides from his era? To put it bluntly, was it just to dilute Minato's authority? These were all part of Hidden Leaf Village's old guard. No matter Minato's accomplishments or qualifications, he couldn't remove them. Instead, he was forced to consult their opinions on everything. Kushina wasn't particularly well-versed in such matters, but she understood enough to know that a Hokage without sufficient authority was bound to invite trouble. Chapter 24, Spatial Dujutsu. In the underground training ground, Hyuga Fuji's white pupils turned a shade of blue-white. This was the manifestation of active ocular power. He furrowed his brow slightly, raised his hand, and delivered a swift palm strike. With a loud bang, though there was no visible shockwave, the wooden stake 100 meters away suddenly exploded. From Hyuga Fuji's perspective, it seemed as if space had shifted. His palm was now imprinted directly on the stake. Spatial manipulation of the Tenseigan? The Tenseigan is known to have 6 abilities: Tenseigan Chakra Mode, control over gravity and repulsion, Chakra Absorption, summoning Hamora's Golem, puppet control, and spatial manipulation. Among them, spatial manipulation allows the creation of spatial portals. An ocular jutsu that enables direct space traversal. Just now, he had created a small spatial passage that transported his palm to strike the wooden stake. Now, in front of him and 100 meters away, there were 2 small swirling vortices, just large enough for a hand to pass through. This feels like a personal, unique dujutsu. Hyuga Fuji thought to himself. After absorbing enough Byakugan, there were 2 reasons he had stopped targeting more Byakugan. The first was the political shift. After the third Hokage stepped down and expressed his regrets, it was inappropriate to continue. The second was the ongoing transformation of his ocular power. When his Byakugan first began evolving, a faint azure hue unavoidably appeared in his eyes, signifying the surge of transforming ocular power. At first, he wasn't sure what this change was for. Over time, he was able to control his Byakugan's power to prevent the blue tint, but no further changes occurred. However, in recent days, a new development had emerged. A unique dujutsu was gradually taking shape. Hyuga Fuji retracted his hand, creating several more spatial portals large enough for himself to pass through, each positioned at different distances and angles. Carefully, he assessed the ocular power being consumed. The amount of ocular power consumed by creating a spatial portal has no relation to the distance. It depends solely on the size. However, it must remain within the field of vision of the Byakugan. The consumed ocular power regenerates and doesn't burden my vision. The consumption is less than Mangekyo Sharingan techniques, but it also lacks the drawbacks of the Mangekyo. As always, this was consistent with the stable nature of the Byakugan. No, it's precisely the Byakugan's stability that makes it difficult for unique Dujutsu to emerge. Hyuga Fuji's thoughts shifted as a realization dawned. The Byakugan inherently resists change, but my recent training in the Flying Thunder God technique, a spatial ninjutsu, along with the chakra feedback from shadow clones, seems to have triggered its transformation. That's why I awakened this Dujutsu resembling the Tenseigan spatial manipulation. Wait, why did I assume that all 6 of those abilities are exclusive to the Tenseigan phase? Hyuga Fuji suddenly paused, reflecting deeply. The Tenseigan appears fully formed, without any visible intermediate stages, leading to a misconception. To use an analogy, if there were only the 6 Paths Sages Rinnegan and no examples of the Mangekyo Sharingan, how would others view Susanoo? It would be considered a Rinnegan exclusive technique. Exactly. If there were no examples of Susanoo being used without the Rinnegan, everyone would believe it was unique to the Rinnegan. The Tenseigan, with its fully realized state and lack of intermediate evolutions, naturally led him to assume that all of its abilities were exclusive to that stage. But that might not be the case. As the Byakugan's ultimate evolution, the Tenseigan is marked by its stability, which could also be its defining trait. Its abilities might not be as diverse as those of the Mangekyo Sharingan or Rinnegan. The abilities shown by the giant Tenseigan and tonerized Tenseigan overlapped significantly. Of the 6 abilities associated with it, 4 were clearly tied to the Tenseigan. The remaining 2, puppet control and spatial manipulation, might actually be residual Dujutsu from earlier stages of the Byakugan's evolution. Similar to how Susanoo isn't exclusive to the Rinnegan. If that's the case, then my Byakugan might still have another intermediate stage before evolving into the Tenseigan. But for now, this is just speculation. I have no points of reference. Hyuga Fuji narrowed his eyes and pulled out a Flying Thunder God kunai inscribed with special runes from his pouch. He threw it forward. Swoosh. With a sharp whistling sound, Hyuga Fuji's figure appeared where the kunai landed, a faint smile on his face. Training the Flying Thunder God perfects my Dujutsu, and the Dujutsu, in turn, aids my mastery of the Flying Thunder God. Truly symbiotic. So this is the strength of a Hyuga Jonin. Even just a shadow clone is this powerful. In the forest, Ebisu watched in awe as Hyuga Fuji's shadow clone easily eliminated a hidden mist infiltrator. Fuji is indeed strong, Gay said, giving a thumbs up and flashing a brilliant smile. That's why we can't lose. Let's take down all these hidden mist ninjas. With that, he charged toward a nearby hidden mist ninja. Good luck, Ebisu muttered, rolling his eyes. They were on a patrol mission. Originally, their teammate Genma Shiranui had applied to leave the team to participate in the Jonin exams. He'd formed a temporary squad with 2 peers to complete missions quickly and bolster his credentials for the exam. As a result, their team now consisted of just 2 members. Without a Jonin to lead them, some tasks were beyond their reach. Gay had asked someone he knew to help out. Although it was only a shadow clone, a Jonin shadow clone was no trivial thing. Even when their patrol encountered hidden mist ninjas sneaking into the village, the enemy was the one who had to retreat. Yet Ebisu couldn't bring himself to feel at ease. Having been on the same team for a while, he didn't dislike A, but he loathed being the one stuck with him alone. Just thinking about that jerk Genma taking his time with the Jonin exams and leaving him to deal with Gay alone made Ebisu feel hopeless about the future. Ebisu, Gay, stop. A stern shout snapped Ebisu out of his thoughts. He looked up to see Hyuga Fuji's shadow clone standing on a tree branch ahead. The shadow clone was gazing into the distance with a grave expression. Return immediately, fire the signal flare, and warn the other patrol teams to evacuate. The hidden mist have Jonin infiltrators here. 7 of them. It's the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. A chill swept over Ebisu and Gay, freezing their blood. They stared at Hyuga Fuji in disbelief, but all they saw was his retreating figure. I'll do my best to lure them away. Go now. Out of their view, the shadow clone's expression remained calm. The shadow clone had been deployed as a precaution, anticipating that Gay might encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen just as he had originally. Dai's selfless teachings had been instrumental to Fuji's survival in the ninja world. A debt he would never forget. Even if Watergate wasn't here, Fuji would ensure the 7 ninja swordsmen met their end. So easy. We've infiltrated this deep into Hidden Leaf Village without any trouble. That so-called yellow flash doesn't seem like much. Becoming Hokage must have dulled his senses. Perched on a tree branch, Jinpachi Munashi, wielder of the longsword, stitching, sneered as his bandaged face twisted with laughter. They call him the fastest in the ninja world. I wonder if he can outrun us. Fuki Suikazan, wielder of the blunt sword, Kabatawari, scoffed as he kicked aside the corpse of a Hidden Leaf village ninja. With all 7 of us here, even the 3rd Mizukage couldn't take us on. What chance does some upstart Hokage have? Chapter 25, The Red Eyes. Ranma-uru. Hearing the boastful words of Jinan Akebino, wielder of the blunt sword, Kabatawari, the rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen let out low chuckles. The 4th Hokage? If he encountered them, he'd end up as nothing more than a corpse. You'll never succeed. A Hidden Leaf village Jonin, drenched in blood, lay prone on the ground, his face twisted with fury and despair as he glared at the group. Lord Hokage will make sure none of you leave alive. You'll die with no place to bury your bodies. Haha, we'll see. Jinan Akebino sneered as he drove his sword through the Jonin's body, hoisting him into the air with wires, savoring the man's groans of pain. Among the surrounding trees, several corpses could faintly be seen, strung up on barely visible threads. Clearly, these victims had all been tortured to death by Jinan Akebino. Alright, enough playing around. Don't forget our mission, Juzo, the wielder of the executioner's blade, reminded indifferently, leaning against a tree trunk. It's just sabotage, easing the pressure on the front lines, right? Jinan Akebino scoffed. Those idiots from Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village have already pulled back their forces, leaving only a token presence at the borders to pressure Hidden Leaf Village. Have they forgotten what happens when they lose? I doubt that so-called 4th Hokage will let go of war reparations. Hidden Mist Village had already suffered heavy losses in this war. If they couldn't extract sufficient benefits from Hidden Leaf Village, the pro-war faction would pay the price. Precisely because we can't afford to lose, we're here. Juzo's tone remained cold. If we can take the opportunity to kill the 4th Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village will descend into chaos. The other 3 villages, even Hidden Leaf Village's ally, Hidden Sand Village, won't miss the chance to sink their teeth into Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Mist Village will reap the greatest benefits. TCH, no need to spell it out, Jinan Akebino said irritably, raising his sword to deliver the Jonin a merciful death. But a bolt of lightning struck first, finishing the Jonin before he could. Rika, what's the meaning of this? Jinan Akebino frowned. Rika Kurasuki, with his green hair and sharp teeth, replied coldly, an enemy is approaching. The rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen immediately grew vigilant. Though their words dripped with disdain for Hidden Leaf Village's ninja, this was the village that had single-handedly resisted 3 other great villages. Having infiltrated so deeply into Hidden Leaf Village's territory, they couldn't afford to be careless. Jinan Akebino glanced at the bag on Rika's back and, while raising his blade in defense, asked, that little brat you're carrying is pretty handy. Can I borrow him after this mission? Ranma-uru is my tool, Rika's eyes flashed coldly. Don't get any ideas about him. Dujutsu KK Genkai are rare indeed. Before Jinan Akebino could finish his mocking remark, several kunai with explosive tags flew toward them from a distance, cutting him off. Of course, these weren't enough to harm them. Oh? A Hyuga brat? Easily deflecting the kunai and ignoring the explosion behind him, Fuki Suikazan sneered as he caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure in the distance. Anyone want to take care of him? Deal with it quickly, Juzo said, his expression shifting as he noticed Hyuga Fuji's shadow clone circling 100 meters away, gradually retreating. If we let him observe us with the Byakugan, we'll end up surrounded by Hidden Leaf Village forces. His words made Fuki Suikazan raise an eyebrow. It's obvious he's trying to lure us away. There must be other Hidden Leaf Village ninja nearby. We've already been discovered, so what does it matter? As long as we're not surrounded, what do we have to worry about? With that, Rika transformed into a bolt of white lightning, speeding toward Hyuga Fuji's shadow clone. The shadow clone's expression didn't waver. It cast a lingering glance at the bag behind Rika, then focused on maintaining distance to buy time. So that's how they'd managed to infiltrate this far without being detected. The 8th member. The possessor of the Red Eyes bloodline. Ranma-uru. No wonder his Byakugan had missed him. This Dujutsu could see through objects, sense power and danger, and in some ways surpassed the Byakugan. It could even create chakra illusions that the Byakugan couldn't distinguish. The fact that 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen had escaped from Guy's father, Dai, when he opened the 8 Gates formation was likely due to Ranma-uru's assistance. But could they escape the Flying Thunder God? As the shadow clone was caught and destroyed, an unnoticeable mark was silently imprinted on Rika's thunder swords. While Hyuga Fuji's shadow clone engaged the 7 ninja swordsmen, warning and distress flares were fired into the sky by Ebisu from a relatively safe distance. The flares exploded on the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze, who had been discussing matters with the advisors, and Hyuga Fuji, who had just emerged from the underground training room, both paused. Their gazes turned toward the signal, and in the next instant, their figures vanished. Is it Hidden Mist Village? In the meeting room, Koharu Uchiha frowned as she noticed Minato's abrupt departure. Most likely. But didn't Minato set up barriers around the outskirts of the village and station Hyuga clansmen on guard? How did the 7 ninja swordsmen bypass them? Hamura Mikado responded. Hidden Mist Village's plans for an assault were no secret. Even without information from spies, it wasn't hard to deduce their intentions. After all, Hidden Mist Village's only enemy now was Hidden Leaf Village, and the absence of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the front lines had always been suspicious. As the two advisors pondered the situation, Denzo rose silently and walked toward the door. Denzo, what are you doing? It's just the 7 ninja swordsmen. Minato won't take long to deal with them, you can continue discussing with the 4th Hokage. The matter of Tsunade teaching a medical class has nothing to do with me. Hamura frowned and sighed. Hiruzen told us to keep an eye on you. Don't make things difficult for us. Hey, he's no longer the Hokage, Denzo replied with a cryptic smile, then walked out the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi was no longer Hokage, and with Minato lacking sufficient authority, no one in Hidden Leaf Village could restrain Denzo now. As the door shut behind him, Koharu and Hamura exchanged worried glances. Is the Red Eye's range of perception greater than the Byakugan's? Moving swiftly through Hidden Leaf Village's streets, Hyuga Fuji reviewed the memories returned by his shadow clone upon its destruction. He was well aware of Minato's arrangement of Hyuga ninja around Hidden Leaf Village's perimeter. The fact that the 7 ninja swordsmen had slipped past unnoticed could only be attributed to Ranmaaru's red eyes. More than a kilometer, but less than 5? Hyuga Fuji's eyes gleamed. After his Byakugan's evolution, its 2-kilometer range had more than doubled. This explained why Guy's position had still been somewhat distant from that of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the time. Dojutsu bloodlines outside of the 3 great dojutsu hold significant research value. I'll need to capture Ranmaaru before the 4th Hokage kills him off in passing. With that thought, Hyuga Fuji focused on the flying thunder god mark left by his shadow clone. In the blink of an eye, his figure blurred and vanished. Chapter 26, The Tragic Fate of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, Part 1, Just a Clone? Riga Kurisuke scowled as he watched the figure before him dissipate into white smoke. Until now, Ranmaaru's red eyes had been infallible. The combination of its X-ray vision and danger-sensing abilities had allowed them to evade the detection of Hidden Leaf Village's Hyuga clan. But this time, they had encountered an exception. Ranmaaru, when did you sense him? Around 2 kilometers away, came the faint voice of a child from the bag on Riga's back. Your limit for X-ray vision? Riga nodded. And he came straight for us, didn't he? That's right. If we hadn't triggered some kind of alarm, his Byakugan's observation range might be even greater than mine, Ranmaaru replied softly. Then he's a threat we need to eliminate? Riga's brow furrowed. A field of vision exceeding 2 kilometers was no joke on the battlefield. It gave the enemy the upper hand in countless situations. If he sent a shadow clone to investigate, his real body is probably observing us from beyond your range. We need to stay vigilant. At that moment, the rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen arrived. Jin and Akebino glanced around and, seeing no corpses, sneered. What's this? Did the enemy run away? It was a Hyuga ninja's shadow clone. His observation range might surpass Ranmaaru's. Ignoring the provocation, Riga explained the situation to the others. We need to proceed with caution. Greater than Ranmaaru's. Juzo's eyes narrowed, and the others also dropped their relaxed expressions. The 7 ninja swordsmen, all formidable in their own right, had no medical ninja among them. They didn't need one. But for an assassination mission, a sensory ninja was indispensable. Riga's place among their ranks was secured not just by his skill with the thunder swords and Jonin-level strength but primarily by Ranmaaru's unique dojutsu. To the others, Riga's contributions were secondary to Ranmaaru's. But Ranmaaru, seeing himself as Riga's eyes, refused to obey anyone else. If the consequences of transplanting the red eyes were known, and if its abilities weren't so obscure, the mist would have transplanted them into another ninja long ago. For now, the two had to act together as part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. And having benefited from Ranmaaru's abilities, the others understood the severity of the situation. Before they could react, the voice from the bag suddenly cried out, "Run! A powerful chakra is approaching at extreme speed. It's so fast. Really fast. I can't track him with my eyes. He stopped at the spot we just left. Move now, Riga." The group's faces darkened. My apologies for arriving late. Minato no Mikaze gently lowered the bodies of the Hidden Leaf Village ninja hanging from the trees, closing their eyes one by one. His expression turned cold as he glanced in a certain direction and disappeared with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. So fast. The fourth Hokage? Did he come alone, without guards? Juzo murmured to himself. Isn't that perfect? Jin and Akebino grinned cruelly. Let's kill him together. Ignoring the others, Ranmaru urgently pleaded with Riga, run. At that speed, Riga, you're no match for him. Before the child's anxious warning could finish, the whistling of kunai sliced through the air, targeting Jin and Akebino. Reflexively, he used his sword to deflect the strange kunai, creating an opening in his defense. Boom. Arg. A golden flash appeared in everyone's vision, followed by a violent explosion and Jin and Akebino's anguished screams. In the spiraling crater left behind, Jin coughed up blood and fragments of his internal organs, his body writhing in pain. His fading eyes sought out his comrades, his hand feebly reaching for help, but he no longer had the strength to lift it. The others, however, had no time to spare for a dead man whose insides had been obliterated. How could it be so fast? In just an instant, Jin. Sweat poured down Fuki Suikazen's face as he stared at Minato standing at the edge of the crater. When Minato's gaze shifted toward him, a surge of fear gripped his heart. Without hesitation, Fuki swung his sword, detonating explosive tags on the ground. Boom. The ground shattered, debris flying everywhere, obscured by a cloud of dust. Use the hidden mist jutsu, now. If he gets moving, we're done. Fuki and Juzo both raised their hands to weave seals, and together they unleashed the hidden mist jutsu. A thick fog rapidly enveloped the battlefield. Attack. For the first time, the 5 remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen coordinated their efforts, launching a joint assault against Minato within the mist. With his incredible speed, splitting up wasn't an option. They could only disable Minato to escape. Riga lagged slightly behind the others, hesitant, when suddenly a figure cloaked in green steam, both familiar and foreign, appeared before him. A terrifyingly powerful palm strike, seemingly charged during its teleportation, came straight for his chest. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Riga's pupils constricted. He barely managed to twist his body, avoiding a fatal hit. Boom. The palm struck, blood and flesh bursting from his left shoulder as his arm was torn away, along with one of the thunder swords dropping to the ground. But Riga had no time to dwell on his injuries. Using the force of the attack to propel himself back, he fled several dozen meters without warning his comrades, transforming into lightning to escape the battlefield. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu was far more terrifying than anything they had imagined. And now there were 2 users of the technique. One of whom possessed Byakugan capable of seeing through the hidden mist jutsu. Winning was impossible. Without sparing a glance at the critically wounded Riga, Hyuga Fuji's calm voice echoed above the battlefield, 7 o'clock direction, 25 meters. The 5 who had surrounded Minato froze in shock. But Minato's cold expression softened into a slight smile as he made the first move, pulling a Flying Thunder God kunai from his pouch and hurling it toward the indicated direction. The hidden mist jutsu did restrict Minato's speed. In this environment, swiftly eliminating the 7 ninja swordsmen with the Flying Thunder God was impossible. At least, if he didn't have any allies. That said, having a comrade who could keep up with him changed everything. When Minato had arrived and noticed the thunder sword bearing Hyuga Fuji's Flying Thunder God seal, he'd been surprised. Hyuga Fuji was supposed to be training at the underground training grounds. But whatever the reason, the faint sound of an earlier skirmish had made things clear. You've already mastered the Flying Thunder God? Minato's lips curved into a slight grin as he teleported to the kunai beside Fuki Suikazen. The Rasengan in his right hand collided with Fuki's explosive sword. The sword's tags detonated in rapid succession. Boom. 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 The violent chain of explosions drowned out the sound of kunai cutting through the mist. A silent figure appeared behind Fuki. While Fuki's attention was locked on Minato, a single punch crushed his heart. As the enemy collapsed unwillingly to the ground, Minato turned to Fuji with a gentle smile. So this was what it felt like to have someone to carry on a mantle. He suddenly understood why Jiraiya-sensei couldn't resist bragging about his students to others. Chapter 27, The Tragic Fate of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, Part 2, Lord Hokage, I understand that these opponents are no threat to you, but entering enemy ranks without guards is a failure on our part. Hyuga Fuji's calm and even tone gradually tempered Minato's mood, which had been lifted by the sense of having a capable successor. That was the effect Fuji had. His composed demeanor and steady voice had a calming influence on those around him, the complete opposite of Kushina's personality. On the battlefield, this trait was advantageous. But when he spoke in such a tone, Minato couldn't help but overanalyze his words. On the surface, Fuji was acknowledging their absence when Minato faced the enemy, reflecting on how he hadn't fulfilled his duties as a member of the Shadow Guard. But Minato couldn't shake the feeling that Fuji was subtly chastising him for not bringing his guards in the first place. Was it just his imagination? There was no fluctuation in Fuji's tone, leaving nothing to grasp. Minato shook his head, dismissing the trivial thought. Locking eyes with Hyuga Fuji, they both pulled out Flying Thunder God kunai marked with their own unique seals and exchanged them. At the same time, Fuji's low voice reached Minato's ears. 7 o'clock, 29 meters, retreating at a speed of 25 meters per second. Quickly calculating the optimal interception point, Minato summoned 4 Flying Thunder God kunai in each hand and hurled them in the specified direction. Fuji mirrored the action, throwing kunai in a different direction. Swoosh! With the sharp whistle of air, the two vanished again. The mist-shrouded forest was punctuated by the occasional muffled explosion. Standing on a tree, Kurasuke carefully surveyed his surroundings. Only after confirming that no enemies were nearby did he begin tending to his wound. After hastily wrapping his severed arm with an emergency bandage, he brought the bag on his back to the front and opened it. Inside, a small boy lay peacefully asleep. Seeing this, Ryuga let out a faint smile. Good, that strike only knocked Grandma Uru unconscious. Thinking back to Hyuga Fuji's sudden appearance, Ryuga frowned as he examined his thunder sword, ensuring that no strange marks were left on it. Only then did he feel reassured. Since the 4th Hokage had made his name, Hidden Mist Village had extensively studied the Flying Thunder God jutsu. Ryuga knew that using the Flying Thunder God required a special marking to serve as a transfer point. He now understood that Fuji's shadow clone had likely touched his lost sword in their last exchange, leaving the seal there. Did he let me go so he could assist the 4th Hokage? After all, Fuji was a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Even if he knew that the Hokage, armed with the Flying Thunder God, would be fine, he wouldn't stand idly by. Ryuga exhaled in relief, grateful to have escaped with his life. As for the others, as a ninja from the Bloody Mist, he had long stopped caring about comrades. Perhaps he had once harbored such naive notions, but those sentiments had been thoroughly eradicated after countless missions of slaughter. Now, the only person Ryuga cared about was Ranma Uru. I've lost a thunder sword and deserted the mission. I'll probably become the scapegoat. Returning to the village is no longer an option. Adjusting the bag on his back, Ryuga stood and started moving in a specific direction. From now on, I'll live as a wandering ninja with Ranma Uru. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of Byakugan quietly observed him from 100 meters away. Fuki Suikazen and Juzo stood back to back, their eyes darting nervously as they monitored their surroundings. Damn it, those two ran away, didn't they? The screams we heard from their directions earlier tell you all you need to know about their fate. Focus on the here and now, Juzo said coldly. I get it. Just don't drag me down. Sweat rolled down Fuki's face as he tried to maintain his composure, scanning their surroundings. How much time had passed since the battle started? A minute? 3? Certainly no more than 10. In this short span, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had been reduced to just 2. Was this what it meant to face a Kage-level opponent? The ease with which they had been cut down was incomprehensible. Placing such individuals on the battlefield made it all too clear why Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village had retreated. The oppressive silence gnawed at their nerves, and just as the weight of anticipation became unbearable, 2 blurred figures emerged from the dense mist. It's you? Juzo immediately recognized Hyuga Fuji as the one who had warned the 4th Hokage earlier. The Byakugan. Truly the nemesis of the Hidden Mist Jutsu. Fuki, however, grimaced at Fuji's youthful appearance and sneered maliciously. I'll hold off the Hyuga brat. You use the silent killing jutsu to handle the Hokage. How about that? Without the Byakugan, the 4th Hokage won't be able to move at full speed. We might have a chance to escape. Juzo glanced at Fuki but didn't expose his selfish ploy, instead charging directly at Minato. The Flying Thunder God required marked kunai as its medium. If he was cautious enough, he might stand a chance. However slim that hope was. As for escape? Without capturing the Hokage, it was impossible. On the other side, Fuki's expression remained grim as he faced Fuji's youthful, unscarred face. He couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. A Hyuga prodigy? Let me see what makes your gentle fist so special. Needle hair Senbon. Releasing his grip on Seimata, Fuki quickly formed seals. His hair stiffened into needle-like projectiles, raining down on Fuji like a storm. Rotation. A glowing blue sphere of chakra enveloped Fuji, deflecting the hair needles with ease. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Fuki ceased wasting chakra and unleashed a water-style technique. Water Dragon Bullet. A massive water dragon rose into the sky and crashed down toward Fuji's rotation. Simultaneously, Fuki vanished into the mist. Just as Fuji dispersed the water dragon with rotation, he spun and delivered a precise palm strike to his side. The strike collided with Saimata, which absorbed its chakra effortlessly. Fuji sneered and swung the sword, forcing Fuji back. Gentle fist? Taijutsu specialist? Your attacks rely on chakra. Against me, that's useless. Saimata, the most powerful of the 7 ninja swords, could devour chakra and even neutralize ninjutsu. An impressive weapon, Fuji acknowledged calmly. But the wielder is lacking. As he spoke, green steam began to rise from his body. Fuji froze. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist had a technique like this? To fall to this attack. What a fitting end for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Before Fuji could process what was happening, Fuji seemed to teleport to his side, his fiery fist targeting Fuji's chakra points. 8 gates released formation, the 6th inner gate, the gate of view, open. Morning Peacock. Fuji's Saimata was utterly useless against this onslaught. Even when used as a shield, it was kicked away by Fuji's relentless assault. Unable to keep up, Fuji was forced to endure the barrage, his body battered from head to toe. Desperately retreating, he began forming seals, abandoning taijutsu in favor of ninjutsu. But before he could complete the seals, his chakra flow slowed to a crawl, his movements stiffening. What was this? Chakra point strikes. You should be familiar with them. Fuji's cold voice came from behind. Before Fuji could even turn his head, his body gave out, collapsing limply to the ground, never to rise again. Chapter 28, The Clans of the Ninja World. I didn't expect you to master the Flying Thunder God so quickly. Minato, having finished his battle first, walked over. Juzo ultimately didn't survive this mission, unable to change his fate. As Minato approached the corpse of Fuji Suikazan, he noticed the Flying Thunder God marking on the body and praised Hyuga Fuji, that earlier move. Was that the 8 gates formation? I heard from Kakashi that you and Gai trained under Dai, but I didn't expect you to be able to open the 6th gate. And to think you've already combined the Flying Thunder God with taijutsu. At this rate, even I would have trouble facing you. Lord Hokage, I can feel the sincerity in your praise, but I don't believe I could be your match. Hyuga Fuji shook his head, glancing briefly at Juzo's corpse in the distance. His focus earlier hadn't been entirely on Fuji Suikazan. Part of his attention had been on Minato's side of the battlefield. Even with the limitations of the hidden misjutsu, Juzo hadn't lasted a full minute against Minato. The moment Minato activated Sage Mode and his sensory abilities improved, the battle was over in an instant. As Hyuga Fuji's gaze flicked to the fading orange markings around Minato's eyes, he couldn't help but think to himself, didn't someone once say during the 4th Great Ninja War that they weren't skilled at Sage Mode? But from the moment Minato entered the battlefield, it was clear to Fuji that natural energy was already blending with Minato's chakra, forming Sage Chakra. With his extensive battle experience, Minato had been prepared for the hidden misjutsu the instant the battle began. Hyuga Fuji was certain that even if he hadn't shown up, the 7 ninja swordsmen wouldn't have lasted much longer. At most, Juzo would have been the only one to experience the power of Sage Mode. As for Minato's praise, if the two of them fought without using their ultimate techniques, it would likely devolve into a contest of Flying Thunder God teleportation, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Minato's words were merely modesty tinged with surprise at the power of the 8 gates. He didn't genuinely believe that Fuji had surpassed him. Minato recognized Fuji's potential but understood that at just 15 years old, he hadn't yet reached his peak as a ninja. As for Fuji hiding his mastery of the 8 gates, Minato didn't feel the need to investigate. There were plenty of ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village who kept their true abilities hidden. Even someone like Dai, a mere Gainian, had left an impression on Minato with his latent strength. Was that a crime? It was natural for ninjas to conceal their trump cards. In the Hyuga clan, taijutsu outside of Gentle Fist was often shunned. Fuji's earlier restraint likely stemmed from concerns about the Hyuga main house. The fact that Fuji was now displaying this ability before Minato signified trust. Overanalyzing it would only harm their relationship. As they spoke, the effects of the hidden misjutsu faded away. Picking up Saimata from the ground, Hyuga Fuji asked, Lord Hokage, what should we do with these ninja swords? The swords. Minato glanced around. With the mist gone, his field of vision had cleared. He quickly noticed a severed arm and the remaining thunder sword. Where's Rigakurasuke? I severed one of his arms and marked him with a Flying Thunder God seal. I can. Fuji's words trailed off as his brow furrowed, his expression turning serious as if sensing something. Minato looked puzzled. What's wrong? Fuji's face grew grave. I sensed the Flying Thunder God mark. Inside the village. Minato froze, his pupils contracting. Root base in a dimly lit room, faint flames provided the only light. Aburame Ryo, deputy leader of Root, confirmed the identity of the corpse on the ground and turned to Denzo, seated at the head of the room. Lord Denzo, this is Rigakirasuke, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Denzo gave a slight nod, then glanced at the kneeling Hyuga ninja beside the corpse and said coldly, "Stand." Hyuga Takuma rose nervously, his head bowed, not daring to meet Denzo's gaze. "You've done poorly," Denzo said flatly. "I am the leader of Root, the shadow of Hidden Leaf Village. As a member of Hidden Leaf Village, your duty should have been to support the Hokage, not to come to me." However, Denzo's tone shifted. "I admire the abilities of the Hyuga clan. Your Byakugan possesses irreplaceable advantages in many situations. Root has long lacked Hyuga ninjas. I can consider your proposal to bring the branch family into Root, but not now." With that, Denzo turned and walked into the shadows. "For now, don't come back. Take that corpse as your spoils of war and present it to the Hokage." "Yes." Hyuga Takuma replied, bowing deeply. "Ryo, brand him with a Root seal." "Understood." Ryo turned to Takuma and said coldly, "Follow me." The Root seal is derived from the caged bird seal. It won't expose you within the Hyuga clan. Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Minato repeatedly reviewed Hyuga Takuma's file as he asked Hyuga Fuji, "He's a guard for the main house, isn't he? Why was he on the patrol roster?" "To be precise, he's a future guard," Fuji explained, taking the file from Minato. "He is being trained by the main house to serve as a close guard for the next generation. He was a year ahead of me in the academy. My impression of him was that he was a calm and mature upperclassman. The main house had high expectations for him." "I see." Minato frowned. The current discussion revolved around Rigakirasuke. After Fuji sensed the flying thunder god mark inside the village, Minato's first thought was that a spy was involved. But as he and Fuji followed the trail Riga hadn't had time to erase, they uncovered an unbelievable conclusion. A Hyuga ninja had taken Riga. This conclusion was based on the evidence left at the last scene of the battle. That was why Minato had returned to the office to check the day's patrol roster. As for the 2 advisors, Minato had temporarily redirected them with the task of dealing with the ninja swords and the 7 ninja swordsmen's corpses. "Does the branch family report to the main house before informing the Hokage?" Minato finally asked a question he had long hesitated to voice. "They do." After a pause, Fuji elaborated, "That falls under the autonomous rights of the ninja clans. Since you aren't from a ninja clan, Lord Hokage, you may not be aware that after the first Hokage established that the Hokage had no authority over the internal affairs of the clans, the second Hokage further clarified the rights of the clans. For urgent intelligence or matters involving foreign nations, the clans have no authority to act independently and must report directly to the Hokage. This is their basic obligation as part of Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, the Hokage can punish them. However, for non-urgent matters involving individual achievements, the clans can deliberate internally before reporting to the Hokage. That's the standard practice." Fuji's tone hardened. "But that applies only in peacetime. During wartime, all matters related to the war must be reported immediately by the clans. Any delay would be unacceptable. If the Hyuga clan is responsible for this, you can directly call them out on it. The other clans will have no objections." Chapter 29, A Stark Imbalance. "I see." Minato nodded solemnly, then broke into a slight smile. "I'm truly grateful that my shadow guard consists of you and Yakimaru. Up until now, neither of you has reported anything to your clans, have you?" "This is the duty of the shadow guard," Hyuga Fuji replied calmly, setting down the documents. Minato shook his head. "If you hadn't reminded me, I might never have grasped the nuances of clan politics. Without guidance, some doors remain forever closed. The ninja clans. Strictly speaking, Hidden Leaf Village was in their hands. Both advisors, even the third Hokage, hailed from ninja clans. Setting aside matters he currently couldn't handle, Minato smiled and asked casually, "Fuji, you're practically the Hyuga clan's third leader now, aren't you? Is that why you understand clan affairs so well?" As part of the Shadow Guard, Fuji had considerable access to Hidden Leaf Village's core operations. This position naturally gave him and Yakimaru Uchiha significant influence within their respective clans. Given the Hyuga clan's unique dynamics, it was likely that those yearning for more freedom had begun seeking out Hyuga Fuji. "Some members of the clan have approached me, but I've ignored them. It was clan leader Hisashi who discussed these matters with me." Of course, Hisashi's primary concern had been ensuring Fuji didn't share the main house's secret techniques. "Support from your clan can still be valuable, it makes your path smoother," Minato remarked with a soft laugh, glancing out the window. The streets of Hidden Leaf Village were unusually quiet, the usual bustle of peacetime dulled by the looming shadow of war. The room fell silent. After a long pause, Minato spoke in a low voice, I plan to head to the battlefield in 2 days and end this war. The hidden threats within the village were far greater than Minato had anticipated. Remaining in Hidden Leaf Village to stabilize the situation as Hokage would be futile. If that was the case, it was better to eliminate external threats first. The war front was not going as smoothly as the villagers believed, even with 2 of the Sannin stationed there. Noticing Fuji's questioning gaze, Minato pulled out another report and handed it to him. Take a look. Scanning the document, Fuji's eyes narrowed at a few familiar names. Hidden Mist Village is making a final gamble. Exactly, which is why I have to go, Minato confirmed. Do you plan to leave the village in the hands of the advisors? Fuji asked. Yes. I also want to request the 3rd Hokage to oversee things, but he seems to have other plans. So, would you be willing to stay in the village? Minato's warm tone and expectant gaze made Fuji pause. Leaving part of the Shadow Guard behind to assist with Hidden Leaf Village's affairs? This wasn't the kind of role given to a mere bodyguard or promising young talent. With that realization, Fuji's tone turned firm. The branch family cannot hold high-ranking positions. As a member of the Shadow Guard, I should naturally accompany you to the battlefield. Please understand. I see. What a pity. Minato sighed, but he didn't press the issue further. Some things were better left to time. Lord Hokage, Hyuga Takuma has come to report that he killed Kurasuke of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. At that moment, an Anbu operative appeared, delivering the news. Minato glanced at Fuji, then, after a few moments of thought, instructed the Anbu, record the credit as per protocol, and have the corpse and the ninja sword sent to the advisors. Pursuing this matter now wouldn't accomplish anything, he still couldn't challenge the entrenched rules of the ninja clans. Yes. After the Anbu left, Minato turned to Fuji, seemingly reminded of something. Some of those swords are your spoils of war. Is there one you'd like to keep? I'm a taijutsu specialist, they wouldn't significantly enhance my strength. Besides, I imagine you have other plans for them once the war ends, don't you? Fuji's tone was calm but certain. Hearing this, Minato smiled without replying, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. It's a shame, Fuji. You're far too valuable to be just a powerful ninja. Is that so? Minato didn't take any action? That's probably for the best. For someone like him, refraining from confronting the clans is the wisest choice right now. In the Sarutobi clan compound, Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to the report before sighing deeply. Turning to the 2 people in front of him, he said, Minato is an excellent Hokage, but he's not the right fit. Or perhaps, he was born in the wrong era. He would have been perfect for the time when the 2nd Hokage had suppressed the clans to the point of desperation. A gentle Hokage extending goodwill in such a period would have been ideal. Much like the role I played. When I first became Hokage, I wasn't as mild as I am now. To consolidate my authority, I promoted many trusted individuals, including members of the Sarutobi clan. At the same time, I continued the 2nd Hokage's policies. Promoting civilian ninjas, expanding the academy, and suppressing the clans. But soon, I realized. I was terribly wrong. Hiruzen's demise rested on the 2 individuals before him. I poured resources into the academy, even serving as its headmaster, to cultivate civilian ninjas and balance the power of the clan-born shinobi. But it didn't take long for the clans, realizing that even the death of the 2nd Hokage wouldn't change their position, to develop a new strategy. They infiltrated every department. The Jonin leaders, the academy's students and teachers, the interrogation unit. They gained influence in subtler, less conspicuous ways. And because of the 2nd Great Ninja War, I failed to notice in time. It's painfully obvious now. The interrogation unit is dominated by the Yamanaka clan. The sensory division is filled with members of the Hyuga and Iburame clans. While some of this is due to their unique abilities, it's unacceptable for Hidden Leaf Village's key departments to be controlled by the clans. Apart from the police force, which was a poisoned chalice, the clans had infiltrated numerous other departments. If the Hokage didn't want direct confrontation, he had no choice but to compromise. In this situation, what happens if they refuse to cooperate or sabotage efforts from within? What should the Hokage do? Hayashi, if it were you, what would you do? Hiruzen directed the question to one of the 2 individuals before him. Lord Third. I wouldn't be able to do anything, Hayashi Hyuga admitted, his breath catching as he bowed his head. What could he possibly say? The Hyuga clan was part of this system. Even if this infiltration had been the work of his father's generation, it still implicated him as the current clan leader. Exactly. Nothing can be done. Hiruzen closed his eyes wearily. Because my authority also stems from the clans. Especially the Sarutobi clan, Hidden Leaf Village's largest. After years as Hokage, I've promoted countless trusted subordinates, leading to unprecedented growth for the Sarutobi clan. Now, to exercise my power, I need their support. But if I moved against the clans, would they still back me? Denzo fixates on the Uchiha, but has he ever considered how large the Sarutobi clan has become? Even after accounting for war casualties, we still have 2,500 members. Both individuals before him widened their eyes in disbelief. How many members did the Hyuga clan have? Even counting both the main and branch families, they didn't exceed 800. The Sarutobi clan was over 3 times their size. This. By sheer numbers, the Sarutobi clan was undoubtedly Hidden Leaf Village's strongest ninja clan. That's when I understood why the second Hokage encouraged the Senju clan to intermarry with civilians, ultimately reducing them to little more than a name. He was eliminating Hidden Leaf Village's greatest ninja clan. The political legacy left by the second Hokage, combined with the reputation the Senju clan earned during the first 2 ninja wars, could have allowed them to dominate Hidden Leaf Village indefinitely. To prevent this, the second Hokage used relatively gentle methods to quietly dismantle Hidden Leaf Village's most prominent clan. Hiruzen's revelation shattered Hayashi's worldview. Was it really Tobirama who orchestrated the Senju clan's decline into history? Hayashi cast a sidelong glance at Hiruzen, but the latter's somber expression gave no indication of deceit. And yet, Hiruzen's prior dealings with the Hyuga clan left Hayashi hesitant to trust him. Hiruzen allowed them a moment to process before continuing. The second Hokage's approach also greatly enhanced the potential of civilian ninjas, laying the groundwork for future policies aimed at suppressing the clans. But I failed to understand this, allowing the Sarutobi clan to become the new Senju. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his expression a complex mixture of regret and frustration. If I had started off more moderately, offering the clan some concessions while civilian ninjas slowly rose to prominence, the current state of Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't have come to this. Hidden Leaf Village's ninja forces are now split. Civilian-born ninjas make up 50% of the total, largely because of their sheer numbers. But most of them are Geinin or Chunin. When it comes to Jonin and Special Jonin, the ratio between civilian ninjas and clan-born ninjas is 2 to 8. And the clans also dominate many critical but foundational roles. This imbalance carried a devastating implication. What did it mean? It meant that if the Hokage enacted policies unfavorable to the clans could effectively veto the Hokage's decisions. They could even take things further and deem the Hokage unfit, potentially branding them as a rogue ninja. Ridiculous, wasn't it? The leader of an entire village, a rogue ninja. It sounded absurd, but it was entirely plausible given the current situation. Hiruzen let out a bitter chuckle. Laughable, isn't it? But this is the reality of Hidden Leaf Village today. Hayashi and the other figure in the room exchanged uneasy glances. The weight of the third Hokage's words sank in, each revelation striking like a hammer. Hayashi, in particular, felt conflicted. As the head of the Hyuga clan, he was complicit in this system, yet the realization of how precarious the balance truly was left him troubled. But this is the system we have now, Hiruzen continued. For a Hokage to govern effectively, they must navigate a delicate dance between placating the clans and empowering civilians. If Minato tries to overturn this balance too hastily, he risks turning all the clans against him. That's why, for someone like him, someone with such a clean heart, it's best if he doesn't act against the clans for now. The burden would crush him. Hiruzen's voice was tinged with sadness as he extinguished his pipe. Minato could have been a great Hokage in another era. But now, he's bound by the limitations of this system, one I played no small part in creating. Hayashi remained silent, his head slightly bowed, his mind racing with conflicted thoughts. The meeting fell into a tense, contemplative silence, the weight of Hiruzen's revelations hanging heavily in the air. Chapter 30, The Spy. I've left Minato with a mess. Though he's a civilian-born ninja and naturally close to other civilian ninjas, without the support of the clans, his orders will be difficult to implement. Strength can solve many problems, but it can't help him govern the village. And then there are those 3 old friends of mine. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head in resignation. Koharu and Hamura are tied to countless interests, with many clans connected to them. Some even tied to Sarutobi elders. Denzo, on the other hand, has distanced himself from the clans, but because he runs route and relies on underhanded tactics, he's the most dangerous of all. After all, whether it was the Hokage or the 2 advisors, they all had to be mindful of their reputation and the consequences of their actions. Denzo, however, didn't care about any of that. A man who operated without restraint and by any means necessary was often the most dangerous. Denzo always regarded the clans as tools, never bothering to appease them. If not for Hiruzen's restraint, the clans would likely have turned on Denzo long ago. Many of Root's most powerful members had been forcibly pulled from the clans under Denzo's orders. Kushina once complained to me, asking why I didn't dismiss them. But if I really did, the consequences would be unpredictable. If the clans and root took it as a sign of an impending purge, Hidden Leaf Village would plunge into civil war. And such losses were something the village couldn't bear. Unless all three were eliminated simultaneously, along with their backing factions, or unless they conveniently died at the hands of an external enemy, Koharu, Hamura, and Denzo would likely remain in their positions for far longer than any Hokage's term. Letting out a weary sigh, Hiruzen shifted his gaze to another Hyuga standing in the room. Minato is close to the current Uchiha clan leader, and Kushina also has a good relationship with the Uchiha. Combined with the support of the Hyuga clan and Shikaku's faction, Minato may gradually stabilize his position as Hokage. He avoided mentioning the Inoshikacho trio by name, as Shikaku and his peers, like Hiashi Hyuga, couldn't represent their entire clans. Perhaps he won't be able to uproot the deeply entrenched ninja clans, but as a civilian-born Hokage, Minato won't let things worsen. I've missed many chances, but I can't afford to miss this one. Hiruzen turned to Hyuga Takuma with a solemn expression. My apologies, Takuma. Without me suppressing him, Denzo will undoubtedly try something. I need you to keep an eye on him. I'll remove the curse mark on you, and as for this dereliction of duty, I'll explain it away. Yes, Lord Third. Hyuga Takuma replied firmly. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and turned to Hiashi. My apologies to you as well, clan leader Hiashi. In my explanation, I criticized the Hyuga clan. I hope you'll understand. Hiashi shook his head. I understand. The ninja clans are rotting from within. If they are left to control Hidden Leaf Village, it's only a matter of time before both Hidden Leaf Village and the clans face complete ruin. Just like the backlash the Hyuga main house had suffered before, Hiashi thought bitterly to himself. With a quiet sigh, Hiashi composed himself and asked, Lord Hokage, why did you choose Takuma to infiltrate Root? If it's just to monitor Denzo, there should be better candidates. The recent turmoil within the Hyuga clan allows Takuma to infiltrate Root under the guise of a branch family member who resents the main house. It won't raise suspicion. If anyone else were to join Root at this time, Denzo would immediately suspect me. Hiruzen explained in a calm tone. Additionally, Root's new curse mark is derived from the caged bird seal. Since Denzo also knows the caged bird seal, I'm concerned he may find a way to bypass the sealed Tsunade and I designed and target the Hyuga clan. With Takuma as a double agent, we'll have advance warning. It wasn't an impossible scenario. Denzo had long coveted the Hyuga branch family. After all, after centuries of conditioning by the main house, they lacked any resistance to authority and were arguably the most obedient tools. Recently, the branch family had shown some signs of defiance, but that had quickly subsided under Hiruzen's interventions. Hiruzen glanced at Takuma's composed face. Despite knowing his life was now controlled by Denzo, Takuma remained loyal to the main house. It wasn't just his body that was enslaved, but also his heart. The caged bird seal truly was terrifying. You're worried Denzo will target the main house to control the branch family? Hayashi's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. How dare he? Hiruzen sighed. There's nothing he wouldn't dare. If it becomes an internal clan conflict, the Hokage has no authority to intervene. If Root were to acquire the Byakugan, they could monitor all of Hidden Leaf Village. Why wouldn't Denzo want that? Returning to the Hyuga compound with Hiashi, Hyuga Takuma didn't linger long. Soon, he slipped away to a secluded location. Entering an underground chamber through a hidden mountain cave, he walked to the far end, where a figure awaited him. Hearing footsteps, the figure turned to look at him. Hyuga Takuma knelt on one knee and reported, Lord Fuji, I've successfully infiltrated Root. Hyuga Fuji regarded his subordinate and nodded. Well done. Stand. In the information he had shared with Minato, Fuji had left out one keyword in his assessment of Takuma, resilience. The first member of the Hyuga clan to pledge loyalty to Fuji wasn't Yuki Hyuga, but Takuma, someone Fuji had known since their days in the academy. This calm, composed ninja, destined to become Hinata's future guardian, harbored an extraordinary level of discontent toward the main house. The boy who was with Kurasuki has been sent to your third laboratory, Takuma continued after rising. As for the third Hokage, his attitude is peculiar. He seems unusually concerned about Denzo's actions. Takuma summarized Hiruzen's words and relayed them to Fuji. After listening, Fuji didn't speculate on Hiruzen's motives. Instead, he simply said, the fourth Hokage will head to the battlefield in 2 days. Takuma was puzzled at first but then seemed to realize something. Will the third Hokage go as well? Even so, he struggled to understand why a retired Hokage would feel compelled to go to the front lines. To reduce the numbers of the Sarutobi clan, isn't the Hidden Mist Village battlefield the best opportunity? Fuji's rhetorical question made Takuma's heart turn cold. That's right. A war led by the fourth Hokage. A guaranteed victory. was the perfect opportunity for ambitious individuals to accumulate military achievements. No one in the Sarutobi clan would suspect that their own patriarch, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would use this war as a pretext to weaken his clan's strength. But would Hiruzen really have the resolve for such an act? Fuji's tone was steady as he continued. According to frontline reports, after Jiraiya led the vanguard, the third Mizukage of Hidden Mist Village has entered the battlefield, and both of their tailed beasts have been deployed. Not only that, but many of Hidden Mist Village's most renowned fighters have begun to appear. The front lines have already been pushed back once. Sending ordinary ninjas there would be like throwing them into a meat grinder. Fuji paused, his gaze sharp. Based on what I know, the third Hokage wasn't lying about what the second Hokage did. In the ninja world, erasing clans isn't unique to Itachi Uchiha. And now, the third seems intent on emulating his teacher. Takuma's heart grew colder by the second. It was highly likely that the third Hokage had already known about the severity of the battlefield before deciding to act. Chapter 31, Once you stand, don't kneel again. That's the Sarutobi clan's strength, still under Hiruzen Sarutobi's control. Why would he do this? Hearing Hyuga Takuma's question, Hyuga Fuji replied coolly. Compared to letting the Sarutobi clan rot in the future and becoming a tumor, Hidden Leaf Village must excise. Isn't it better for them to die a hero's death on the battlefield? Controlling their numbers will allow the Sarutobi clan to survive peacefully under future Hokage administrations. When a tree grows too tall, it draws the wind. They are not the Senju clan. They lack the prestige. The Senju could exit the stage gracefully, the Sarutobi cannot. The Senju clan, Fuji explained, had been dissolved into the village under the second Hokage's leadership. While it could be seen as extinction, it was, in many ways, a deliberate and strategic choice. Firstly, it resolved the issue of succession for Hidden Leaf Village. The Senju's prestige was so overwhelming that, if they had continued to exist, the Hokage's position would have always remained with the Senju or those connected to them. Over time, this would have inevitably created rifts between the Senju and the other clans. Secondly, the Senju's integration into the village, shedding their clan identity, allowed them a dignified exit. The fates of other clans descended from the Sage of Six Paths or Hamura Otsutsuki spoke volumes about how the Senju's dissolution was, in retrospect, a blessing. The Uchiha were almost wiped out by Itachi. The Uzumaki were scattered and lived in ruin. The Kaguya were exterminated. The Otsutsuki on the moon were reduced to one survivor. The Hyuga survived, but only by shackling themselves with the caged bird seal. By contrast, the Senju's legacy persisted seamlessly with Hidden Leaf Village's survival. Their descendants, even without a Senju name, still took pride in their lineage. But the Sarutobi clan was different. Due to Hiruzen's prolonged reign, the Sarutobi had gained power akin to the Senju but lacked their prestige. Unlike the Senju, who had been instrumental in founding Hidden Leaf Village and fighting valiantly in two great wars, the Sarutobi's standing was more fragile. If the Sarutobi wished to step back from power, it wouldn't happen without bloodshed. Consider Sarutobi Azuma's original team, heirs to the next generation heads of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimaki clans, alongside children of the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans. Even in the younger generation, the Sarutobi's influence was evident. Asuma and Kurenai's relationship further linked them to these powerful clans. And yet, when Hiruzen fought Orochimaru, not a single clan came to his aid. Was the Four Violet Flames formation truly unbreakable? It was a Hidden Leaf Village technique. Surely it could have been countered. Even the Yamanaka clan alone could have sent 4 Jonin to control the Sound Four and force them to release the barrier. But no one acted. Hiruzen had reigned too long, and the Sarutobi clan had grown too strong. After the Uchiha massacre and events like Hisashi being handed over to Hidden Cloud's village, trust in Hiruzen among the other clans had evaporated. His death, fighting to protect the village, was the last shred of dignity the clans and Orochimaru allowed him. Hyuga Fuji returned from his thoughts and spoke to the now silent Takuma. These are things you only need to keep in mind. The branch family's future doesn't lie in Hidden Leaf Village, so there's no need to get entangled in the conflicts between the clans and the Hokage. The third Hokage sending you to root, drawing Denzo's attention to the Hyuga clan, may well be an attempt to expose those among you dissatisfied with the village or the main house. His leaving the village with the fourth Hokage is deliberately giving Denzo a chance to act. He is, after all, Hidden Leaf Village's third Hokage. You can trust in his strength, but never in his compassion. Cold sweat ran down Takuma's forehead as he bowed his head. Understood. The third Hokage was truly cunning. Takuma had merely believed the kind facade he had shown earlier. Looking back, there was no way to verify which parts of his words were true and which were not. And if he truly lacked the ability to maintain balance, how could he have suppressed the darkness of the ninja world and stabilized the power of the clans for so long? The truth was clear, the Sarutobi clan itself had become the largest clan in Hidden Leaf Village, and that alone prevented Hiruzen from acting against the other clans. But now, the once mighty Hiruzen was finally turning on his own people. Not out of malice, but to ensure the Sarutobi clan's survival. Takuma sighed inwardly. He had no right to judge Hiruzen's actions. After all, Hiruzen acted for his clan's future, just as Takuma now acted for the future of the Hyuga clan. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "What do you need me to do when the time comes? Should I hand over that technique to Denzo?" "You don't need to do anything this time. Just wait for Denzo to fail. It's not yet time for that technique to be revealed." Fuji glanced at the blackened scar on Takuma's palm. "For now, focus on recovering. While en route, keep an eye on two individuals with the surname Yakushi." Even though Fuji had subdued Ranmaru and critically injured Rigakirasuke, Takuma's battle with Riga had been far from easy. "Yes." Takuma bowed and prepared to leave using the body flicker jutsu when Fuji's calm, gentle voice stopped him. "Since you've already stood up, don't kneel again. Reporting to me on your knees must feel uncomfortable, Takuma-senpai." Takuma froze mid-motion, a stirring emotion rising within him. He didn't respond. Instead, after confirming that he hadn't compromised Fuji's plans, he allowed himself to sleep deeply for the first time in days. The battle with Riga and the subsequent deception before Denzo and Hiruzen had drained him completely. In the underground chamber, minutes after Takuma's departure, a mocking laugh echoed. From the shadows, Hyuga Mikio emerged, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You're quite good at winning over subordinates." Fuji glanced at him nonchalantly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "It's nowhere near as effective as impure world reincarnation. Even if you had treacherous thoughts, you'd still be powerless." Mikio's face darkened as he glared. "If you have the guts, release the impure world reincarnation control seal and fight me." Clunk. Before Mikio could finish, a coffin materialized out of thin air, sealing him away mid-sentence. "Just focus on your reconnaissance duties and stop wasting time on irrelevant thoughts." With the troublemaking relic dealt with, Fuji began to contemplate the situation at hand. Minato's decision to head to the battlefield stemmed from the intelligence he had shared earlier. The third Mizukage, two-tailed beasts, Maitru Mummy, Yagura, Kisame Hoshigaki. An impressive lineup. If some of these individuals had fully matured, the Hidden Leaf Village front lines would already have collapsed. But deploying such overwhelming force would cripple Hidden Mist Village if they suffered significant losses. No rational Mizukage would make such a reckless choice. Of course, the third Mizukage was no longer in control of himself. Such irrational actions were inevitable. Fuji's eyes narrowed. The fourth Hokage had been burdened with responsibilities. Rin and Kakashi were kept in the village under his watchful eye, and missions outside the village were impossible for them. At last, this left only one option. "Madara. I've given you the perfect stage. Don't disappoint me. Now, let's see just how powerful that Toad's prophecy really is." Chapter 32, Betting on Whether an Alien Will Fall on You. Hyuga Fuji refocused his thoughts and tossed out a scroll. 7 unconscious mist ninja appeared from it, collapsing onto the ground. These were the mist shinobi who had assisted the 7 ninja swordsmen, disposable pawns used as smoke screens. Using the Nine-Tails chakra to enhance you all feels like a waste. Taking out another scroll, Fuji formed a hand seal. Blood red, ominous chakra flowed from the scroll into the bodies of the 7 mist ninja. Ah! The 7 awoke from their unconscious state, screaming in agony as the chakra invaded them. When half the Nine-Tails chakra was depleted, Fuji stopped. The second Hokage's impure world reincarnation technique allowed only a small portion of a ninja's power to be preserved in their reanimated state. The stronger the ninja, the less power could be retained. Naturally, improving the strength of the sacrifices and their compatibility with the impure world reincarnation was a key avenue for refining the jutsu. The chakra Kushina had given him was plentiful, but Fuji had other uses for it. Temporarily strengthening the sacrifices to this extent was sufficient. Staring at the mist ninja, whose crimson, frenzied eyes now gleamed with mindless ferocity, Fuji moved on to the next step. Dropping his blood onto their foreheads to bind their personal information, Fuji formed another seal. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. As paper fragments swirled through the air, the reanimated figures of 7 familiar faces stood in a neat line before Fuji. "From now on, you'll serve me, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Are you awake?" The voice was familiar. Ranmaru opened his eyes, blinking against the dim light. "Ryu-sensei?" Black-cloaked with pitch-black sclera, Rigakirasuke looked down at Ranmaru with a conflicted expression. Yet he still managed a faint smile. To Riga, Ranmaru wasn't just a tool, he was more than just a pair of gifted eyes. "Where is this? I remember being knocked unconscious by that Hyuga shinobi." Ranmaru tried to stand, using the wall for support, but his weakened body refused to cooperate. Seeing this, Ryuga gently helped him up. This is his underground base. I'm already dead. Ryuga's hand, resting on Ranmaru's shoulder, was icy cold. His pitch-black glare left no room for denial. But Ranmaru didn't scream in disbelief. Instead, he asked calmly, "What does he want from me?" He promised. "As long as you assist him with his experiments, he'll spare your life." "In that case, you'll stay with me, won't you?" Ranmaru replied softly. Ryuga's lips trembled, but he couldn't bring himself to say a word. Instead, he nodded silently. "I understand. I'll cooperate," Ranmaru said with surprising calm. "As long as I can be with you, nothing else matters." "Ranmaru. I'm sorry. Looks like the reunion is over. Time to get to work." Fuji emerged from the shadows, completely ignoring Ryuga's conflicted and resentful glare. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Ranmaru. "Tell me everything about your Red Eye's abilities." "Yes," Ranmaru responded, patting Ryuga's arm soothingly. He then explained in a calm voice, "My Red Eyes can see through objects, create illusions, and even resurrect the dying." "Interesting," Fuji murmured in the laboratory, his eyes gleaming as he studied the data on Ranmaru's abilities. To prevent any unpleasant surprises, Ryuga had shared some hidden information with Fuji. Ranmaru's village had once been home to members of the Kaguya clan. Ryuga's encounter with Ranmaru during a mission had been directly related to this. So, these red eyes, similar to the Byakugan, are tied to the Kaguya clan? Is this some kind of genetic mutation or an ancestral regression? Regardless of the specifics, the link between the red eyes and the Byakugan was undeniable. And resurrection abilities too? Yet another dujutsu capable of potentially overcoming the caged bird seal. Fuji sighed. Unfortunately, his time was limited. With only a day left before his mission with Minato to the front lines, he couldn't afford to delve deeper into his research. From here on, shadow clones and the reanimated shinobi will continue the work. Setting aside the materials, Fuji turned and left the laboratory, heading toward one of Hidden Leaf Village's taverns. Before departing for the battlefield, there were a few people he needed to meet. But the things people used to test fate in this shinobi world were truly strange. Standing outside the tavern, Fuji saw Tsunade gambling against a familiar Hyuga clan member, betting on dice rolls. He shook his head helplessly. This was the 10th person from the Hyuga clan Tsunade had gambled with that Fuji knew of. And it was someone he recognized well, Hyuga Shinsuke. Fuji stood watching for a moment before deciding to step inside. However, the tavern owner at the counter noticed him and gave a friendly smile while gesturing toward a sign by the door, "No minors allowed." "I'm here on official business, under orders from the Hokage," Fuji said calmly. The owner scratched his head and sighed. "All right, go in, but no drinking." It was clear from his tone that he wasn't entirely convinced by Fuji's excuse. Fuji wasn't surprised by the reaction. This was how it always went. The tavern had a strict policy regarding minors. There was probably some story behind it. Walking over to Tsunade's table, Fuji was quickly noticed by Hyuga Shinsuke. Shinsuke immediately brightened, standing as if she had just been rescued. "Fuji-kun. You're here to see Lady Tsunade, aren't you?" The tavern's strict entry policy had only allowed her in because Tsunade had vouched for her. And on the condition that she wouldn't drink. Given Fuji's age, Shinsuke assumed he wouldn't come here without a good reason, let alone find their exact table without prior knowledge. Seeing Fuji nod, Shinsuke turned to Tsunade with an apologetic look. "Lady Tsunade, I'm sorry, but I'll have to excuse myself. Let's continue another time." Before Tsunade could respond, Shinsuke quickly fled the tavern. She couldn't understand how anyone could be so unlucky. 10 rounds. 10 losses. All on Tsunade's end. What was worse, Tsunade refused to stop, determined to win even a single round against her, leaving Shinsuke utterly drained. Now, she was finally free. "Thank you, Fuji-kun. I'll make sure to repay you later." "Brat," Tsunade muttered, glaring at Fuji as she watched Shinsuke escape. "Doesn't matter what official business you're on. Since you scared her off, you'll take her place and bet with me." Fuji sat across from Tsunade, glancing at the empty sake cups on the table and her slightly flushed face. "Lady Tsunade, have you been troubled by something lately? Can't I just want to win for once?" Tsunade rolled her eyes. "But I've heard you always lose when gambling. If you're upset, why keep doing something you can't win at?" "I like it," Tsunade snapped, taking another swig of sake. She leaned back in her chair, staring at Fuji with a slightly tipsy defiance. "If you think I'll lose, then figure out a way to make me win. Either way, I'm winning something today." She's anxious because winning hasn't caused bad luck recently? Fuji realized, recalling what Tsunade had told him before. Her unusual luck. Winning at gambling always came with terrible consequences. Recently, she'd won a match against Hyuga, but nothing disastrous had occurred since. She seemed to be betting aimlessly now, trying to make sense of it. After a moment of thought, Fuji smiled slightly. "Alright then, Lady Tsunade. How about we bet on whether or not you'll have a streak of bad luck today?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, curious despite herself. "I'll bet that you'll choke on your drink, get something stuck in your throat while eating, and on your way out, you'll get hit by a falling alien from the moon." Tsunade shuddered, instantly sobering up. "Kid, are you trying to curse me?" she asked, glaring at Fuji with a complicated expression. "Not at all. I just think that with such an impossible bet, Lady Tsunade might finally have a chance to win," Fuji replied with a faint smile. "If she loses even this, well, that would be truly terrifying. If she did lose, and a Natsutsuki did fall from the sky, then Madara might as well declare Tsunade the strongest ninja in history. Summoning Natsutsuki by sheer bad luck was an ability no one else had." Tsunade stared at Fuji, her expression shifting between irritation and disbelief. "You're really something, kid. Betting on aliens falling from the moon. What kind of joke is this?" "It's not a joke, Lady Tsunade," Fuji replied calmly. "It's just the kind of bet where the odds are finally in your favor. After all, how could such an absurd scenario ever happen?" Tsunade leaned back in her chair, still staring at Fuji, trying to determine whether he was mocking her or genuinely serious. She could sense no malice from him. Only that signature Hyuga stoicism that made it impossible to read his true thoughts. "Fine," she said after a moment, a sly smile tugging at her lips. "Let's make this ridiculous bet, then. If I win, I'll expect you to humor me and gamble with me again. But if I lose—" "You won't," Fuji interrupted with a faint smirk. "This time, you'll definitely win." The confident tone threw Tsunade off for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, narrowing her eyes at the young shinobi. "You're awfully sure of yourself. You better not be scheming something, kid." "Of course not," Fuji replied simply. Tsunade grumbled to herself, still a little wary, but decided to let it slide. She signaled to the tavern owner for another drink, determined to see if this strange bet could actually break her streak of bad luck. Meanwhile, outside the tavern, Hyuga Shinsuke walked briskly down the dimly lit street, her heart still pounding from her escape. Finally free, she muttered to herself, glancing back toward the tavern as if expecting Tsunade to chase after her. She couldn't fathom how someone could lose 10 times in a row, nor how someone like Tsunade, renowned for her strength and intelligence, could be so relentlessly stubborn about gambling. As she turned a corner, her thoughts wandered to Fuji. He's always so composed, no matter the situation. I wonder if he even knows how to have fun. Well, at least he saved me this time. I owe him. Back inside the tavern, Tsunade downed another drink, her mood slightly lifted by the absurdity of the bet. "So, kid," she said, setting her cup down and glancing at Fuji. "You're one of Minato's shadow guard now, huh? How's that working out for you?" "It's going well," Fuji answered evenly. "The training is rigorous, but I'm learning a lot." Tsunade scoffed. "You Hyuga types. Always so serious. Do you even know how to relax? Maybe that's why I keep seeing Minato's students walk around looking like the world's weight is on their shoulders." Fuji remained silent, his expression unchanging. Tsunade studied him for a moment, then shook her head. "You're just like Kakashi. Too young to be this uptight. What are you all so worried about, anyway? You're in Hidden Leaf Village, the strongest village in the world. Try smiling once in a while." "I'll consider it," Fuji said flatly. Tsunade let out an exaggerated sigh. Kids these days. No sense of humor. She reached for her drink again but paused as her mind drifted back to her bet with Hyuga. "Hey, kid," she said, her tone shifting to something more serious. "You've got that look like you think you've got everything figured out. So tell me, what's your take on this whole luck thing? Do you believe in it?" Fuji met her gaze evenly. "I don't believe in luck. I believe in preparation and probabilities." Tsunade snorted. Spoken like a true Hyuga. "But let me tell you something. Sometimes, no amount of preparation can save you. Sometimes, you just have to roll the dice and hope for the best." Fuji didn't respond immediately. After a moment, he said, "Perhaps. But if the outcome is unfavorable, then the dice were flawed from the start." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "You're a strange one, kid. I can't tell if you're incredibly wise or just hopelessly stubborn." "Maybe both," Fuji said with the faintest hint of a smile. As the evening wore on, the tavern began to quiet, with most of the patrons having left. Tsunade eventually decided she'd had enough for the night and stood to leave. Fuji followed her to the door, keeping a respectful distance. "Hey," she said suddenly, turning to face him. You really think I'll win this ridiculous bet of yours? Fuji met her gaze, his expression as steady as ever. I'm certain of it. Tsunade smirked. Well, I'll hold you to that. She stepped outside, the cool night air refreshing after the warmth of the tavern. Taking a deep breath, she glanced up at the sky. And then she froze. A streak of light blazed across the heavens, growing brighter and larger with each passing second. It wasn't a star, nor was it a meteor. It was something far more deliberate. What the? Before Tsunade could finish her thought, the streak of light plummeted toward the earth, slamming into the ground with a deafening crash a few blocks away. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the village, causing windows to shatter and the ground to tremble. Tsunade stared in stunned silence, her mind racing to process what had just happened. Fuji, standing behind her, remained perfectly calm, though his eyes narrowed slightly as he activated his Byakugan to scan the area. Well, he said after a moment, his tone as neutral as ever. It seems I may have lost the bet after all. Tsunade turned to him, her face a mixture of disbelief and fury. You! What did you just say? I'll go investigate, Fuji said, ignoring her outburst as he started walking toward the crash site. Tsunade watched him go, her fists clenched at her sides. This kid! She muttered. I swear, if this is some kind of elaborate prank, I'm going to kill him. But deep down, she knew it wasn't. Whatever had just fallen from the sky. It was no joke. Chapter 33, Various Jutsu to Overcome the Caged Bird Seal. It felt strange. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Tsunade, still slightly tipsy, mulled over her thoughts. Could her luck in gambling really have faltered? Yet, even as curiosity nagged at her, she decided against Fuji's absurd bet. We'll save that kind of bizarre wager for another time, she said, waving it off. You've probably never gambled with dice before, have you? Let's start simple. 1 die. A roll of 4 or higher is big, below that is small. You roll first. Fuji glanced at the dice and the cup, then stayed still. There's no point in that kind of wager. Whether I win or lose depends entirely on whether I want to or not. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Confident, are we? You've caught my attention now. Go ahead, tell me why you're here. Afterward, you'll owe me a few games. She assumed, as usual, that it was something related to the medical unit. The method to undo the caged bird seal. You've already developed it, haven't you? Tsunade's pupils narrowed, and she shot to her feet. How do you know about that? This was a closely guarded secret, known only to the third Hokage, herself, and now the current Hokage, Minato. Yet somehow, Hyuga Fuji stood here knowing about it. A flood of possibilities raced through her mind, her expression shifting unpredictably. Please, try to remain discreet. Fuji glanced toward the curious stares from nearby tavern-goers, his tone calm. Tsunade noticed the attention and reluctantly sat down, her gaze fixed sharply on Fuji. Don't try to change the subject. This is not something you should know about. The Hokage intends for me to remain in the village, Fuji said, meeting her eyes evenly, to assist the advisors in governing it. Tsunade frowned, the tension in her face gradually easing as she processed his words. That's not a role typically given to a member of the Hokage's Shadow Guard. Or to someone from the Hyuga branch family. Unless Minato intends to ensure Fuji no longer carries the branch family's burdens. So that's it. You suspect me because of the research I did on the caged bird seal? Tsunade leaned back in her chair, studying Fuji's composed demeanor. You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. But a smart person wouldn't ask questions like this. I just want to confirm it, Fuji said, his eyelids lowering slightly. And then I'll carefully consider the Hokage's proposal. Tsunade poured herself another drink and shook her head. I did complete it. But strictly speaking, the method I found isn't widely applicable. Of course, Fuji thought. If it were easy, I wouldn't need you for this. Though Fuji had never actively sought to break the caged bird seal himself, his years of studying ninjutsu and forbidden techniques had given him numerous ideas. He had even devised several approaches to counteract the seal, both temporary and permanent. Each, however, had limitations and lacked universal applicability. Take, for example, the Izanagi. He had learned the rewriting seal through his studies. There was no way he'd overlook such a glaring loophole in the Uchiha's arsenal. During the Mist Battlefield campaign, acquiring a pair of 3 Tomoe Sharingan hadn't been difficult for someone with a Byakugan that extended 2 kilometers in range. As for the Izanagi itself, Orochimaru's experiments on the Uchiha and Senju had revealed its secrets. Orochimaru had even dug up the grave of Madara Uchiha's father to further his understanding. Both the Izanagi and the transfer seal technique had been learned from the reanimated Uchiha clan head. After obtaining the Sharingan, Fuji had etched the Izanagi into his eyes using the white prison seal, which absorbed ocular powers. Currently, Fuji could use the Izanagi twice, but only in a limited form. Unlike Madara, he couldn't delay activation or manipulate the outcome extensively. It was, at best, a temporary solution to the caged bird seal. And, of course, the price was steep. The Sharingan would lose all its power and turn to ash. Another temporary method involved sealing techniques. By using a specialized seal, the connection between the main family and the caged bird seal could be severed. While the caged bird itself couldn't be removed, cutting off external commands was comparatively easy. The drawback? The seal left an obvious mark, disrupting chakra flow in noticeable ways. Something easily detected by anyone with a Byakugan. Once used, the user would have to be prepared for immediate exile or retaliation. Among permanent solutions, the best he had devised so far was a technique derived from the spirit transformation jutsu and his own research into soul-based ninjutsu, the soul rebirth jutsu. It could erase the caged bird completely. But Fuji was reluctant to use it. As a taijutsu specialist who relied on the Byakugan and gentle fist, employing this technique would mean discarding his entire fighting style. Today, however, he had found a potentially more effective method: Ranmaaru's red eyes. Ranmaaru's eyes had the ability to transfer life force. A technique akin to Lady Chio's one's own life reincarnation. The key condition was that the soul remained in the body. For Fuji, this condition was almost irrelevant. Even in death, as long as he was revived, the caged bird would no longer apply to him. But again, this method lacked universal applicability. In Ranmaaru's story, he had nearly died reviving Rikakurasuke using this technique. While he had inexplicably recovered later, there was no guarantee he could perform the technique a second time. To free every member of the Hyuga branch family from the caged bird seal, only Tsunade, or more accurately, the Slug Sage, was capable of offering a real solution. The 1,000-year-old sage's knowledge and abilities far surpassed those of ordinary shinobi. The other two sages might have been able to devise solutions, but the Slug Sage was the most approachable and likely to assist. That was why the third Hokage, Orochimaru, and even Fuji had pinned their hopes on Tsunade. Breaking his train of thought, Fuji asked, feigning ignorance, "Does your solution involve medical ninjutsu?" Unsurprisingly, her answer confirmed his suspicions. "Even if I tell you, it won't help. It's not something just anyone can do." Tsunade's expression grew complex as she casually erected a soundproof barrier. "It's an A-rank jutsu. One of the rarest and most difficult in the history of the shinobi world." Division. Fuji's eyes flickered with interest. Not a clone technique. Division. The second Sushi Kage, Mew, had once used this jutsu to split himself into two completely independent bodies, both of which were the original. Other than Mew, there was one other being who could use this jutsu, the Slug Sage. The Slug Sage's mastery of division was far more advanced, allowing it to split into countless bodies of varying sizes. The caged bird seal is ultimately a curse mark, not an innate part of the body, Tsunade explained. When the main family activates the seal, your real body suffers, but shadow clones do not. Because clones lack the seal. A division body is similar to a clone but fundamentally different. Even if the original body dies, the divided body survives. The caged bird isn't part of the body, so if you can perfectly divide yourself, you can escape it entirely. The technique meant the original body, which bore the seal, would die, while the divided body would live on. The cost? Halved chakra and permanently reduced strength. However, Tsunade had learned from the Slug Sage that such losses could eventually be recovered through training. The second Sushi Kage had used this technique numerous times to survive near-death situations, slowly rebuilding his strength afterward. "This is the best solution I can offer," Tsunade concluded. Fuji nodded thoughtfully. Her reasoning was sound, and her approach aligned with his own conclusion. The simplest and most brutal way to break the caged bird seal was to die once. When a branch member died, the seal vanished. Though the cursed seal left lingering traces on bodies exhumed via impure world reincarnation, such remnants were merely residual chakra. Similar to Nagato's Rinnegan after death. The caged bird disappeared upon death. All that was needed was a means to survive it. Division. Izanagi. Resurrection techniques. Even Ranmaaru's red eyes. All pointed to the same fundamental truth: survival after death was the key. Fuji's gaze deepened as he silently reaffirmed his resolve. Someday, the Hyuga branch family would no longer need the caged bird seal. Chapter 34, What are you hesitating for? But resurrection techniques in the shinobi world almost always came with a cost. Usually life for life. None of them were universally applicable. The division jutsu, however, was different. It had its own prerequisites, but it was a technique anyone could theoretically learn. And if executed properly, it could even double the number of Byakugan users. For Fuji's ongoing research into the Tenseigan, the potential was immeasurable. The Hyuga branch family had about 700 members, while the main family had around 30. At first glance, the numbers seemed significant, but the reality was that not all Hyuga possessed the Byakugan. The Dujutsu required specific conditions to manifest. Not as stringent as the Sharingan, but still dependent on constant training and development. Coupled with the 2 back-to-back shinobi world wars within a decade, many branch members who had awakened their Byakugan had died on the battlefield. Currently, the Hyuga clan had roughly 400 pairs of Byakugan remaining. This was fundamentally different from the Otsutsuki on the moon, who were born with the Byakugan and didn't require any training to awaken it. If the branch family of the moon's Otsutsuki clan had been similar in size to the Hyuga branch family, then Fuji would only have one chance to evolve the Tenseigan. The amount of Byakugan required to trigger a qualitative transformation remained uncertain. Whether the evolution to the Tenseigan required only accumulated Byakugan chakra or other unknown factors was also a mystery. To ensure room for error and increase the available Byakugan supply, expanding their numbers was essential. The safest approach might even be to first recreate the giant Tenseigan. An already proven success. Before heading to the moon to capture Tonari Otsutsuki for further research. After all, Tonari had managed to evolve the Tenseigan using just a single pair of Hyuga Byakugan. A unique case that deserved thorough study. As these thoughts turned in Fuji's mind, he turned his gaze towards Tsunoda. Had all her research yielded only a human performable version of the division jutsu? With the slug sage assisting her fully, there was no way that was the only result. But as Fuji looked at her, he noticed something unusual in Tsunoda's expression. A mixture of pity and sadness. Your ancestors really didn't leave you any way out of the caged bird seal, she said finally, her tone laced with bitterness. That thing connects to your optic nerves, brain, and chakra network. Unless you simultaneously sever every nerve link and halt all chakra flow, trying to remove it with medical ninjutsu will only result in death. From the start, your ancestors didn't leave you a path of retreat. They left you a dead end. Tsunoda let out a bitter laugh, as if mocking the cruelty of it all. But they probably never imagined that after hundreds of years, the shinobi world would develop so many strange jutsu and forbidden techniques. Some of which just so happened to work against it. She paused, her thoughts drifting momentarily. If you're willing to accept it, the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation could technically work too. She chuckled lightly, though the humor was grim. Do you feel despair? Resentment toward your ancestors or the seal they created? Because division isn't something just anyone can master. The second Sushi Kage had classified it as a knee-rank technique, yet even now, no one in Hidden Stone's village had managed to replicate it. Even with the assistance of the slug sage's cells, Tsunoda's specially developed serum couldn't guarantee success. No, Fuji replied, his calm voice cutting through Tsunoda's musings. Thank you for explaining, Lady Tsunoda. But isn't the only reason you're willing to share this information with me the fact that I have the caged bird seal? And besides, the caged bird seal has indeed helped me on the battlefield. Tsunoda froze for a moment, then glanced at him with dissatisfaction. Kids these days. None of you are cute at all. She wasn't wrong. The main reason she was willing to reveal this to Fuji was because of the seal on him. After winning her bet with Hayashi, Tsunoda had begun to suspect that the Hyuga main family might be plotting something behind the scenes. After all, her completion of the division jutsu and the serum was bound to provoke resistance from the main family. As for the branch family, with the ability to activate their seals at will, Tsunoda wasn't concerned about them causing any trouble. After all, only she knew the division jutsu. She hadn't even shared it with the third Hokage. The branch family had no way of learning it, so why worry? You've ruined my mood, Tsunoda said, shaking her head. Fine. Just one round, and then you can leave. Before Fuji could respond, Tsunoda had already picked up the dice. Her hand moved in a blur before slamming the cup down onto the table. Big or small? Fuji narrowed his eyes slightly, studying her for a moment before softly answering, big. Tsunoda left the tavern feeling conflicted. Another loss. Should she feel relieved? Or frustrated? No misfortune had struck her, so she supposed she should feel happy. But still. Maybe it was best to stop gambling for a while. After all, what did the current affairs of Hidden Leaf Village have to do with her anymore? If there was anything to worry about, it was the front lines where Jiraiya and Orochimaru were stationed. The information the third Hokage had shared with her painted a terrifying picture. Hidden Mist Village's mobilized forces were astonishing. How had she never noticed before that this isolated village on the sea had war potential that rivaled Hidden Leaf villages? She could only hope Jiraiya and Orochimaru would be okay. Fuji remained seated at the tavern until the owner politely asked him to leave. Rising to his feet, he walked through the village in no particular hurry. Look at those weird eyes. Like a monster's. White-eyed monster? She just sits there staring into nothing. Must be blind. I've seen her at the hospital before. Her eyes don't work. In a park, 3 children pointed at a young Hyuga girl, whispering and giggling to one another. Isn't her brother one of those white-eyed monsters too? Is he blind as well? Probably. So if we do something to her, he won't notice, right? Like throwing sand in her eyes? That's too much. One boy muttered, but even as he spoke, he was already grabbing a handful of sand, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Come on. She's already blind. It won't make a difference. Besides, another boy added, our academy instructor told us to study human weaknesses. This is a good chance. The ringleader took the lead, striding toward the girl with a malicious grin. As she turned her head in alarm, he shoved her to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? The girl cried, her voice trembling. She had only been waiting for her brother, not bothering anyone. Why were they targeting her? She can see? One boy asked, glancing at the ringleader in confusion. White eyes can see too? Who knows? Let's find out. The ringleader knelt, his hand full of sand moving toward the girl's face. She instinctively began gathering chakra in her hands but stopped abruptly. If she fought back and hurt them, her brother would be punished by the main family elders. Closing her eyes in fear, she braced herself. Closing your eyes won't help, the boy sneered, leaning closer. But just as his hand was about to reach her, a shadow loomed over him, blocking out the light. The other 2 boys gasped and stumbled backward, falling to the ground in fright. Jonin. The ringleader turned slowly, his blood running cold as he saw Fuji standing behind him, clad in his Jonin vest. The sight of Fuji's identical white eyes left him trembling. He's her brother, isn't he? The other 2 boys scrambled to their feet and bolted, leaving the ringleader frozen in place. I'm sorry. He stammered. I didn't mean to. I was just. His words trailed off, unable to form a coherent excuse. Fuji didn't respond, his gaze shifting instead to the young girl, who looked up at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. Fuji, she cried, relief washing over her. Fuji nodded slightly. Stay close to your brother from now on. Don't wander off alone. The girl nodded timidly. Thank you, Fuji. The ringleader, seeing Fuji ignore him, took a hesitant step back. When Fuji still didn't react, he turned and fled. But as he ran, he nearly collided with another figure. A man with the same white eyes and a hidden leaf village headband. The resemblance between him and the girl was unmistakable. The boy's face went pale. Her real brother? The boy's legs wobbled, and before he could even attempt to run, his fear overwhelmed him. He collapsed to the ground in a dead faint. The newly arrived Hyuga, none other than Hyuga Yuki, didn't spare the boy a glance. Instead, he knelt down to check on his sister. Are you alright? Yuki asked, his voice laced with concern as he helped her to her feet. I'm fine, Oniai-san, the girl replied softly, clutching his sleeve. Fujina protected me. Yuki turned his gaze to Fuji, who was already walking away without another word. Wait, Fuji-senpai, Yuki called out, standing upright and bowing deeply. Thank you. I owe you for this. Fuji paused for a moment, his back still turned, before continuing on his way. You don't owe me anything, he said quietly as he passed. Then, as if speaking to himself, he added, what are you hesitating for, Yuki? The truth is right in front of you. Hidden Leaf Village doesn't welcome us. Yuki froze, Fuji's parting words cutting deep. He clenched his fists as he watched Fuji disappear into the distance. What am I hesitating for? The truth was something he had always known but tried to ignore. The way the village treated the Hyuga branch family, viewing them with a mix of fear, disdain, and indifference, was undeniable. Even their children were targeted for something as simple as their eyes. And yet, the branch family endured, bound by their duty to serve the main family and protect the village. But Fuji's words lingered in his mind, echoing louder with each passing moment. What am I hesitating for? Yuki whispered to himself again, his grip tightening on his sister's hand. His sister tugged at his sleeve gently, breaking his train of thought. Oniai-san, can we go home now? She asked, her voice small but steady. Yes, Yuki said, forcing a smile for her sake. Let's go home. But as they walked, his mind continued to race. Fuji's calm, unyielding demeanor stood in stark contrast to the doubts swirling in Yuki's heart. The branch family's reality was clear. But the path forward remained shrouded in uncertainty. Am I ready to make that choice? To follow Fuji-senpai's example? To fight for something more than just survival under the main family's rule? He didn't have an answer yet. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the village in hues of orange and gold, Yuki knew one thing for certain: change was inevitable. Chapter 35, Is this how you use the Flying Thunder God? Returning home, Hyuga Fuji glanced at the shadow clone studying in the library before heading to his bedroom. From his pocket, he retrieved a die. Staring at the single dot facing up, his gaze deepened. One dot. Small. He lost. Tsunade 1. Rude Headquarters Lord Denzo, I've brought her back. In a dimly lit room, Denzo stared coldly at a trembling girl as two Rude Jonin stood by his side. Engrave the cursed seal of roots onto her. Yes, sir. One of the Jonin stepped forward, and despite the girl's panicked struggles, he began inscribing the seal. No. Lady Tsunade, please save. Denzo watched the girl's futile resistance with icy indifference. Hiruzen, do you really think I don't know what you've arranged with Tsunade? Bringing her back under the pretext of modifying the cursed seal wasn't necessary. This was clearly about her researching a way to remove the caged bird seal. But with this move, you've stepped on more toes than just mine, Tsunade. Let's see how far you're willing to push. 2 mornings later, Fuji arrived early at the village gate, only to find 2 familiar figures already waiting. Yakamaru Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake. You're quite the rising star lately, Yakamaru said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Not only have you learned the Flying Thunder God, but you also helped the 4th Hokage take down the 7 ninja swordsmen. Truly impressive. Not like me. Stuck recovering at home. Fuji raised an eyebrow, scanning Yakamaru with a hint of confusion. Did you have vinegar for breakfast? I think I smell something sour. What? I once heard a medic say that drinking vinegar in the morning is bad for your stomach. You should take care of your health. I'm upset that I wasn't there to protect Lord Hokage. Yakamaru snapped, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Hokage-sama is about to arrive. I can't lose my composure. You wanted to face the 7 ninja swordsmen? Fuji asked, tilting his head as if genuinely perplexed. You specialize in Ganjutsu and fire-style jutsu. They're 7 ninja, many proficient in water style. Facing them would be difficult. You might have held the Hokage back. Yakamaru glared at Fuji, his jaw tightening as if a string inside him was being pulled taut. Fuji continued, his tone as calm as ever. You Uchihas tend to see defeat as a great shame, but why seek humiliation willingly? Nearby, Kakashi looked up from the small book he was reading, glancing at Fuji with mild curiosity. The exchange felt oddly familiar. Back when Nobito was still around, he'd often say things just like this. Kakashi shifted his gaze to Yakamaru, who had lowered his head. The string snapped. Hyuga Fuji. You bastard. A flash of white light glimmered as Yakamaru swung his blade with precision and rage. Fuji sidestepped effortlessly. Despite the Uchiha's anger, his swordsmanship showed solid fundamentals. Even in his fury, Yakamaru's strikes were steady. However, in terms of enhancing his overall combat ability, his swordsmanship was negligible. Why bother using a sword at all? Fuji thought, sidestepping again as Yakamaru's blade sliced through empty air. As Yakamaru unleashed a flurry of strikes, Fuji remained calm, dodging each one with ease. After dozens of swings, Yakamaru finally stopped, his breath heavy but his eyes burning with determination. His grip on the blade tightened, and faint vibrations began to resonate from it. A low hum filled the air, accompanied by a subtle chakra disturbance that made Fuji furrow his brow. A Ganjutsu transmitted through sound? Interesting. You're impressive. Perhaps more talented than I am, Yakamaru said, his voice steady despite the earlier outburst. But you'll never surpass the centuries of heritage the Uchiha clan possesses. This technique was created by an ancestor who never even awakened the Sharingan. Allow me to. Yakamaru's words faltered as he noticed Fuji staring at him impassively, completely unaffected. He froze mid-attack, staring at his blade in disbelief. Had he not mastered the technique yet? Why wasn't it working? Recently, Yakamaru had devoted himself to studying Ganjutsu after the harsh lessons from his earlier mistakes. This sound-based Ganjutsu is classified as a knee-rank technique, notoriously difficult to master. Though he had only grasped the basics, shouldn't it have at least caused Fuji to waver for a moment? Alright, I've seen enough, Fuji said, stepping around Yakamaru's blade and brushing past him with a faint smirk. Your progress is clear. No need to demonstrate further. Fuji continued walking until he stopped in front of Kakashi, who had been watching the exchange with a faint air of amusement. You're Kakashi, right? We met briefly at the academy. Yeah, Kakashi said, nodding without looking up from his book. Hello. Aren't you going to comfort him? Kakashi asked, glancing at Yakamaru out of the corner of his eye. He's resilient, Fuji replied with a shrug. Is that so? Kakashi mused, returning his attention to his book. You were testing his abilities, weren't you? Since you'll be working together. I needed to gauge his current level, Fuji said nonchalantly. To save him on the battlefield? Kakashi asked. No. To better coordinate during combat, Fuji replied, his tone matter of fact. For example, once I've identified an enemy, I can use Flying Thunder God to teleport him directly in front of someone of equal strength. Kakashi fell silent, a vivid mental image forming in his mind. A battlefield. A bewildered hidden mist village shinobi scanning his surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, a voice from above, your opponent has been matched. A Flying Thunder God kunai lands at the shinobi's feet, followed immediately by a furious Yakamaru Uchiha. Kakashi stared blankly at Fuji. Is this how you use the Flying Thunder God technique? Meanwhile, Yakamaru, who had just regained his composure, rejoined them. He cast a quick glance at Kakashi's book and frowned. You know him well? He asked Fuji, gesturing at Kakashi. We crossed paths at the academy, Fuji replied. A senior, then? Yakamaru muttered, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Do you know what's in that little book of his? The other day, he came to the Uchiha compound to inform me about today's mission. On his way out, he bumped into a kid named Shizue Uchiha. They seemed to get along well. Yakamaru smirked darkly. And then he gave Shizue a copy of that book. That evening, one of the elders who looks after Shizue came to my house, demanding information about Kakashi. He swore he'd break Kakashi's legs. At the mention of the book and Shizue's name, Fuji's expression twitched slightly. Kakashi had given that kind of book to Shizue. Wasn't Shizue only 10 years old? He had to admit. That elder might have a point. Everyone's here. A warm voice broke through their conversation. They turned to see three figures approaching. The fourth Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, and a girl who stood about Kakashi's height. It was Nohara Rin. Kakashi frowned as he noticed their arrival, his gaze narrowing slightly. Wasn't Rin supposed to join Lady Tsunada's medical unit and stay away from missions for now? And why is Kushina-sensei here? Tsunada didn't approve that arrangement, Minato said with a sigh, glancing at Rin. And Rin, she. Rin stepped forward, her expression resolute. I'm sorry, Kakashi. But I want to witness the peace Obito dreamed of with my own eyes. She smiled softly, her voice steady. Don't worry. I'll only stay in the base, supporting you all as a medical ninja. Chapter 36, Dunzo. Kakashi remained silent for a moment, reluctantly accepting Rin's presence. Then, his gaze shifted to Kushina. Why is Kushina-sensei here? Do I need your permission to go wherever I want? Kushina playfully knocked on Kakashi's head before turning to Fuji and Yakamaru Uchiha, her face lighting up with a big smile. From now on, I'll be the captain of your team, so you'd better listen to my commands. Yakamaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned toward Minato for confirmation. Minato gave a helpless smile and explained, the front line has two-tailed beasts. Kushina is an insurance policy. Without her, dealing with large-scale attacks like tailed beast bombs could lead to massive casualties among our forces. As for her being the captain, both Kakashi and Kushina are currently temporary members of the Hokage Guard platoon. And why was Kushina chosen as captain? Minato's wry smile said it all. Kushina flashed a victory sign, her expression gleaming with excitement. Leaving the village to fight, and alongside Minato no less. It was evident how much she'd been looking forward to this. Has the front line turned into a main force confrontation? Fuji furrowed his brows, thinking more deeply. Ninjas were at their best in small unit operations. Large-scale battles didn't suit their skill sets, as many ninja techniques were restricted during such engagements. If Minato was talking about tailed beast attacks, it implied that significant numbers of shinobi were concentrated on both sides. This wasn't normal. The hidden mist has gathered 1,000 shinobi around their two Jinchuriki, advancing steadily, Minato confirmed, his tone heavy. Meanwhile, other elite mist ninja are leading squads in guerrilla raids. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have had no choice but to pull back their defenses to minimize losses. This is the latest intelligence from yesterday. Yakamaru frowned, puzzled. Doesn't the mist lack perfect Jinchuriki? How can they dare station so many ninja near the Jinchuriki? Gathering forces around Jinchuriki was only safe if they could fully control their tailed beasts. Otherwise, a rampaging tailed beast could turn on its own forces, especially given the often tragic lives of Jinchuriki, whose resentment might make them more likely to lash out. If the Jinchuriki weren't perfect, this was beyond reckless. Minato nodded. We don't know the answer yet. But both mist Jinchuriki show no signs of losing control. That's another mystery we need to solve. If the mist had indeed discovered a method to create perfect Jinchuriki, it would greatly elevate their status as a threat. I understand. Yakamaru shot a glance at Kushina and reluctantly nodded. Kushina-sensei, are you sure about leading us? Kushina beamed. When I was younger, My dream was to become the first female Hokage of the Leaf. I worked really hard toward that goal, you know. Leading a team as a Jonin is a piece of cake for me. Though in truth, her leading experience was mostly limited to her short time under Anbu surveillance. First female Hokage, huh? Yakamaru selectively latched onto just those words. He, Fuji, and Kakashi all glanced at Minato in unison, their expressions saying, hasn't she already accomplished that goal? Minato's cheeks flushed red, his eyes darting awkwardly. He glanced at Kushina, who was also blushing faintly, her face tinged like blooming cherry blossoms. Realizing Minato's gaze, Kushina shot Yakamaru a fierce glare before storming off ahead of the group. Kushina, wait. Minato grabbed her wrist, his warm smile disarming her frustration. Turning to Fuji, he explained, the front line has already prepared our teleportation markers. We can use Flying Thunder God to head there directly. With that, Minato moved behind Kushina and Rin, placing his hands on their backs. Following suit, Fuji grasped the shoulders of Kakashi and Yakamaru. In an instant, all 6 of them vanished. Thanks to the Flying Thunder God, they wouldn't need to travel with the main forces, allowing them to reach the battlefield ahead of schedule. Back in the village, fully equipped in combat gear, Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to an Anbu report with a heavy heart. He sighed and joined the support troops heading toward the front lines. Tsunade, I'm sorry. I sincerely hope you can overcome this. In a wrecked living room, Tsunade restrained her fury. Her iron grip clenched tightly around a ninja's collar, while her other hand was balled into a fist, ready to strike. Tell me. Where is Shizune? Behind her, a middle-aged couple stood nervously, exchanging uneasy glances. They were Shizune's relatives. Due to the secrecy surrounding Tsunade's research, Shizune, a mere chunin, couldn't stay by her side and had instead been living with them. But today, when Tsunade came to visit, she found an ninja using a transformation jutsu to impersonate Shizune. The real Shizune had been swapped out without anyone noticing. Tsunade-sama, Lord Denzo, invites you to root. The ninja, still reeling from the monstrous punch to his gut, spoke with cold detachment despite his labored breaths. If you don't come, her body will be delivered to you tomorrow. For a brief moment, his eyes flickered with a strange, intricate pattern. But Tsunade, blinded by her age, failed to notice as her clenched fist swung down again with full force. Boom. The ninja was sent hurtling into the wall like a cannonball, embedding deeply into the cold stone. The impact sent tremors through the entire building. Without sparing him another glance, Tsunade stormed out of the house, her fury radiating off her like a physical force. The couple exchanged a horrified look before bolting out of the house to find the Hidden Leaf Village police force. Scary as the Uchiha clan could be, they seemed like the safer option compared to this. Deep underground, a vast, sprawling chamber was filled with countless staircases and pathways crisscrossing in midair. Descending along one of the many stairways led to the heart of Hidden Leaf Village's darkness. Denzo. Get out here. Tsunade's voice echoed through the cavernous root base, her tone heavy with anger and urgency. As her words reverberated, countless shadows materialized along the pathways and staircases, silently observing her. 20 Chunin. 6 Jonin. And likely more lurking in the shadows. Tsunade cast a cold glance at the surrounding root operatives before focusing her gaze on the dark depths ahead. From the shadows emerged a lone figure, leaning on a cane. Flanked by 2 root Jonin, Denzo Shimura stepped forward at an unhurried pace, his expression unreadable. Fixing her glare on his lone eye, Tsunade let out a cold laugh. You summon me, a medic nin, because you want me to give you another eye? Too late for that now. You missed the window for proper treatment long ago. Guess you'll stay a one-eyed creep for the rest of your life. Fitting for a place this gloomy. Denzo remained unfazed by her taunts, merely raising his hand slightly. In response, one of his subordinates dragged out an unconscious Shizune. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she noticed the mark on Shizune's forehead. Fury boiled within her, and her aura grew increasingly oppressive. Denzo. Chapter 37, The Mangekyo. You don't need to get so worked up. You should already have the means to undo it, Denzo said coolly, his single visible eye fixed on Tsunade. All you need to do is hand it over, undo her seal right here, and explain your method in detail. Then, you're free to leave unharmed. Tsunade glared at him, her voice seething with anger. And if I say no? Denzo, unfazed by her defiance, chuckled disdainfully. You're not in a position to negotiate with me, Tsunade. The Jonin at his side suddenly made his move. A kunai sliced across Shizune's cheek, leaving a thin line of blood trickling down. Seeing this, Tsunade's expression twisted. Blood. Shizune. Dan. Unbidden, that night's haunting memory flooded her mind. The gaping wound, Dan's cooling body, the life slipping away in her arms. Her knees buckled, and she dropped to the floor, trembling. The current you. is nothing but a useless shell. Denzo shook his head in mock pity. You're the granddaughter of the first Hokage. I don't wish to harm you. Let's not make this difficult. Tsunoda's eyes glazed over, empty and devoid of focus. Frowning slightly, Denzo motioned for one of his medics to tend to Shizune, wiping the blood from her face. It was only then that Tsunoda's vacant gaze regained some clarity. Fixing her eyes on Shizune, she suddenly let out a bitter laugh. I never thought it'd come to this. She took out a scroll and stood, walking over to Shizune's side. This will be my first time using it. I don't know what might happen. You'd better hope nothing goes wrong for Shizune. Denzo's eyes gleamed with interest as he observed the vial of medicine Tsunoda retrieved. He could sense the unique chakra emanating from it. A faint smile crept across his lips. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to her. The moment the words left his mouth, 6 masked root operatives appeared around Tsunoda, their hands glowing with faint green chakra, marking them as medical nin. Tsunoda's sharp eye immediately recognized their high level of skill, leaving her puzzled. When did Root accumulate such a strong medical team? Despite her confusion, Tsunoda began administering the drug to Shizune while explaining its details as Denzo had demanded. This is a serum developed using cells from the slug sage. For that sage, splitting itself is instinctual. Using its cells, I was able to significantly increase the success rate of the splitting jutsu. If the original A-rank version of the technique was as difficult as some S-rank jutsu, then this serum lowers the difficulty to B rank, roughly on par with the shadow clone jutsu. Denzo's expression remained unreadable as he probed further. So your method revolves around the splitting jutsu? What are its drawbacks? If the technique fails, it will result in an immediate loss of half your strength. Or even death. Tsunoda's tone was icy as she added, you have Yamanaka in your ranks, don't you? Let them control Shizune to execute the jutsu. Denzo nodded, signaling to a Yamanaka operative. The ninja immediately performed the mind-body switch jutsu to take control of Shizune. Under Tsunoda's guidance, Shizune, now under Yamanaka control, executed the splitting jutsu. From the shadows, one of Denzo's senior subordinates watched intently. As Shizune's body slowly split into 2, with one of the resulting forms lacking the cursed seal, the man's lips curled into a satisfied smile, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. His reaction didn't go unnoticed by Denzo, who observed the display with approval. Hyuga Takuma indeed harbors deep hatred for the main branch and the caged bird seal. The darkness in his heart is as clear as day to me. How laughable that the Hyuga clan's elders failed to notice. Once it was confirmed that Shizune had successfully performed the splitting jutsu, Tsunoda quietly exhaled in relief. The serum, derived from the slug sage's cells and infused with senjutsu chakra, held immense research value. However, its production was limited, as Tsunoda viewed the slug sage as a mentor and friend, making her reluctant to continually harvest its cells. With only 2 prior live trials conducted, the success rate wasn't guaranteed. She had been deeply worried about Shizune failing. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. With a complex expression, Tsunoda turned her attention to the version of Shizune still bearing the curse seal. Her hand suddenly struck the woman's head with a resounding impact. Using his Byakugan, Takuma observed the effects of Tsunoda's strike. The cursed Shizune's vital force was completely extinguished, her eyes and neural system utterly destroyed by the seal's influence. Yet, something peculiar happened. A surge of chakra flowed back into the other Shizune's body. What was that? Startled, Takuma stepped forward and relayed his observations to Denzo. Lord Denzo, when that body died, a surge of chakra returned to the other one. Denzo narrowed his eyes. What is it, Tsunoda? Noticing Takuma's keen perception, Tsunoda frowned slightly. Which clan is he from? Her voice was calm as she explained, it's the soul. The soul? Yes. When the splitting jutsu is performed, the soul is also divided. But when one body dies, the remaining body reabsorbs the soul fragment. It's similar to how shadow clones transmit experience and memories back to the user upon dispersal. And like the spirit transformation jutsu demonstrates, the soul's essence is chakra. That's likely why the ninja next to you could detect it. I see. Denzo nodded thoughtfully. Can the strength lost due to splitting be regained? It can. Tsunoda's tone was firm. The divided bodies will share physical energy and chakra evenly, along with a portion of the soul. This drastically weakens their capabilities, rendering some jutsu unusable. However, if one body dies, the remaining body absorbs the soul fragment, while physical energy does not return. Over time, the lost strength can be restored through training. Researching the splitting jutsu had taught Tsunoda much about the slug sage. She now knew that its true power far surpassed that of most tailed beasts. When the slug sage split itself into smaller parts for summoning, it drastically reduced its strength. If its main body were summoned, it could even suppress tailed beasts. After all, If it divided itself based on its original size, the resulting massive acidic slime alone could drown a tailed beast. In essence, the slug sage wasn't weak. Tsunade simply wasn't strong enough to summon its full power. As Tsunade cradled the now sleeping Shizune, her expression grew complicated. After handing over the scroll and a written record of the splitting jutsu, she fixed Denzo with a frosty glare. "Are we done here?" Denzo waved dismissively, signaling his operatives to stand down. Some even left the root base entirely, creating a path for Tsunade to exit. Without a word, Tsunade carried Shizune toward the exit. "Wait." Just as she reached the corridor's end, Denzo's cold voice stopped her in her tracks. "Shizune now bears the root seal, making her one of my subordinates. I allowed you to leave, but I never said anything about her. If you want to take her with you, fine. Hand over the jutsu that controls the caged bird seal." Tsunade froze. Her head drooped, and her hair fell over her face, obscuring her expression. Only Takuma, with his Byakugan, noticed the faint trace of foreign chakra stirring in her mind. A clear sign of Ganjutsu. He realized with a jolt that the chakra had been planted earlier. This wasn't something that had just happened. It had been lying dormant, waiting. Before he could voice his concerns, a chilling presence drew his attention. He turned abruptly to see one of Denzo's senior operatives, his Sharingan spinning wildly before shifting into the intricate pattern of a Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, the dormant chakra in Tsunade's mind surged violently. Chapter 38, A Parting Gift. Above the root base, two figures stood in the shadows, facing each other. Using impure world reincarnation to remotely manipulate Hidden Leaf Village's affairs. "What a coincidence, Fuji-kun. It seems we thought of the same approach," the reanimated Hyuga Mijiu said, his voice carrying the familiar cadence of Hyuga Fuji's thoughts. Orochimaru chuckled faintly at the playful remark. "Convenient, isn't it? After all, if things go awry, the blame can easily be pinned on me." Hyuga Fuji, controlling his reanimated vessel, smirked lightly. "Convenience aside, it also ensures plausible deniability, doesn't it?" Orochimaru studied the animated corpse, his golden eyes narrowing with amusement. "You've become much more confident. Is it the result of your recent growth in power?" "Confidence comes from strengthened accumulated knowledge," Fuji replied calmly. "If, after all this time, I still lack the courage to face you, wouldn't you, as my teacher, feel disappointed?" Orochimaru's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "Teacher?" He observed Fuji's reanimated form in silence, as though peering past the impure world reincarnation shell to glimpse the essence of Fuji's soul. Indeed, Orochimaru was Hyuga Fuji's second mentor. While Might Dewey had instilled the foundations of physical combat, Orochimaru had filled in the gaps. Teaching research, forbidden jutsu, and sealing techniques. Though their arrangement was transactional, Orochimaru had never half-heartedly imparted knowledge to Fuji. In a way, Fuji was the only true disciple Orochimaru had ever graduated. "I've heard you've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique," Orochimaru mused, his tone both casual and probing. "Already a standout within the Hyuga clan, you now possess one of the most fearsome abilities in the ninja world. Tell me, are you ready to break free from Hidden Leaf Village's cage?" "Not yet." Fuji's calm response seemed to surprise Orochimaru. "I want to witness the peace that the fourth Hokage dreams of achieving." Orochimaru raised a brow, intrigued. Flying Thunder God and the Nine Tails are certainly formidable, but even after the first Hokage passed, neither Tobirama nor Mido could bring peace to the world. "Minato is a fresh wind for Hidden Leaf Village," Orochimaru continued. "But a breeze cannot blow through the entire shinobi world. You understand this, don't you?" "I do," Fuji affirmed, his tone steady. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze studying Fuji. He did not press the matter further. Instead, he shifted his attention to the entrance of the root base and offered a wistful remark. "We both witnessed the creation of Shin," Orochimaru said, referring to his artificial Mangekyo Sharingan experiment. "But you've yet to see his full abilities, haven't you? He is my proudest creation thus far. The fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers in perfect harmony. When I gave him life and purpose, his awakening did not disappoint." Orochimaru's eyes glinted with excitement. "The Genjutsu he used on Tsunade is remarkable. Though it requires time to activate fully, even the Byakugan struggles to detect it before it's too late. And unless one understands their core truth, they can never break free from its grasp." Hearing this, Hyuga Fuji's pale eyes narrowed as he observed the root base below. Tsunade, who had been subdued and indecisive, was now lifting her head. Her gaze was sharp, unwavering, and filled with a newfound resolve. A Genjutsu akin to Izanami. Through his Byakugan, Fuji watched the process unfold. The initial chakra from Shin's Genjutsu had acted like a seed, buried deep within Tsunade's mind. For it to take root and activate, She had to experience deeply personal, impactful events. The illusion must have been placed on her before she even entered the root base. So, a type of transcription seal, perhaps? Fuji speculated. Within the Ganjutsu, time likely flowed differently. Similar to the space within Tsukimi. Fuji suspected that Tsunade had repeatedly relived the same scenario, entering the root base, facing her fears, and grappling with Shizun's apparent death. Though Shizun hadn't truly died, forcing Tsunade to endure such a loop was a psychological torment. A relentless trial meant to confront her most painful memories. And yet, Tsunade had endured. She had overcome the shadow cast by Don's death and the crippling guilt that followed. With this, the third Hokage's original plan will amount to nothing, Orochimaru remarked, a sly smile tugging at his lips. At its core, Hiruzen merely wanted to push Tsunade into a pseudo-crisis, forcing her to confront her past. Denzo, of course, feigned compliance, all the while scheming to uncover Hiruzen's hidden contingencies. Neither of them truly believed Tsunade could succeed. So, I decided to give her a little push. Consider it my parting gift to Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru's voice carried an odd mix of nostalgia and attachment. For him, this war was the final thread binding him to Hidden Leaf Village. Fuji chuckled lightly. Your gift will likely leave both Hiruzen and Denzo paranoid. Orochimaru smiled faintly in return. And yet, you seem unconcerned. Fuji shook his head. Have you forgotten my position? Ah, an elite guard of the Hokage and a member of the Hyuga branch family, Orochimaru murmured, understanding dawning in his golden eyes. Tsunade's recovery would shift the political dynamics of Hidden Leaf Village. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she was bound to back Minato, who represented Hidden Leaf Village's future. Moreover, the ripple effects of her recovery would inevitably touch the Hyuga clan. Any moves Denzo made to manipulate the branch family or exploit their caged bird seal would come under sharp scrutiny. In this context, Hyuga Fuji stood to gain. Perhaps even receiving Tsunade's personal protection. And, should the need arise, she might even assist in removing Fuji's caged bird seal. For a fleeting moment, Orochimaru wondered, had Fuji orchestrated this outcome himself? Besides, Fuji said, his voice as cold and measured as ever, Hidden Leaf Village is a fitting cage for raising birds. Orochimaru paused, then broke into a soft chuckle. Indeed. While the two conversed in hushed tones above, chaos erupted within the root base below. When Tsunade began to shift, her presence growing steadier and stronger, Takuma, a Hyuga under Denzo's command, made his move. He lashed out at Shin with a forceful air palm and shouted, Lord Denzo, he's one of the Uchiha. Tsunade has broken free of her hemophobia and may no longer be restrained. Without hesitation, Denzo leaped to the side, his singular eye narrowing as he scrutinized the supposed root operative. Shin, unfazed by the attack, summoned a protective skeletal arm of orange chakra. An early stage of Susanoo. To deflect the strike. Wasting no time, he bolted toward the base's exit. Denzo's expression darkened. That chakra. Susanoo? Another Mangekyo Sharingan has emerged among the Uchiha. When did this happen? As Denzo calculated the implications, he felt his suspicions toward Hiruzen grow even deeper. Was this yet another piece in the third Hokage's elaborate scheme? Turning his gaze toward Tsunade, whose chakra was steadily surging, Denzo raised a hand to halt his subordinates. You are no match for him. Focus on Tsunade instead. Denzo's voice was cold and commanding. The truth was clear, the fourth Hokage was young. Too young to outlast him. If Denzo was to reshape Hidden Leaf Village into his vision of strength, he had to act now. Tsunade, however, posed a formidable obstacle. Leave her here, Denzo ordered, his tone unyielding. Dead or alive. At his command, dozens of root operatives lunged toward Tsunade. Chapter 39, Tsunade, are Hidden Leaf Village's ninja blind? Whoosh. A figure appeared behind the impure world reincarnation body controlled by Orochimaru, bowing respectfully. Orochimaru-sama, I've completed the task you assigned me. Orochimaru nodded with a faint smile. Well done. Head to the land of rice fields next, I've made arrangements there. Understood. As Shin disappeared into the shadows, Hyuga Fuji turned toward Orochimaru and asked, sharing your plans so openly. Is that an invitation for me? If you're willing, Fuji-kun, Orochimaru replied, his smile widening, you'd be more than welcome to join me after you leave Hidden Leaf Village. The pale-haired Sanin chuckled softly as his form began to fade. To be honest, I half expected you to take action against Tsunade to seize her split jutsu. It seems I underestimated you. Until we meet again. On the battlefield. For a moment, Orochimaru's figure lingered before vanishing completely. Fuji remained motionless, observing the dissipating image. If not for Orochimaru's intervention, perhaps I really wouldn't have returned. A cage. Hidden Leaf Village truly is a fine cage, Fuji muttered. A place to raise birds that don't want to fly. As Orochimaru vanished entirely, Fuji's consciousness retreated from the impure world reincarnation body, leaving Hyuga Mijiu in full control of his reanimated form. Left on his own, Mijiu sighed and glanced toward the Hyuga compound. His expression grew conflicted. Perhaps, Fuji had said before relinquishing control, the clan's fate won't be as bleak as you imagine. It's time to see it for yourself. With that, Mijiu made his way toward the Hyuga clan's district, knowing that the confrontation surrounding Tsunoda would soon cascade into larger changes. Meanwhile, back in Hidden Leaf Village's graveyard, Orochimaru stepped through the shadows. The distant echoes of explosions reached his ears, prompting him to shake his head in amusement. Such an open display, he murmured. Denzo clearly has no intention of covering his tracks. Denzo wasn't worried about the fallout. Though his words to Tsunoda were sharp, his actions had been carefully calculated. From the moment Denzo declared his intent to leave Tsunoda here, dead or alive, the nature of the battle was set. The root's sheer manpower and resources made it entirely possible to contain Tsunoda. Her hemophobia had lingered for over a decade. A debilitating condition for a physical fighter like herself. Even if Tsunoda's physical prowess had remained at its peak, 10 years without combat or bloodshed would still dull her edge. And as long as Tsunoda wasn't outright killed, Denzo could maneuver diplomatically afterward. Sarutobi Hiruzen's soft-heartedness, combined with his guilt over Tsunoda's past, would ensure Denzo escaped severe consequences. It's his way of gambling on the Hokage's sentimentality, Orochimaru mused, pausing before the second Hokage's grave. For a fleeting moment, Orochimaru's gaze turned introspective. If I were to leave Hidden Leaf Village, would you try to stop me, sensei? With those thoughts lingering, Orochimaru activated Impure World Reincarnation, using the information he had gathered to summon a body from the coffin. With his final preparations complete, he disappeared into the shadows once more. Summoning Jutsu. A colossal figure burst forth in the midst of the root's underground base. The sudden summoning demolished walls and ceilings, leaving the interior exposed to the open air. Tsunoda stood atop Katsu's massive form, her golden hair whipping in the wind as her eyes blazed with resolve. Katsu. Tsunoda called out, her voice firm despite her visible fatigue. Lady Tsunoda, Katsu replied in her usual gentle tone, her soft voice carrying a calming warmth. What's happened? Is Shizune hurt? Hearing Katsu's familiar voice helped ease some of the turmoil in Tsunoda's heart. Shizune's safe for now, she answered. But I need you to protect her. Can you take her somewhere safe? Of course, Lady Tsunoda, Katsu replied without hesitation. She quickly detached a smaller segment of herself, which enveloped Shizune's unconscious body. Moving swiftly, Katsu's clone began transporting Shizune to safety. With Shizune out of harm's way, Tsunoda's expression hardened as she turned her attention back to Denzo. Their eyes met briefly. No words were exchanged. Under Denzo's command, several members of the Yamanaka and Nara clans stepped forward, their hands weaving signs to activate their respective clan techniques. Root's collective strength, combined with the secret techniques of these clans, made them a force to be reckoned with. Tsunoda knew this all too well. Her experience as a war commander had shown her the devastating efficiency of Hidden Leaf Village's combined forces. Even a single-tailed beast could be subdued when facing their coordinated might. For now, her only option was to avoid being caught in their web. Katsu, hold them off. Tsunoda called out, dodging a series of shadow-binding tendrils. As you wish, Lady Tsunoda. Katsu's massive form shuddered before splitting into countless smaller clones. Each clone began moving independently, spewing corrosive acid at the root operatives. However, Katsu wasn't invincible. Her enormous size made her an easy target for the Nara clan's shadow imitation jutsu. Before long, the giant slug was ensnared by multiple shadows. Katsu, are you alright? Yes, Katsu answered. But, Lady Tsunoda, why are we fighting Hidden Leaf Village ninja? For the first time, Katsu took a closer look at the situation. The shinobi surrounding them were all wearing Hidden Leaf Village's emblem. Tsunoda sighed heavily, landing another decisive blow to the ground that sent a wave of debris scattering. It's complicated, she muttered, dodging yet another volley of attacks. Just focus on holding them off for now. Katsu didn't press further. Though she remained puzzled, her loyalty to Tsunoda took precedence. She resumed spewing acid at the encroaching shinobi. The root operatives quickly realized the futility of their efforts. Katsu's ability to divide and regenerate made her nearly impossible to kill. Deploy the 4 Violet Flames formation. At the command of a root squad leader, 8 shinobi moved into position. 2 separate groups began forming barriers to contain Katsu's clones. But even this strategy proved ineffective. Within the barriers, Katsu's acid continued to erode the constructs. Her clones outside the barriers harried the shinobi, forcing them to redirect their focus. The root members gritted their teeth in frustration. Every attempt to contain Katsu was met with failure. With Katsu occupying the majority of the root's forces, Tsunoda had a moment to assess the situation. Her sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, noting key details. Among the captured and injured shinobi, Tsunoda recognized several faces. Individuals who hadn't originally been part of the root. Her hands clenched into fists. Denzo. You've been forcibly recruiting them. The realization fueled her growing fury. How many lives had Denzo trampled on to build his shadow organization? As her thoughts churned, Tsunoda's gaze drifted toward Hidden Leaf Village's horizon. Katsu's massive form stood out starkly against the village skyline. Surely someone must have noticed by now. Surely reinforcements were on their way. And yet, the streets remained silent. The surrounding buildings offered no sign of assistance. Are Hidden Leaf Village's ninja blind? Tsunoda roared, her voice echoing over the chaos. Chapter 40, The Nine Tales Passed Down Through Generations. Doesn't that scare you? The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi weren't blind, they were simply being forced to act as if they were. Advisors, please remain here and wait until everything is resolved. In the Hokage's office, Mitakato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looked at the shinobi surrounding them and sighed deeply. Hiruzen had only just left, and Denzo's men appeared as if on cue, as if the two had orchestrated the timing. The biggest problem was that the ninja blocking them were from clans that had historically supported them. Even the Anbu had arrived on the scene, but without direct orders, they didn't dare act. A jonin addressed the two advisors. Lord Denzo has received word that the third Hokage instructed Tsunoda to study a method to break the caged bird seal. She's probably already sent it to the Hyuga clan. What has Denzo done to Tsunoda? Hamura and Koharu's eyes widened. Tsunoda must not be harmed. We understand that, and so does he. You can rest assured, another jonin said in a low voice. Tsunoda is Hidden Leaf Village's princess, the princess of the Land of Fire. No harm will come to her. What we need isn't much, but the promises made to us by the first Hokage were gradually rolled back after his death. And now, what is the third Hokage trying to do? Uproot us entirely. What most of the ninja clans recognized wasn't the Hyuga branch family but the Hyuga main family. To them, the branch family were merely servants, a status they had long accepted. If the third Hokage wanted to study a way to break the caged bird seal, what was his goal? To eliminate the Hyuga main family? And if the Hyuga main family fell, who would be next? Would he target the other ninja clans? Lord Hiruzen wouldn't do that. You know full well that the ninja clans can't be eradicated. He's likely trying to counter Denzo by breaking the seal. Koharu shook her head, her expression complicated. A civilian shinobi who becomes powerful will leave behind secret techniques, and his descendants will use these techniques to grow stronger. Over time, they form the basis of secret technique clans. Bloodline clans, on the other hand, secure their place in the ninja world through unique bloodline traits. As long as the bloodline survives, so does the potential for revival, making them even harder to eliminate. So, as long as shinobi exist, so will the ninja clans. But for new clans to rise, the old ones must fade away. A frail figure stepped into the room, causing Hamura and Koharu to frown. Saratobi elder? It was Saratobi Masamaki, an elder of the Saratobi clan who supported them. Both of you, Masamaki said, leaning on his cane, his cloudy eyes fixed on the advisors. Hiruzen is weakening the Saratobi clan. He's sent 2/3 of our forces to the front lines. According to the intel I received from Denzo, those aren't places where ordinary shinobi can survive. And he's placed a civilian shinobi, Minato Namikaze, in the Hokage's seat. On top of that, with this recent issue involving the Hyuga clan, how can we trust him anymore? Each of these actions, directly or indirectly, targeted the ninja clans. If they didn't push back, it might soon be their turn. Hearing this, Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Masamaki gripped his cane tightly, his gaze piercing. You both should understand that as long as the Hokage holds absolute power, the clan he belongs to will inevitably become Hidden Leaf Village's strongest. Minato Namikaze is young and strong, and with Hiruzen paving the way, he could hold the Hokage position for a very long time. His child with Uzumaki Kushina will undoubtedly be a prodigy. A prodigy with Uzumaki blood. You both know how terrifying the Uzumaki bloodline is. They are the ideal vessels for the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails will undoubtedly be passed down through Minato's family for generations. Masamaki's vivid description sent chills down the advisors' spines. His words weren't mere fearmongering. They were entirely plausible. Rather than scouring the ninja world for scattered Uzumaki remnants, using Kushina's child as the next Jinchuriki was far more practical. No one could say how many Uzumaki survivors remained in the ninja world, nor could they guarantee those survivors wouldn't align with Minato and Kushina out of gratitude, inadvertently strengthening the Namikaze line. A child born in Hidden Leaf Village, however, would be naturally loyal and could be trained as a Jinchuriki from a young age. But this scenario posed a terrifying possibility. Hidden Leaf Village's greatest power would forever remain in the hands of the Namikaze family. Minato's personality might not lend itself to such ambitions, but who could guarantee his descendants would think the same way? If that day came, what would the likes of the Uchiha, Hyuga, or even the Sarutobi clans amount to compared to the Namikaze family wielding the Nine Tails? Moreover, the Namikaze family's ties to the Uchiha and Hyuga branch families only deepened the problem. Hiruzen has crossed the line, Masamaki declared. He weakens the Sarutobi clan while creating Hidden Leaf Village's strongest ninja clan. We all remember the power of Madara Uchiha. Minato is close to the Uchiha. His descendants might very well intermarry with them. If one day, someone with the Sharingan and the Nine Tails were to arise, there wouldn't be a second Hokage strong enough to stop them. That person could do whatever they wanted. Are you really going to let Minato solidify his position, let his descendants dominate the ninja world, and let the Namikaze family stand at the pinnacle of power? Koharu and Hamura's faces twisted with conflict. Minato would never allow his descendants to suffer as Kushina had. His child would grow up as the son of a Hokage, a hero's heir. Without the stigma of being a Jinchuriki, and carrying the prestigious title of the fourth Hokage's descendant, how could future leaders exert control over him? Using coercive measures would no longer be an option. The longer Minato remained Hokage, the stronger his influence on the future would be, and the harder it would be for Hidden Leaf Village's leadership to act against him. Could they rely on emotional appeals like they had with Minato? His descendants might not care about such sentiments, and no leader could base their decisions on mere feelings. Masamaki's concerns could very well become reality. Without the stigma associated with being a Jinchuriki, the Namikaze family could very well seize permanent control over Hidden Leaf Village. No Hokage could ignore the might of a family that possessed the Nine Tails and bore the title of fourth Hokage's lineage. That represented Hidden Leaf Village's greatest strength. Compared to the Sarutobi clan, the Namikaze had far greater potential to become the next Senju clan. Even if it was just one person. Neither advisor wanted to see this happen, and their respective clans would never allow it. But the trust Minato and Hiruzen had placed in them before leaving made their hesitation all the more agonizing. For now, they couldn't bring themselves to agree outright. The men behind Masamaki exchanged glances and smiled. As expected of Elder Masamaki, he had easily swayed the advisors who currently held Hidden Leaf Village's administrative power. With their agreement, nothing would stand in the way of the next steps. The Sharingan isn't a possibility. It's already a reality, came a chilling voice. Denzo stepped through the crowd, stopping before the two advisors. Moments ago, Uchiha Shinobi with the Mangekyo Sharingan helped Tsunade overcome her hemophobia. Everyone froze, then their expressions changed drastically. The third Hokage had such a trump card? Are there Uchiha still alive who could awaken such power? Tsunade with the Mangekyo. That combination. Denzo sneered inwardly at the panicked crowd. If not for the fact that he still needed them. Koharu, Hamura, it's clear Hiruzen has forgotten Obirama-sensei's warnings about the Uchiha. He even concealed the existence of a Mangekyo Sharingan user among their ranks. The power in those eyes was strong enough to rewrite Tsunade's mind, curing her hemophobia. Who's to say it couldn't also force us to obey? Are you really going to side with Hiruzen after this? The fourth Hokage is not a suitable leader for Hidden Leaf Village. Though Denzo suspected the Mangekyo user wasn't connected to Hiruzen, he wasn't about to waste this convenient leverage. His words became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Koharu and Hamura sighed deeply, with the former asking, "What do you?" Koharu and Hamura sighed deeply, with the former asking, "What do you need us to do?" The issue with the Mangekyo Sharingan was too significant to dismiss. Denzo wouldn't lie about something so critical, and if Hiruzen had indeed concealed this information, it meant he no longer trusted them. Denzo's expression remained calm as he made his demands. First, transfer command of the Anbu to me. As Denzo laid out his plan, on the other side of the village, the Hyuga clan's main family received the message Denzo had sent to them. Along with the message came detailed instructions for the splitting jutsu as well as several vials of auxiliary medicine to aid the process. Inside the Hyuga clan's meeting room, the elders of the main family sat around a table, their expressions grim as they stared at the documents and vials laid out before them. For a long while, no one spoke. Finally, the second elder broke the silence, his voice cold and full of anger. "So, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to eliminate the caged bird seal, does he? He even instructed Tsunade to study its removal. And to think, the clan leader warned us to be cautious of Denzo. Now it's clear that Hiruzen is the one we should have been wary of." The second elder's words sparked murmurs of agreement from the others. However, the first elder, ever calm and composed, raised his hand to silence the room. "There's no point in debating this now," he said coolly. "We must first address the matter at hand. The splitting jutsu." The elders all turned their attention to the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, who sat quietly at the head of the table. "Clan leader, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Hayashi's expression remained unreadable as he leaned back in his chair. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a measured tone. "The splitting jutsu is a dangerous power, one that could disrupt the balance within our clan if used improperly. However, the fact that Tsunade herself has the ability to create more of this medicine means the threat is real, and we must prepare for it." The first elder nodded. "Do you have any ideas on how we might counteract the technique or render it ineffective?" Hayashi's gaze hardened, and his voice grew colder. "We must identify its weaknesses and ensure that no member of the branch family can use it to harm the main family. In the meantime, we must also increase surveillance on Tsunade and anyone assisting her. We cannot allow the dissolution of the caged bird seal." The room fell silent once more, the gravity of the situation sinking in. For the Hyuga clan's main family, the existence of the caged bird seal was not merely a tool of control. It was the foundation of their authority and power. To lose it would mean losing their position as the leaders of the clan, and that was a reality they would not accept. But as the elders deliberated, Hayashi remained silent, his thoughts drifting to his young daughters. For the first time, he began to question the legacy he would leave behind. Would his children inherit a fractured clan, divided by resentment and fear? Or would they be the ones to lead the Hyuga into a new era? For now, though, he had no choice but to prepare for war. Whether it was against the branch family, Saratobe Hiruzen, or even the village itself. Chapter 41, Without this, we cannot find peace. Hayashi Hyuga silently glanced at the others in the room, then turned his gaze toward the outside and closed his eyes. The strange atmosphere caught the attention of the Hyuga main family members present, who exchanged confused looks. Suddenly, a thick stench of blood filled the air, causing their expressions to change drastically as they all turned toward the door. Hayashi sighed. "I didn't expect you to come first, Miyuki." At the door to the meeting room, a figure paused mid-motion but quickly resumed, calmly pushing the door open. "Hyuga Miyuki, what are you trying to do?" Through the open door, they could see two guards lying in pools of blood farther down the corridor. The third elder stood up abruptly, his voice filled with fury. "Are you trying to betray the clan? Your parents gave their lives gloriously in battle for the main family. Are you going to disgrace them in their graves?" Hyuga Miyuki's cold expression twisted with visible anger. Before anyone could react, she moved at an incredible speed, appearing behind the third elder and slamming her fist, filled with rage, directly into his chest. Hayashi, the only one capable of stopping her, simply watched the scene unfold without intervening. Years of inactivity had dulled the third elder's combat instincts, and he didn't even manage to resist. His chest was pierced clean through, his body swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Thud. A heavy silence filled the room. For a few seconds, the main family elders were stunned, their pupils contracting as they quickly used body flicker techniques to distance themselves from Miyuki, warily watching her. Glory? Is this so-called glory why I, as their daughter, was still treated like dirt after their deaths? Miyuki sneered mockingly. "I don't need that kind of glory." "Enough talking," the second elder said coldly, raising his hands. "The punishment function of the caged bird seal may have been neutralized, but don't forget your place. Perhaps your life will remind you that you'll always be just a branch member." He activated the caged bird seal's technique, but Miyuki stood there, unmoving. His words faltered, and his movements froze. "The caged bird seal doesn't work?" "Impossible. Did Tsunade remove it for you? That old man Saratobe Hiruzen really intends to destroy us?" The elders' gazes shifted to the splitting jutsu scroll in front of Hayashi, their hearts filled with dread. How many branch family members had their seals neutralized? What were they doing now? Only the head elder seemed to understand something, his expression turning increasingly complicated. "You foresaw this, didn't you, clan leader?" "I didn't want to believe it," Hayashi admitted, his tone heavy. "But seeing you all like this, I realized this day was inevitable." As he looked at the panicked and directionless main family elders, Hayashi felt a twinge of sadness. However, when his gaze fell on the third elder's corpse, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction. Turning to Miyuki, Hayashi asked, "You didn't come alone, did you? There are plenty of guards on the way to this meeting room. You couldn't have made it here so quickly on your own. You're sharp, clan leader." A calm voice echoed from outside the room, accompanied by the sound of numerous footsteps. Several Hyuga shinobi, led by Hyuga Yuki, entered the meeting room as if they owned the place. Meanwhile, at the front lines, Minato, Hyuga Fuji, and their team used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to reach the battlefield. After exchanging a few words with the medical unit and ensuring Rin's safety, Minato led the group to the command center. There, a stern-faced man awaited them. "Lord Fugaku, where are Lord Orochimaru and Jiraiya-sensei?" Minato asked. The man was Fugaku Uchiha, the current head of the Uchiha clan. "Lord Orochimaru is scouting the units led by the two Jinchuriki, while Lord Jiraiya is waiting for you in the command room, 4th Hokage." Fugaku smiled sincerely at Minato, who wore his Hokage cloak. Hyuga Fuji observed Fugaku's expression, his gaze calm. In this generation, too many individuals had been born in the wrong time. The 4th Hokage, Fugaku. Had the 2nd Hokage truly not given the Uchiha a chance to integrate into the village? The Uchiha were a part of Hidden Leaf Village, a cornerstone of its foundation. There was no way Tobirama could have wanted the clan to be destroyed, as that would have signified Hidden Leaf Village's decline. The police force had earned its infamy, but the root cause was the Uchiha's temperament. At least initially, Obito hadn't faced any animosity from his peers or the villagers. Tobirama had likely hoped that more Uchiha like Kagami would emerge. Genuine contributors to the village's growth. If none appeared, the police force would serve as a barrier preventing the Uchiha from rising to the Hokage's position. Winning public support was often all that was needed. Fugaku's personality wasn't assertive enough, as evidenced by his ambiguous stance on both Iku and Itachi's actions. Yet his initial decision to ally with Minato before his rise to power had been the right one. Unfortunately, Minato had died. And Hayashi Hyuga. He, too, was born in the wrong era. "I understand." Returning Fugaku's smile, Minato turned to the others. "Fuji, come with me to the command room. Kushina, take Kakashi and the others to familiarize themselves with the area." Back in the Hyuga clan's meeting room, Hayashi sighed as he looked at Yuki's resolute expression. "After what you've done today, there's no place for you in Hidden Leaf Village anymore. Hidden Leaf Village never welcomed us. I'm here for the splitting jutsu." Blood stained Yuki's hands and face as he said coldly, "Hand it over, clan leader. Perhaps your death won't be so painful if you cooperate." "So that's it. You haven't completely removed the caged bird seal yet, have you?" The head elder, frowning, activated his Byakugan. Examining the seals on Miyuki, Yuki, and the other branch members, he noticed the caged bird seal was still intact. However, intricate sealing patterns had been added to suppress it. Miyuki's situation appeared unique, her seal altered differently. "You haven't fully broken it?" The main family elders, initially enraged, suddenly paused and then rejoiced. The second elder quickly turned to Hayashi. "Clan leader, destroy the splitting jutsu immediately. We can't let these traitors break free of the caged bird seal." Even as he spoke, he moved toward Hayashi, intent on destroying the scroll himself while seeking refuge by the clan leader's side. As the current head of the clan, Hayashi's strength rivaled that of an elite Jonin. The traitorous branch members lacked the main family's secret techniques, so their odds of overpowering him were slim. With Hayashi and the elders united, these rebels didn't stand a chance. But just as the second elder reached for the scroll, Hayashi suddenly stood and delivered a swift palm strike to the top of his head. Crack! Blood sprayed everywhere as the second elder collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The crimson stain spread across Hayashi's robes, but his expression remained cold as he sat back down. The room fell into stunned silence. The main family elders and branch rebels alike stared at Hayashi in disbelief. Only the head elder sighed deeply, returning to his seat and closing his eyes. "Take it." Hayashi picked up the scroll and tossed it to Yuki. He then retrieved another scroll from his robe and handed it over as well. "You plan to take many people with you, but without the caged bird seal, they'll attract attention from across the ninja world. You lack the strength to protect them. Use this seal. It was developed with the help of the third Hokage. Decide for yourselves whether to use it." Hayashi's voice was steady, almost indifferent. "This seal retains all the functions of the caged bird seal, except for the ability to control life and death. Perhaps this is how the caged bird seal was meant to be. The third Hokage also gave me a special authorization order. It will ensure your safe departure from Hidden Leaf Village." He paused, his gaze distant. "I was meant to be one of the third Hokage's contingency plans. That authorization was supposed to let me mobilize the Hyuga freely against Denzo. But from the beginning, I had no intention of protecting the main family." Hayashi's pale complexion revealed his exhaustion. If Denzo had eliminated a few troublesome figures for him, he might have gone ahead with his reforms. But now that the branch family had made the first move, so be it. Hayashi closed his eyes, much like the head elder. The other main family elders, however, looked on in panic. Yuki stared at the two scrolls in his hands, his expression dark and conflicted. This authorization. That man said there would be survivors today. I thought it meant we had made some mistake. But it turns out he was referring to you." Yuki turned his gaze to Hayashi, whose calm demeanor carried neither fear nor defiance, only acceptance of the situation. After a brief pause, Yuki shifted his focus to Miyuki, meeting her equally conflicted eyes. Yuki turned his gaze to Hayashi, whose calm demeanor carried neither fear nor defiance, only acceptance of the situation. After a brief pause, Yuki shifted his focus to Miyuki, meeting her equally conflicted eyes. In a cold voice, Yuki declared, "After today, the Hyuga main family will no longer exist. Only you and your wife will remain, clan leader." The head elder suddenly opened his eyes, his expression filled with both anger and despair. "Must it really come to this?" Yuki replied without hesitation, his voice firm and resolute, "Without this, we cannot find peace." The moment his words fell, the branch members who had been standing silently behind Yuki suddenly revealed savage smiles. Madness flickered in their eyes as they lunged toward the remaining main family elders. The once serene meeting room was soon filled with screams and cries of desperation, blending with maniacal laughter. The chaos and bloodshed spread throughout the confined space, reverberating far beyond the walls. And yet, no one alive in the vicinity dared to listen or intervene. From a distant vantage point, Hyuga stood in silence, witnessing the massacre unfold. His expression was a mix of sorrow, shock, and countless unspoken emotions. He had expected the power struggle within the Hyuga clan to lead to upheaval, but even he had not anticipated the brutality with which it would unfold. After today, the Hyuga main family would cease to exist, reduced to mere shadows of their former authority. Hayashi, his robes now soaked in blood, remained kneeling at the center of the room, his expression calm but his heart heavy. Miyuki hesitated for a moment before stepping toward him, her hand tightening around the scrolls as she knelt before her clan leader. "Thank you." Hayashi opened his eyes and gazed at Miyuki, his expression unreadable. "Protect them well," he said softly. "Lead them to a future where neither the branch family nor the main family has to live in fear." Miyuki lowered her head, clutching the scrolls tightly. For a moment, she wanted to say something. An apology, perhaps, or a promise. But no words came. Instead, she rose to her feet, turned toward the others, and nodded at Yuki. The remaining branch members who had carried out the massacre began to gather around her, their expressions no longer wild but somber. The room was silent now, save for the faint crackle of distant flames and the quiet shuffling of feet as the rebels prepared to leave. Yuki glanced back at Hayashi one final time. "Today, we've broken free of the chains that bound us. But the cost was steep." Hayashi didn't respond. Yuki's gaze lingered for a moment longer before he turned and led the others out of the meeting room. As they disappeared into the shadows of the night, the once mighty Hyuga main family was left in ruins. Only Hayashi and his wife would remain as the last remnants of a legacy that had spanned generations. From a safe distance, Miyuki watched the retreating figures of the branch members, a deep sigh escaping his lips. "The Hyuga clan has changed forever," he murmured to himself. Turning away from the scene, he disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a clan that would never be the same again. Chapter 42, Go Bully the Snow Country's Ninja. "Takuma, why are you back?" In the former clan leader's residence, Hayashi Hyuga's father frowned as he looked at Takuma standing in the courtyard. Takuma, a spy sent to route by Hayashi, was supposed to report to Hayashi. Yet now he was here. What for? Lord Third had laid Tsunade work on breaking the caged bird seal. Denzo discovered this and has already sent the method to the clan leader. "I'm worried Hayashi-sama might hesitate or make the wrong decision, so I came to you for guidance." Hayashi's father's pupils contracted as he locked his gaze on Takuma, analyzing his every expression for signs of deception. After a long moment, he closed his eyes. "Master, tea," a maidservant said as she entered the courtyard. She briefly made eye contact with Takuma before setting down the tea tray and leaving at Hayashi's father's impatient wave. Takuma glanced at the retreating maid before bowing slightly. Denzo has already taken control of the Anbu and struck a deal with the two advisors. The police force and other clans unaware of the situation have been intercepted by route operatives. Now that Denzo has isolated Tsunade, she may be forced to leave Hidden Leaf Village temporarily. And without her to oppose him, Denzo will take full control of the village's management. Hayashi's father fell into deep thought after hearing Takuma's assessment. Facing Denzo head-on under these circumstances would be unwise. "Very well. Tell Hayashi to follow Denzo's instructions for now." "Understood." Takuma bowed and left the residence, his expression darkening as he looked back at the house one last time. "I had worried you might cause trouble for the Hyuga clan in your final moments, but it seems I arrived too late. A pity I couldn't handle this personally." Inside the house, Hayashi's father collapsed onto the floor, clutching his throat as he struggled to breathe. Standing over him, the maidservant revealed a twisted, deranged smile. "Master, I really wanted to inscribe the original caged bird seal on you myself and watch you writhe in pain until your last breath. But you have a good son. For Hayashi-sama's sake, I'll grant you a dignified death." Hayashi's father glared up at her, trying to activate the caged bird seal, but his arm didn't even lift before the light left his eyes. The maidservant stood silently for another 3 minutes, ensuring the poison had completely done its work, before bending down to take his Byakugan. Without another glance, she vanished into the shadows. This is... Hyuga Takuma stepped into the meeting room, a suffocating silence enveloping him immediately. The dim lighting revealed faint outlines of overturned chairs, dark red stains on the floor, and lifeless bodies scattered across the room. Takuma swallowed hard, suppressing the surge of glee in his heart as he turned his gaze to the only person still alive in the room. "Lord Hayashi, what happened here?" Takuma's face was as emotionless as ever, devoid of concern or grief. Hayashi looked at him for a long moment, remembering the branch members who had just departed. He sighed. "Nothing but deserved retribution," he said. "You're here under Denzo's orders, aren't you?" Hayashi rose from his seat, his white robes now stained with blood, though he didn't seem to mind. He walked slowly toward the exit. Takuma stepped aside and bowed slightly as Hayashi passed. "I'm going to change my clothes. Notify Hayashi to take over the Hyuga clan." Takuma froze, his head snapping up to look at Hayashi. In the bright midday sun, he could see the exhaustion on Hayashi's stern face. And a trace of relief. "This time, I'll side with Denzo. All the blame will fall on me. When the fourth Hokage returns, I'll resign as clan leader, and Hayashi will take my place. From this moment on, you don't need to address me as lord. There is no main family in the Hyuga clan anymore." Takuma remained silent for a long time before bowing deeply. "As you wish." Hayashi turned his gaze to the horizon, his voice soft but resolute. "The birds that seek freedom have shattered their cages and can now fly wherever they wish. But those who remain in the cage by choice will gain the favor of their master. It's hard to say who will gain more or lose more in the end. But since you've chosen this path, I can only hope you'll walk it with smiles on your faces. Fly higher and farther than any of us. If it weren't for you reaching out to me, I wouldn't have known so many in the clan wanted to leave," Hyuga Fuji said, glancing at Yuki as they weaved through Hidden Lee Village's streets. Her gaze flicked briefly to the 20-some people following them before she took a deep breath. Yuki activated his Byakugan, scanning their surroundings. "If it weren't for that person, I wouldn't have realized there was someone like you in the branch family. A true expert. I've been meaning to ask. Who is that person?" "You'll find out when the time comes," Yuki said with a small smile, shaking his head. He wasn't ready to reveal anything yet. "Come on," joked one of the branch members, his tone relaxed in a way none of them had ever dared before. "He keeps saying that person, but he never tells us who it is. I'm starting to think this so-called person doesn't exist and that Yuki just made them up to justify rebelling." Yuki chuckled. "Given everything that's happened today, doesn't it all feel a bit like a dream? Perhaps it's not so far-fetched to call it a fantasy." The group collectively broke into soft laughter. It really did feel like a dream. "So, where are we headed, clan leader Yuki?" one of the Hyuga shinobi asked, his eyes glancing at the large scroll strapped to Yuki's waist. The scroll, capable of storing living beings, wasn't something available on the market. It had been given to them by Yuki, who had used it to store their unconscious family members before bringing them along. Their trust in Yuki's mysterious benefactor came largely from items like this. Yuki glanced at the road ahead. "We're heading to the land of snow. The ninja there are weak, and there aren't any strange legends or powerful clans to worry about. With Denzo keeping Hidden Lee Village preoccupied for now, we can establish a foothold there, conceal our presence, and slowly grow stronger." As they walked, Yuki turned to Miyuki, who had been quiet. "What about you? What are your plans?" Miyuki thought for a moment before replying, "I'll stay with you for now." Her gaze shifted slightly, and she added, "But there's something I need to figure out first. Something missing, something incomplete." The group fell into a contemplative silence, their focus turning toward the path that lay ahead. Their dream of freedom had only just begun. Chapter 43, Minato. This time, I'm not alone. Several guards watched as Hyuga Miyuki and her group left. One of them suddenly asked, "The Hyuga clan usually doesn't use ninja tools, right? What are they doing with such a large storage scroll?" His companion replied, "Maybe they've got a mission to deliver supplies to the front lines." "Why, do you think there's an issue with the Hyuga clan?" "No, it's not that." The confused ninja shook his head. No one believed the Hyuga clan would defect. The main family had no need, and the branch family lacked the power. I was just reminded of my friend's ninja tool shop. His daughter was just born, named 10, I think. Right now, the shop's running a sale, So there are discounts if you go buy something. You're really advertising now? That friend of yours wouldn't happen to be yourself, would it? The captain sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Looking toward the area where Katsa had recently appeared, he spoke earnestly, "We're just gatekeepers. Our job is to ensure no spies or dangerous rogue ninja come in or out. Don't overthink things." Having lived for so long, he fully understood the importance of self-preservation. The Anbu had only just warned them not to concern themselves with the village's commotion, and then the Hyuga clan left with orders signed by the third Hokage. It was clear that the situation was far deeper than it seemed. Better not to dwell on it. Hearing the captain's words of wisdom, the others pushed their suspicions aside and prepared to continue guarding the gate. However, they soon spotted a blonde woman with a dark expression approaching from a distance. Tsunade-sama? Hearing their voices, the woman raised her head and glanced at them. Her expression grew even darker as she walked out of the village without saying a word. The gatekeeping ninjas could feel the powerful chakra emanating from her and swallowed nervously, not daring to stop her. In the distance, figures from both the Anbu and Root flickered in and out of view. Only after watching Tsunade leave the village did they disappear as well. What is this? Am I actually being escorted out of the village? A kilometer outside of Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade finally vented her frustration by punching a tree. Her heart was filled with anger and resentment. The proud princess of the Senju clan, one of the legendary Sannin, was being asked to leave the village? How ridiculous. Earlier, after realizing that no one would come to her aid, she had considered seeking support from certain ninja clans. But with the Anbu appearing, she knew it was pointless. Most of the ninja clans had likely reached some kind of agreement. Otherwise, the two advisors, who represented the clan's interests, would never have allowed the Anbu to be involved. The voices within the clans were divided. Some of the younger generation embraced the will of fire, while the elders clung to the glories of the past. Whether they had come to a consensus or one side had completely overpowered the other, the situation was more dire than Tsunade had anticipated. She didn't know whom she could trust, nor did she have the time to speak with each clan individually. Originally, she had thought the Hyuga and Uchiha clans could serve as allies. The former's main family held centralized authority, and internal dissent was minimal, while the latter's arrogance isolated them from most other clans. But now, with the caged bird seal being one of the catalysts for the current turmoil, seeking help from the Hyuga? That would only end in humiliation. As for the Uchiha, their main forces were on the battlefield. The remaining ninjas weren't even sufficient for the police force. They were not an option either. Among the clans that leaned toward the Hokage, there were potential allies. However, the appearance of that old geezer, Sarutobe Hiruzen, had crushed her hopes. Tsunadeheim, even if you gather people now, what will it accomplish? It will only create chaos, making Hidden Leaf Village a laughingstock for enemy spies. The village's defenses are already somewhat lax. If the other villages learn of internal conflict in Hidden Leaf Village, they'll undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. In this prolonged war, Hidden Cloud's village hasn't suffered as much as the others. This war has dragged on for too long. Both the villagers and the ninjas are tired. Don't let your anger drag Hidden Leaf Village further into the quagmire of the battlefield. The ninjas on the front lines, who are fighting to end the Third Shinobi World War, would lose heart. The older generation sure had a knack for speaking from a moral high ground. It was Denzo and those advisors who had made the first move, and now they expected her to back down? How was that fair? And they wouldn't even allow her to resist. Yet she couldn't ignore their words entirely. Hidden Cloud's village had retreated because the third Raikage had suddenly died. The fourth Raikage needed to return to assume leadership and stabilize the situation. Otherwise, the war could have continued. Among the other villages, Hidden Stone's village had suffered considerable losses due to the war with Hidden Leaf Village and the siege on the third Raikage. However, Onoki was a man who had the resolve to send 10,000 ninjas to surround the third Raikage. He wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of any opportunity. As for Hidden Sand Village, although they were allies, caution was still necessary. After considering all this, Tsunade could only send Katsa back and, with a heavy heart, leave the village under the watchful eyes of the Anbu and Root. Staying in the village might result in her being ambushed. On top of that, she'd have to face those disgusting individuals every day. Leaving was the better option. Did the old man really think his three friends wouldn't stir up trouble? Sending them to the front lines was one thing, but leaving no safeguards in place. He was growing more and more senile. Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry. The last remaining part of Katsu appeared with Shizune. At only 13 years old, Shizune looked down guiltily at the angry Tsunade and kept apologizing. It's all because of me. Tsunade-sama had no choice but to. Enough. Looking at the apologetic Shizune, Tsunade felt her anger gradually subside. Her expression softened, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She pulled Shizune into a hug and whispered, "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." One of the reasons she had left was her concern that Denzo might use Shizune against her. Compared to targeting her, finding and capturing Shizune was far easier. She couldn't bear to lose anyone else. Tsunoda's rarely seen tenderness stunned Shizune, but a faint smile soon appeared on her face as she hugged Tsunoda back. "Tsunoda-sama must be really worried about me." Comforting each other, the two soon regained their composure. Tsunoda looked at Shizune and said, "We're going to the battlefield. If the old man caused this mess, he'd better come up with a solution." As she spoke, Tsunoda instinctively took out her dice, wanting to roll them to see whether her decision was good or bad. But remembering past events, she hesitated and put them away. Relying on gambling to foresee the future was probably unreliable. After all, even when she lost, Shizune had still nearly died. Even when she lost. Tsunoda thought of a certain someone who had once said that whether he won or lost depended entirely on whether he wanted to. Her expression turned strange. That Hyuga Fuji kid. Could he have cheated somehow? In the frontline command center, Jiraiya and Minato had been arguing over the same issue for a long time. "Minato, you're the Hokage now. You can't take risks like you used to." "Sensei, I understand. But this is how I fight." Minato looked at Jiraiya, who opposed his plan to personally deal with the tail beast unit, and shook his head helplessly. "Don't you trust me? I can retreat anytime I want." "This isn't about trust, Minato. Have you considered your position?" Jiraiya sighed. "Your presence on the battlefield is even more intimidating than the third Raikage. If Anoki had the resolve to send over 10,000 ninjas against the third Raikage, what do you think the third Mizukage would do?" The current Mizukage had been a member of the first Mizukage's personal guard. If not for the overwhelming strength of the second Mizukage, Hazuki Genjutsu, he would have taken the position long ago. Would someone with access to the full might of Hidden Mist Village, who had likely witnessed the Flying Thunder God firsthand, not have considered how to counter Minato? "This time, I'm not alone." Minato glanced at Hyuga Fuji, his eyes full of trust, and smiled at Jiraiya. "I have Kakashi, Ikamaru, Fuji, and Kushina by my side. Don't worry." Chapter 44, We're Comrades. Hearing Minato's words, Jiraiya glanced at Hyuga Fuji and murmured, "I heard you selected guards from both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. He's one of them, isn't he?" "Yes, Fuji is incredibly strong. He fought alongside me to take down the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." "Oh? You dealt with those troublesome guys?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and gave Hyuga Fuji an impressed look. "Not bad. In 2 days, with no reliable source of information, no one here had yet realized that Fuji had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique." Noticing this, Minato's smile grew even brighter. "Fuji has already learned the Flying Thunder God. With the two of us working together, no one will be able to stop us." Originally just surprised that a Hyuga branch member had this level of skill, Jiraiya's eyes now widened in shock. "The second user of the Flying Thunder God? My mastery of the Flying Thunder God hasn't reached the level of the 4th Hokage," Hyuga Fuji said calmly, "but combined with the visual range of the Byakugan, it gives me certain advantages in long-range teleportation. 2 Flying Thunder God users, one of them from the Hyuga clan, and the enemy still unaware." Jiraiya pondered this for a moment, then nodded. "All right, since you're prepared, I won't say any more. You're the Hokage now, so as a Jonin, I'll simply follow your orders." A mischievous grin spread across his face as he joked, "That said, I'd love to see Orochimaru's reaction. He was the one most likely to compete with you for the Hokage title. I bet seeing the words 4th Hokage behind you would stir up some complicated feelings." "I heard from the 3rd Hokage that it was Orochimaru-senpai stepping back from the competition that allowed me to take the position smoothly," Minato said with a shake of his head. Jiraiya paused, scratching his head. "Really? Orochimaru never told me that." Thinking back to how he had bragged about Minato in front of Orochimaru, Jiraiya suddenly recalled Orochimaru's calm expression at the time. His brow furrowed. Could Orochimaru have been secretly mocking him then? Even with his thick skin, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Shaking his head to dispel the awkward thought, Jiraiya turned back to Hyuga Fuji and said with a sigh, "The village is full of talent now. Looking at you all, I feel like the time for a Sannin is coming to an end." Hyuga Fuji shook his head. "My strength still has a long way to go before it reaches your level, Jiraiya-senpai." There was no doubting Jiraiya's strength. His battle against the 6 paths of pain, despite lacking prior information, was remarkable. In an era before the scale of power was completely unbalanced, his abilities were among the best in the ninja world. "That's right, sensei. You're still young, and I have much to learn from you." Minato chuckled lightly, bringing the conversation to an end. Looking down at the map on the table, he said, "Let's talk about how to deal with those two Jinchuriki. What are your thoughts, Fuji?" After Jiraiya left, Minato turned to Hyuga Fuji, who had remained silent throughout the meeting, and sighed. "It's just the two of us. As friends, surely you can share your thoughts?" Minato had originally planned to use this opportunity to bring Hyuga Fuji into the village's core decision-making circle, but the latter hadn't offered a single suggestion during the meeting. Hyuga Fuji pointed to his forehead. "I've already spoken with Tsunade-sama. Even if the caged bird seal has been resolved, you shouldn't openly show your intentions to involve me in decision-making." Minato froze for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "So, you figured it out? Was I being too obvious?" Hyuga Fuji didn't respond to that and continued, "Your line of thinking has deviated from that of a Hokage. Between empowering a strong Hyuga branch member and offending the Hyuga main family, losing the future support of the entire Hyuga clan, you should choose the latter. Maybe you're right." Minato fell silent for a moment, then gave a bright, unclouded smile. "But we're comrades. How can I stand by and watch a comrade live behind a false mask, rarely smiling, and turn a blind eye? I can't do it. I will bring about change. Tsunade-senpai has already laid the foundation for me, and I will transform the Hyuga clan." Seeing Minato's unwavering determination, Hyuga Fuji let out a sigh. "I understand. But until the change happens, don't involve me in certain decisions." While many of Minato's ideals and approaches differed from his own, Fuji respected Minato's conviction and character. "But there's no longer a need for you to make that change." Through the vision granted by Hyuga, Fuji observed a certain impure world reincarnation ninja holding a scroll as he retreated into a suddenly appearing coffin. Inside that scroll were 28 Byakugan belonging to the Hyuga main family. Except for Hayashi and his wife, every main family member's Byakugan was there. "All right," Minato agreed with a smile. "But at least let the two of us talk. Surely you won't oppose that? What are your thoughts on this war?" Hyuga Fuji responded, "The third Mizukage has staked Hidden Mist Village's entire future on this. There must be internal dissent. Rumors alone could weaken their morale." Minato considered this. "What about spreading word that the third Mizukage is under Genjutsu? We could even have a Hyuga ninja openly say this in front of the mist, using the Byakugan to confirm it. His actions have been far from rational for a Kage. Compassion is reserved for comrades. If it can reduce the casualties of the village, there's no need to hold back against enemies. Showing mercy to the enemy would be a betrayal of the Hokage's name and the village's ninjas. It's feasible. In fact, it wasn't just feasible. If a Hyuga ninja with a Byakugan observed the third Mizukage's mind, they would find that he truly was under Genjutsu. Have you read the script?" Fuji gave Minato a strange look, surprised that he had immediately linked the situation to Genjutsu. Fuji continued, "But if we do that, the third Mizukage can't take action. It's best to leave him as a target for criticism." "I'll handle it," Minato nodded. "Root has spies in Hidden Mist Village who can assist with this." Now that the Hokage himself had come to the front lines, command of the units naturally fell to him. Earlier, Jiraiya had willingly placed himself in a subordinate position to make things easier for Minato. After all, respect for one's teacher was a fine tradition in Hidden Leaf Village. If Jiraiya didn't step down, Minato would find it difficult to issue orders to him. As for Root, Denzo himself didn't want Hidden Leaf Village to lose this war, so he had already lent some of his forces to Minato. With that decision made, Minato frowned, lost in thought. Noticing this, Hyuga Fuji dropped the honorifics and asked directly, "Do you have other concerns?" Minato, slightly pleased by Fuji's change in tone, didn't hold back. "What do you think of Root? Or more specifically, do you think it's necessary for them to exist?" Fuji's consistent formality had always made Minato feel like there was a deliberate distance between them. Hyuga Fuji narrowed his eyes. "Are you planning to take action against Denzo?" "No, it's the third who wants to clear the path for me." Minato sighed, his gaze shifting toward the command room's door. His tone was complex. Hidden Leaf Village has likely already fallen under Denzo's control. Some matters the third Hokage hadn't hidden from him. After all, now, Minato was the Hokage. Chapter 45, Peace. The roots buried underground will never bask in the sunlight. Denzo's actions are meaningless. Hyuga Fuji shook his head and said calmly, "If you were truly worried, you wouldn't have come to me." "That's true." Minato smiled as he stood up. "I just need to win this war with my comrades in the village." The precondition for the ninja clan's bargaining with the Hokage was that the Hokage was willing to play by their rules. When a powerful Hokage refused to play, the clans couldn't do anything to stop them. Did the first Hokage have political acumen? No, but all the ninja clans had to follow his rules. The eternal law of the ninja world remains the same: The strong reign supreme. Yes, the strong reign supreme. Alright. Before the village's ninja forces assemble, let's first clear out the hidden mist village troops lurking in the surrounding area. Hyuga Fuji glanced at the excited Kushina and sighed, looking at Kakashi and Yakamaru Uchiha nearby, as if to ask, we're the Hokage's guard unit. How does it make sense for us to leave him behind and take on missions ourselves? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Yakamaru Uchiha rolled his eyes and gestured toward Kushina, then toward the command room, making a height comparison with 2 fingers. Kushina higher, Minato lower. The meaning was clear. It's obvious who's in charge in the Hokage's household. Can we even resist? Is this some alternate version of the strong reign supreme? The 4th Hokage being completely under his wife's thumb wasn't something they had anticipated. Meanwhile, Kakashi stood calmly, reading a small book as if entirely accustomed to the situation. Kushina-sensei is just eager to stretch her legs after staying in the village for too long. What are you all waiting for? Kushina had walked some distance ahead. Seeing the 3 of them still standing there with different expressions, she put her hands on her hips and smiled sweetly. Not following the captain's orders? I already cleared it with Minato. Let's go. Hyuga Fuji shook his head, leaving a shadow clone outside the command room before following after her. Seeing this, Kakashi and Yakamaru Uchiha exchanged a glance and followed suit. With the reinforcements yet to arrive, Minato needed to remain at the command post for now, delaying the plan to deal with the tailed beast unit. After all, Orochimaru, who was gathering intelligence, hadn't returned yet. Certain plans required more detailed information to proceed. Jiraiya, however, had already gone to the front lines. This battlefield is much more brutal than when I was here before. An hour away from the command post, Hyuga Fuji's Byakugan reflected the surrounding forest as he thought to himself. Scattered bloodstains and ninja tools littered the forest. Some corpses had yet to be retrieved. With Hidden Mist Village reinforcements arriving, the intensity of the battles had risen to a point where certain tasks could no longer be prioritized. After advancing a bit further without encountering any enemies, Kushina, at the front, signaled for them to stop and rest for a while. Though all of them were Jonin, the intelligence suggested that Hidden Mist Village had already deployed 7,000 ninjas to the battlefield, with an additional 2,000 expected to reinforce them soon. While many of these were low-level Genin and Chunin, there were still plenty of skilled fighters among them. The squad was strong, but carelessness could lead to being surrounded while fatigued, and casualties would be unavoidable. Hidden Mist Village is insane. Deploying this many ninjas hasn't been seen since the 3rd Tsuchikage's siege on the 3rd Raikage. How much defensive strength does the Land of Water even have left? Yakamaru Uchiha took a sip of water from his canteen and asked, puzzled, the 5 great nations need their ninja forces to defend most of their territories. How did the daimyo of the Land of Water agree to the Mizukage sending so many troops to attack us? Does he really believe the Mizukage can win? Under the one nation, one village system, the bulk of a nation's military strength was concentrated in its ninja village. While the daimyo controlled some forces, they were negligible compared to the ninja village's power. The Land of Water is an isolated island nation. To attack them, you'd have to cross vast stretches of ocean, which most ninjas can't do. They'd need to travel by ship, Kushina said, glancing at him with a smile. As long as they control their coastline, it's very difficult to invade. Didn't you study geography? I know, Yakamaru grumbled. I just don't understand why every time there's a shinobi war, the other villages pounce on Hidden Leaf Village when they see weakness. Why not attack the other great nations? The Land of Water's defenses must be stretched thin. Even if they can't conquer it, they could at least gain something. There's little to gain there. The Land of Fire is in an excellent position. Hyuga Fuji, scanning the surroundings with his Byakugan, spoke up. The Land of Fire is bordered by the sea to the east and south, and surrounded by smaller nations. Geographically, it's centrally located and serves as an important hub for transportation and trade. On top of that, because of its climate and terrain, it produces some of the highest agricultural yields among all the nations. Attacking here, even just breaching the borders, can yield substantial rewards. Not to mention, Hidden Leaf Village's demonstrated war potential has always been the strongest among all the great nations. Without suppressing it, they can't rest easy. Yakamaru Uchiha fell silent. He wasn't unaware of these facts, but he couldn't help but worry about the trends they represented. 3 shinobi wars, and Hidden Leaf Village always had to face multiple villages. What would happen if Hidden Leaf Village ever reached a point where it lacked capable leaders to turn the tide? The outcome seemed all too predictable. Destruction. Can't we just wipe them out once and for all? We keep winning, but I don't see Hidden Leaf Village gaining any real benefits. Yakamaru muttered, the tailed beasts were all distributed by the first Hokage, and now they're being used against us. It's ungrateful. The peace the first Hokage longed for has been shattered by them. When will we finally see true peace? No one answered. Hyuga Fuji narrowed his eyes and stayed silent. True peace. Such a thing never existed. As long as people lived, as long as desires remained, conflict would never cease. Even the world he came from had not achieved peace. The terrifying weapons that deterred nations from direct conflict merely forced them to compete through economic, political, and other means. A different kind of warfare. Many nations still pursued those weapons, even if research on them was officially forbidden. In the end, power that inspires fear also incites greed. The power of Hashirama was studied. The power of the Uchiha was studied. All because of the existence of individuals like Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senshu, whose might could rival that of an entire great ninja village. People feared them, but if given the chance, everyone wanted to be like them. In the ninja world, achieving lasting or eternal peace through individual strength would likely require the power of a so-called Otsutsuki god. Otherwise, peace enforced by strength would inevitably be disrupted by even greater power. Even ordinary Otsutsuki weren't enough. Several had already been defeated or sealed by the ninja world in the future. The ninja world had the capacity to counter the Otsutsuki. But if one abandoned the idea of individual power and sought temporary peace, peace without war, such overwhelming strength wouldn't be necessary. Hidden Leaf Village, as it stood now, could achieve that. Hyuga Fuji's expression shifted slightly. 1 kilometer ahead, I've spotted enemies. Chapter 46, Mate Mami 2 are standing in the trees, 2 hiding in the foliage. Judging by their chakra levels, there's 1 Jonin among them. No sensory ninja detected, we haven't been exposed. After receiving Hyuga Fuji's report, Kushina took the lead, charging directly toward the front. The others followed close behind. Under the Byakugan's gaze, the positions of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were laid bare. 1 Jonin. Why so cautious? In a flash of gold, the Jonin didn't last more than a few seconds before the ferocious Kushina bound him with her adamantine sealing chains, slamming him into the ground and ending his life. The 3 subordinates of the Jonin watched their leader get killed in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, they scattered in 3 directions, each hoping Kushina wouldn't come after them. 3 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Hyuga Fuji called out 2 directions before vanishing from his spot to chase down the fastest one. Kakashi, blade in hand, darted toward another target, while Yakamaru had already formed his seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The fleeing Hidden Mist Village ninja was engulfed by a massive fireball, his charred corpse collapsing in the forest. Killed by a great fireball? This guy was just a genin, right? Yakamaru clicked his tongue in annoyance. A completely one-sided battle. Taking down small fry like this was no fun for the Hokage's guard unit. 1 Jonin, 1 Chunin, 2 genin. Hyuga Fuji returned, dragging a still-alive Hidden Mist Village Chunin and tossing him to Yakamaru. Use Ganjutsu to interrogate him. We should be able to get some intel about this area. Yakamaru gave Fuji a surprised glance before silently carrying out the task. This is experience, isn't it? On the Hidden Mist Village battlefield, Hyuga Fuji had clearly worked with Uchiha clansmen many times before. While they killed without hesitation, Fuji, seeing Uchiha in the group, had deliberately left a captive. Kushina blinked, looking at the Jonin she had killed and then at the genin Kakashi and Yakamaru had taken down. Acting as if nothing was wrong, she nodded. Fuji is very thorough. It's definitely not her fault if they were outnumbered. Kakashi, meanwhile, rubbed his left eye, his gaze lingering on the Chunin under Yakamaru's Ganjutsu, his thoughts unreadable. The commander in this area is Lord Yagura. Among the Jonin are Hazuki and Mate Mami. Mate Mami, Yagura. Repeating the names, Yakamaru ended the Chunin's life with a kunai. I remember both of them are elite Jonin from Hidden Mist Village, right? Correct, and Yagura has a strong reputation in Hidden Mist Village. He's likely the next Mizukage, Hyuga Fuji said quietly. Yagura, huh? They sound like worthy opponents, Yakamaru said with a grin. Alright, clean up and let's continue the mission. Realizing the Chunin had provided useful information, Kushina, feeling slightly guilty about killing the enemy Jonin outright, coughed lightly and directed Kakashi and Yakamaru to move ahead, deliberately slowing her own pace to fall back with Hyuga Fuji. Once Kakashi and Yakamaru were far enough ahead, Kushina spoke, if we encounter more enemies later, give me your suggestions beforehand. You've been a Jonin instructor, haven't you? Understanding your team members' abilities and visualizing situations where they can shine is a basic skill. Noticing the dark lines forming on Kushina's forehead and the way her chakra flared, Hyuga Fuji stopped mid-sentence, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Got it. She probably only said she'd been a Jonin instructor. She didn't actually meet the average standard. Kushina, seeing Fuji fall silent, pouted slightly. She had served as a Jonin instructor, but with Anbu constantly guarding her, when would she have had the time or mindset to figure all that out? Her usual habit was simply taking out enemies herself. Today was so exciting because there weren't any Anbu watching her. For the first time in over a decade. With Hyuga Fuji and the others in action, the Hidden Mist Village forces in the area rapidly dwindled. Noticing something amiss, 2 Hidden Mist Village teams eventually crossed paths with them. 6 ninjas ahead, all Jonin. 1 is a sensory ninja, and they're heading toward us. Hyuga Fuji suddenly sped up, positioning himself in front of the group. A squad of elites, huh? Yakamaru grinned. Looks like we'll finally have a proper fight. Leave 2 of them to me. Ignoring him, Hyuga Fuji turned to Kushina. The lead ninja is Mage Mummy. She possesses 2 KK Genkai, Lava Style and Boil Style. Both are extremely powerful offensively. As he spoke, a few specially crafted kunai appeared in his hand, which he flung in several directions. Leave her to me, Kushina said with a smile, her body radiating golden light. With sensory ninjas on both sides, the distance between them quickly closed. A kilometer meant little to such highly skilled shinobi. They met in the blink of an eye. Just as Fuji finished explaining, the enemy was only 300 meters away, and both sides could see each other. Red hair, that overwhelming chakra. And Hyuga and Uchiha ninjas by her side. Mate Rumame's pupils contracted as she observed the approaching group. Uzumaki clan? The Night-Tails Jinchuriki? Her expression turning grave, she said to a ninja beside her, fire the distress signal immediately. Her subordinate didn't hesitate, launching the signal flare without delay. So cautious. We'll have to end this quickly. Kushina frowned as chains emerged from her back, whipping toward the enemy ninjas. They had ventured a bit too deep. There was no backup here. While Hyuga Fuji's Flying Thunder God could serve as a safety net, they didn't need reinforcements. But this was their first encounter with a major target. They had to seize the opportunity. Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains? Leaping back, Mate Rumame's expression grew increasingly grim. A Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, the strongest tailed beast. How many rounds could she last against such an opponent with her current strength? Boil style, skilled mist jutsu. Without dwelling on her odds, Mate Rumame quickly regained her composure. White acidic mist poured from her mouth, spreading outward. The other Hidden Mist Village ninjas hurried to distance themselves, while Kushina lingered for a moment thanks to the power of the tailed beast. However, she quickly withdrew from the area enveloped by the acidic mist, her expression becoming more serious. In just that brief moment, the golden chakra cloak around her had begun to corrode. Staying any longer would have damaged her body. The acid mist possessed incredibly potent corrosive properties. After a quick glance in that direction, Hyuga Fuji shifted his focus to the 5 other Jonin. Mate Rumame, not yet at her peak, had little chance against Kushina, who was in her prime. No need to worry about her. Take them out quickly. We don't have much time. Hearing this, Yakamaru refrained from his usual banter about splitting enemies and instead unrolled a scroll, revealing shuriken and kunai connected by wires. Kakashi activated the Sharingan in his left eye. Huh? Take us out? Just you brats. The speaker's words were cut short as his body froze, then collapsed lifelessly. The remaining 4 Hidden Mist Village Jonin, seeing Hyuga Fuji standing behind their fallen comrade, retreated in disbelief. Hyuga Fuji silently picked up the Flying Thunder God kunai from the ground before vanishing again. In such unexpected encounters, it was hard to set effective traps, but the Flying Thunder God made up for it. Chapter 47, Do you think the Mizukage is still sane? As the last Jonin fell to Kakashi's Rikiri, the Elite Mist team was completely annihilated. Only Mate Rumame, bound tightly by Kushina's adamantine chains, was left. Her hands were immobilized, preventing her from forming hand seals, and she glared at them with resentment. Sealing jutsu. Ignoring her piercing gaze, Kushina formed seals with her hands. Using a sealing technique, she locked away Mai's ability to gather chakra before retracting the adamantine chains. Seeing this, Hyuga Fuji glanced around at the surrounding trees that had been destroyed in the battle. Gathering chakra into his fingertips, he stepped forward and used his gentle fist technique to block her chakra points. Better to add a couple of extra layers of insurance. Yakamaru, set up a Ganjutsu on her. You know what I mean. Yakamaru Uchiha's eyes lit up as he activated his 3 Tomui Sharingan and locked eyes with Mai. As Kushina looked over, he explained, I've implanted a suggestion in her. If she attempts suicide, she'll immediately fall into a Ganjutsu. Kushina glanced at Mai's dark, scowling expression, patted her shoulder, and said with a smile, Don't worry. If you can't even break free from my sealing technique, you don't need to concern yourself with the others' techniques. Feeling completely unable to gather any chakra, Mai's face remained cold. Hidden Leaf Village's geniuses never cease to impress, do they? She glanced at the 3 young shinobi in front of her. They were either around her age or even younger, yet they had easily eliminated her 5 Jonin companions. However, she had already mentally prepared herself for the fact that those who could accompany a Jinchuriki like Kushina wouldn't be ordinary. Was Hidden Leaf Village's decision to send you here a declaration of war against us? If your 3rd Mizukage hadn't gone insane, this war would have ended long ago. Kushina rolled her eyes, hoisted Mai onto her shoulder, and began leading the group back. Enough talk. You can discuss this with Minato when we get back. I'm sure you're aware of plenty of intel on Hidden Mist Village. Powerful shinobi like Matrumami often placed curses on themselves to encrypt certain information. Pure Ganjutsu interrogation usually yielded little, so it was better to hand her over to the Yamanaka clan specialists. Mai's heart sank. She considered using one of her hidden methods to kill herself, but remembering what the Uchiha boy had just said, she forcibly suppressed the thought and turned her gaze to Hyuga Fuji. Although the overwhelming pressure from Kushina had prevented her from seeing their battle with her companions, her brief contact with this young man had left the deepest impression. The Hyuga clan. They understood the Uchiha clan well, and this boy seemed adept at utilizing his teammates' abilities. Compared to Kushina, he appeared more like the leader of this team. But why hadn't she ever heard of him before? Since you're on the battlefield, I assume you're from the Hyuga branch family? I've heard the Hyuga clan has altered the caged bird seal. Even though we didn't capture a single member of the main family, they're this paranoid? Seems they really do intend to enslave you for generations. Slap. Kushina slapped Mai hard across the face, her expression dark. Shut up. Fuji is not a slave. Minato will change the Hyuga clan. Yakamaru Uchiha, whose Sharingan had just deactivated, instinctively reactivated it and stared at Mai with hostility. But when he noticed Fuji glancing at him, he quickly looked away, muttering, "You're an opponent I respect. A mere captive has no right to insult you." Fuji nodded. "Thank you." Yakamaru's lips had just curved into a faint smile when Fuji's next words wiped it away. "But I wouldn't fall for such an obvious attempt at provocation from the enemy." Fuji continued calmly, "She's a dual KK Genkai user, sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder by her village, and now she's trying to provoke me. She's certainly loyal." Mai's eyes sharpened. Ignoring the burning pain on her face, she replied coldly, "Who are you calling cannon fodder?" "Obviously, you." Yakamaru recovered from his brief annoyance and joined in, "Your Mizukage clearly doesn't care about your lives. Hidden Leaf Village has been fighting against 3 villages simultaneously and hasn't lost any ground. Do you really think Hidden Mist Village alone can win? Surely you're not that naive." "She's not naive. She's just clinging to a fantasy, unwilling to face reality." Fuji shook his head. Mai glared at Fuji and Yakamaru, committing their faces to memory. Her voice was low as she declared, "Hidden Mist Village will win." The journey back fell into silence. No one spoke again until, "There's a Hidden Mist Village ambush ahead." A large number of them, probably drawn by the signal flare she sent earlier. Fuji's eyes gleamed. He turned to the group and said, "I'll use the Flying Thunder God to send you all back." "All right." Kushina nodded. She glanced at Mai, whose expression had just softened slightly before hardening again due to the worsening situation. With a smile, she said, "Unlike you, we only ventured this deep because we had a safety net." But Mai was staring intently at Fuji, shocked to realize that yet another Flying Thunder God user had appeared in the shinobi world. At just 15 years old, she still held reverence for the renowned figures of the shinobi world. Unlike the arrogant 7 ninja swordsmen, she harbored genuine fear of powerful individuals like the 4th Hokage, who could single-handedly alter the course of war. This time, she was the only one from her group to survive. If she couldn't deliver this information, Hidden Mist Village might suffer further losses as a result. However, before she could come up with a way to leave a message, Fuji teleported her away with the Flying Thunder God technique. After ensuring his entire team was safely sent away, Fuji left behind a shadow clone before teleporting back to the command center. Moments later, his shadow clone looked to the right. "This is our first meeting, isn't it, Yagura Dono?" "Yes, our first." The baby-faced Yagura stepped out from behind a tree, his expression calm as he locked eyes with Fuji's shadow clone. "But I think this isn't our first time working together." Fuji gave a non-committal nod. "I still have to thank you for the assistance during the ambush on the Hyuga main family." "So it really was you?" Yagura's tone darkened. "My subordinates managed to uncover intel on the Hyuga main family before their deaths and even left behind a warning. I already felt something was off. As a result, the ambush failed. Not only did we lose several shinobi, but Hidden Mist Village was also framed with false accusations." "All you're doing?" "No need for such heavy words. None of your subordinates were sent on the mission, right?" Fuji chuckled softly. Yagura narrowed his eyes. Indeed, knowing the intel was suspicious, he hadn't sent his own people. He had simply fulfilled his duty by notifying the third Mizukage. What happened afterward was out of his hands. You left information behind at the site where you defeated Mate Rumami just to gloat about how you've been toying with Hidden Mist Village all along? How could that be? Fuji smiled and shook his head. Locking eyes with Yagura's calm expression, he asked softly, do you think the current third Mizukage is still sane? Yagura's expression shifted. He stared into Fuji's Byakugan and asked, what do you know? Not much. But what are you willing to trade? Chapter 48, The Third Hokage's Assessment, Part 1, Lord Yagura, there's no sign of Jonin Mate Rumami nearby. It's suspected that she was captured alive by Hidden Leaf Village. A few minutes later, two shinobi appeared before Yagura, kneeling on one knee as they reported. Return to camp. Yagura stared silently at the spot where Hyuga Fuji's shadow clone had vanished, then turned and began heading back to the camp. The two shinobi exchanged glances, assuming Yagura was in a poor mood due to the loss of the exceptionally talented Jonin, Mate Rumami. Without further thought, they stood and followed him. That evening at the camp, Yakamaru Uchiha walked over to Hyuga Fuji with two grilled fish in hand. He handed one to Fuji before sitting down beside him. What are you thinking about? Still dwelling on what that mist ninja said? With your strength and status now, the Hyuga main family's restrictions on you are nothing but a joke. The main family has nothing to do with me. I'm thinking about something else. Hyuga Fuji took a bite of the fish and frowned slightly. What did you put in this? Why is it so sweet? Adding sugar makes it taste better. Yakamaru nonchalantly took out a small container of seasoning, sprinkled more sugar onto his own fish, and took a bite. Speaking through a mouthful of food, he said, you don't like sweets? There's too much of it. Despite this, Fuji didn't waste the food and finished the fish. Only then did he ask, earlier, you mentioned wanting peace. What do you think about children being sent to the battlefield? As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the forest in the distance, where Fugaku Uchiha was training a young child. The clan leader's child? His name is Itachi, right? Yakamaru followed Fuji's gaze, surprised. He's only 4 or 5 years old, and the clan leader brought him to the battlefield? Fuji replied, I heard it's been some time now. That's a bit early. At his age, coming to the battlefield is a test of his mental resilience. Yakamaru shrugged, accustomed to such things. But it's also a continuation of the traditions from the Warring States era. Compared to kunai and explosive tags, a child from a shinobi clan is far more dangerous. No one would spare them just because they're young. Many shinobi clans have been wiped out in history. If an enemy has the capability, they won't spare a single person. Not even a child. Adapting to the harsh realities of the battlefield early helps them grow faster. Isn't that the same with academy students? They start learning how to kill from a young age. After a few ordinary missions following graduation, they begin taking on tasks that require fighting and killing. Yakamaru's gaze grew distant as he watched Itachi train tirelessly. Initially, the Jonin instructors only take on non-combat missions with their Geinin teams. It's a way to gauge whether the newly graduated Geinin have the cold, detached mindset necessary to be shinobi. If they can't handle fighting or killing, quitting being a shinobi is also an option. But once someone chooses the path of a shinobi, there's no room for retreat. If they've started learning ninjutsu and identified themselves as shinobi, then this is simply the natural progression. So, it's an inevitability. Fuji's sudden remark pulled Yakamaru out of his daze. Confused, he asked, what do you mean? Shinobi pass on methods of killing to the next generation. Naturally, their approach to problem-solving centers around killing as well. If they want resources or food, they use force. If they seek revenge, they kill. When faced with a problem they can't easily solve, their ingrained habits lead them to prioritize combat as the solution. Yakamaru's movements froze. He stared at Fuji's pale eyes, as though something significant had crossed his mind, yet he couldn't quite grasp it. Fuji, however, had already stood up and was heading toward the core of Hidden Leaf Village's camp. The Hokage wanted me to meet with him at 8. We'll talk later. Yakamaru watched him leave, then turned his gaze back toward Itachi, his expression clouded with worry. Shinobi pass on methods of killing to the next generation. Entering the command room, Fuji didn't find the 4th Hokage as he expected but instead encountered the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It seemed he had arrived at the front lines. Fuji's expression didn't change as he bowed. Lord 3rd. You're here. Sit. Hiruzen gestured to the seat in front of him. After Fuji sat down, the 3rd Hokage got straight to the point. Minato wants to use this war to build up your reputation and entrust you with a certain position. He holds you in high regard, so I'd like to assess your abilities myself. With that, he took out a file and placed it on the table. Take a look at its contents and share your thoughts. Fuji picked up the file and flipped through it slowly. He was already aware of most of the information within. The only sounds in the room were the rustling of papers and the third Hokage puffing on his pipe. After Fuji put the file down, Hiruzen asked, "What do you think? Sarutobi Masaki is your man." Hiruzen's hand, holding the pipe, paused momentarily. He looked up at Fuji's calm face and smiled faintly. "You're sharp." The comment seemed to convey more than just affirmation. Hiruzen continued with a smile, "He was someone I placed by Koharu and Hamura's sides early in my tenure. Back then, I was a leader chosen in a time of crisis. The shinobi clans didn't fully recognize me, so I needed the support of the clans backing my two old friends. At the time, the clans behind them were still weak and held little sway in Hidden Leaf Village's politics, so I had Masaki assist in their growth. But in the end, my two old friends fully aligned themselves with the shinobi clans, and Masaki naturally followed them as well." He didn't speak a single falsehood. He understood that since Fuji could discern Masaki's affiliation, lying would be pointless. However, what they didn't know is that Masaki has always been loyal to me. "How did you figure it out?" "His actions." "His actions?" Fuji replied flatly, "He forced Tsunade out of the village." Hiruzen's expression shifted subtly. After a moment of realization, he shook his head helplessly. Masaki was too hasty. Tsunade held unique political significance in Hidden Leaf Village, even now, given the current situation. If she decided to oust the fourth Hokage and take the position herself, many of the shinobi clans that had once opposed her would shamelessly rally around her, helping her ascend to the role without hesitation. At worst, they could find a scapegoat to take the blame while the clan benefited from aligning with Tsunade. The daimyo would also be fully supportive, given their familial ties. Someone like her should never have been allowed to leave Hidden Leaf Village. If she decided to support the fourth Hokage, Denzo's efforts to unseat him would face even greater resistance. An elder like Hiruzen, seasoned in political struggles for decades, couldn't possibly miss such implications. But Hiruzen could understand Masaki's reasoning. Keeping Tsunade in the village might have led to internal chaos in Hidden Leaf Village. It was better to let her leave than risk such an outcome. It's not just that. For you to control Hidden Leaf Village's situation from afar, infiltration is more effective than confrontation. This intelligence was also provided by Elder Masaki, wasn't it? Fuji set the file down. It's far too detailed, as if he experienced most of the events himself. Unless the source is at the very center of these incidents, some of this information should have been beyond their reach. That's one of the reasons he was exposed? With this intel, anyone could draw the same conclusion. Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. If Minato hears this, he might feel a bit frustrated. Chapter 49, The Third Hokage's Assessment, Part 2. Do you know what Minato's first reaction was when he saw this intel? The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly. He seriously asked me if I used the telescope jutsu to spy on them. I guess the impression I left on him was too deep. He didn't explain what the telescope jutsu was used for. Its name alone was enough to reveal its rather questionable applications. Hyuga Fuji remained silent for a moment before replying. The fourth Hokage just lacks a bit of experience. Or perhaps it wasn't just experience. Sometimes, when interacting with the fourth Hokage, Fuji couldn't help but feel that there was something a bit naive about him. Almost like a natural airhead. That's right. While he's quick-witted, he wasn't born into a shinobi clan. The education he received growing up was limited to basic ninja skills. Even when Jiraiya became his teacher, he didn't teach him about these matters. At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned serious as he looked at Hyuga Fuji. That's why he needs a trustworthy advisor. Self-effacing remarks like these could be taken lightly. After all, how many people could have guessed that Sarutobi Masaki was his man? If it were that easy to uncover, Hidden Leaf Village's affairs wouldn't have remained firmly under his control all these years. Hyuga Fuji didn't follow that line of conversation. Instead, he glanced at the intel on the table. The mention of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in Elder Masaki's report was likely intended to push you to provide an answer, wasn't it? To include such detailed accounts of how he manipulated the two advisors in a report to his superior. This was a clear sign of Sarutobi Masaki's concern over the matter. The Nine-Tails, huh? Hiruzen puffed on his pipe a few more times, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke before replying with resignation. The answer he's looking for isn't one I can provide. Fuji responded, this is an inevitable issue in Hidden Leaf Village's development. From the moment Killer Bee of the Hidden Cloud became a perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, you must have considered this problem. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Hiruzen furrowed his brow and sighed. I haven't been able to come to a suitable conclusion. The tailed beasts are intelligent and emotional. Lady Mido once told me that keeping the 9 tails sealed within Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki will lead to only 2 outcomes. First, the 9 tails will reconcile with one of its Jinchuriki and continue being passed down within Hidden Leaf Village. Second, its hatred for Hidden Leaf Village will continue to accumulate, eventually resulting in its escape and the destruction of the village. Hiruzen paused before continuing, setting aside the latter scenario. Let's focus on the former. It's an unsolvable problem and precisely what worries Masaki. The intelligence of the tailed beasts is on par with humans. If the 9 tails accepts a specific ninja, Hidden Leaf Village would lose the ability to exert much control over that individual. This would make it impossible for Hidden Leaf Village to produce another perfect Jinchuriki in the future. And this leads to another issue. The succession of Jinchuriki would then be decided by the first perfect Jinchuriki, as the 9 tails would only choose their descendants or someone mutually acceptable to both the Jinchuriki and the beast. Just like the Hidden Cloud's Killer Bee, if the Hidden Cloud wanted to select the next Jinchuriki without consulting Killer Bee and the 8 tails, would the 8 tails agree? If they attempted a forced sealing, they could forget about producing another perfect Jinchuriki like Killer Bee. And considering the 9 tails is the strongest tailed beast, its ideal host would be someone from the Uzumaki clan. If this continues for generations, Hidden Leaf Village might eventually produce an uncontrollable ninja, or even an entire shinobi clan. Hiruzen shook his head. I'd like to dismiss this as needless worry. After all, the 9 tails hasn't even acknowledged Kushina yet. But since there are only 2 possible outcomes, it's no wonder Masaki is so concerned. In that case, why not consider a more efficient method of utilization? Hiruzen froze. Hyuga Fuji elaborated, from the moment Jinchuriki were created to now, it's only been a few decades. Why assume this is the optimal way to harness the power of the tailed beasts? If a tailed beast acknowledges a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, why not treat it as an ally? Why not release it entirely? The tailed beasts themselves have no interest in meddling in our political affairs. Hiruzen fell into silence. Forgive my boldness, Fuji said softly. But I believe the old methods are not immutable. Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, his gaze complex. It's fine. What you said makes sense. Hidden Leaf Village needed new voices. The old ways were not always right, just as it was time for their generation to step back. Sometimes, change was necessary. But this issue isn't something we need to worry about right now. Since you've figured out that Masaki is my man, you must also have an idea of what Denzo is planning, don't you? The Mist Village's decision to mobilize such forces reeks of desperation. He probably intends to exploit this situation. Hyuga Fuji calmly laid out his analysis. Given the current circumstances, either the Mist Village or Hidden Leaf Village must make concessions to end the war. The 4th Hokage's nature won't allow him to back down. Nor can he. If he does, that person will force Minato to take responsibility for the sacrifices of the shinobi. But if the Mist Village backs down, Hidden Leaf Village's losses will still be significant, leaving plenty of opportunities for criticism. Claims of the Hokage's youth, poor command decisions. There would be no shortage of mud to sling. The 3rd Hokage nodded in agreement. This had been one of the main reasons he had hesitated to pass the Hokage title to Minato. As the war drew to a close, the sacrifices made by Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi and the losses suffered by the Land of Fire would inevitably demand someone to take the blame. After all, it will be difficult to demand sufficient war reparations from the other nations to satisfy the daimyo. Fuji's eyes narrowed slightly. Hiruzen let out a sigh. Indeed, the biggest issue was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. During the Great Ninja War, the shinobi of the villages often focused solely on their own casualties, rarely considering how much their nation had lost. Few thought about how many resources the daimyo had provided to sustain Hidden Leaf Village's war effort. Under the one country one village system, Hidden Leaf Village served as the Land of Fire's military force. During the war, the weapons, food, and other supplies needed for battle were provided by the Land of Fire. Without that support, Hidden Leaf Village would have long since collapsed under its own weight. But now, after spending so much money to win a war, if the losses couldn't be recouped, how could the daimyo be satisfied? Ultimately, the Land of Fire was ruled by the daimyo. At that point, stepping down would be the most graceful outcome for the Hokage. Otherwise, offending the daimyo would make future governance nearly impossible. What's more, Minato would also have to contend with the pressure from the shinobi clans. With the daimyo's backing, those clans would only become bolder. What the 4th Hokage needs to do is win this war in the cleanest, most decisive manner possible. The inability to extract war reparations from other nations was due to Hidden Leaf Village's inability to force them to concede. But could Hidden Leaf Village achieve that now? The 3rd Hokage, the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Orochimaru, Kushina. At this point in time, which other village had so many powerful shinobi? The ninja world was ultimately ruled by strength. The third Hokage smiled in satisfaction. Minato didn't choose the wrong person. The position of Hokage's advisor truly suits you. Hyuga Fuji met his gaze, his pale eyes devoid of emotion. No root. It seems the responsibility will fall to Orochimaru first. As expected. Chapter 50, all for someone else's gain. After conversing with the third Hokage for a while longer, Hyuga Fuji glanced at the shadows in the command room before standing to take his leave. Sensei, what do you think of him? A soft, sinister voice emerged from the corner after Fuji had been gone for some time. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Orochimaru, who stepped out of the shadows, and gave a complex smile. I didn't expect you to take an interest in such matters. After all, it concerns me, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. You're planning to hand Root over to me, aren't you? I hadn't considered it before, because you were too close to Denzo. That was my mistake. I shouldn't have let you go to Root in the first place. Hiruzen's expression was conflicted, though a faint smile tugged at his lips. But I'm glad that, when Hidden Leaf Village needed it most, you voluntarily stepped back and let Minato take the Hokage position. After this war, Koharu and Hamura aside, Denzo will have no choice but to step down from his role as Hokage's advisor. He can no longer be trusted to manage Root either. I had originally considered Shikaku for the Hokage advisor position. The Nara clan has always been brilliant strategists, and aside from those Shikaku couldn't stop Denzo from dragging into Root, the Nara clan has largely stayed out of this mess. However, being a Jonin commander is practically tradition for them. Combined with Minato's suggestion, selecting Hyuga Fuji is also a viable choice. It's just. Here, Hiruzen's tone grew heavy. Root is not an option. Combining the role of Hokage's advisor with command over an independent force. Denzo has already shown us the dangers of that arrangement. And wasn't it your leniency that allowed things to get to this point? Orochimaru inwardly noted but kept to himself, merely smiling. And you think handing it over to me is a better idea? You've spent time en route before, which makes you more suitable than Denzo. Besides, the title of Hokage's advisor may sound impressive, but it only holds real power if the Hokage is willing to delegate. In other words, the position requires someone the Hokage trusts completely. Hyuga Fuji is part of the Hokage guard platoon. His suitability for the role is unquestionable. Hiruzen muttered to himself, Hidden Leaf Village needs fresh air. Minato, Hyuga Fuji. Yusanin. It's time for us old-timers to retire. The impact of that letter was greater than he had imagined. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in his hoarse voice, that letter I sent you back then, the one that spoke of bringing fresh air to Hidden Leaf Village. Who did it remind you of? Hiruzen's movements stiffened. Who did it remind him of? His mind replayed the contents of that letter. It had recommended Minato for the Hokage position, naturally listing his strengths, kind and amiable, an exceptional individual fighter, and highly trusted among the civilian shinobi. Who did it remind him of? Hidden Leaf Village once had a shinobi very much like Minato. Just as adept at swift, surgical strikes. Just as gentle and kind. Just as trusted by the civilian shinobi. When Minato stood alongside Kakashi, that familiar feeling had been suffocating. It was Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. Hiruzen instinctively didn't want to think about it, but seeing Orochimaru's eyes, he knew he couldn't avoid it. I didn't mean to drive Sakamo to his death. Denzo only wanted to damage his reputation. None of us ever thought he would take his own life. He still had a 5-year-old son to take care of, he still had Kakashi to raise. Why would he choose such an extreme path? The previously composed third Hokage now fumbled with his pipe, his gaze distant. We didn't want him to die. Seeing this, a trace of pity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Guilt was ablaze. Sakamo's death had been a major catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War. As the war dragged on, Hiruzen must have repeatedly wondered how different things might have been if Sakamo had lived. And when Minato, a shinobi so reminiscent of Sakamo, appeared before him, everything seemed to fall into place. I've been wondering lately. What if I had made Sakamo Hokage? He was just as inexperienced as Minato, just as reliant on reputation without much backing from the shinobi clans. But if I had made up my mind to help him carve out a path, would things be better now? Hiruzen looked toward the door of the command room as if gazing at someone. He didn't know much about administration. I could have taught him. He didn't have support. I could have given it to him. Sakamo was so gentle, he and Minato would have worked well together. That way, he could have gained even more support. The Hokage position. Who can say someone is unfit unless they've sat in that seat themselves? In his mind's eye, Hiruzen could see Sakamo wearing the Hokage's robes, flanked by Minato, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tsunade, Hyuga Fuji, and others. The vision was so radiant that he closed his eyes. If he had lived, Kakashi wouldn't have been torn between his comrades and his mission. He would have grown much faster. The emergence of a second White Fang in Hidden Leaf Village would have been inevitable. If he had lived, many in Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't have died. He was, after all, the White Fang who kept the Sand Village awake at night. I've already made one mistake. I can't afford to make another. Hiruzen opened his eyes and repeated those words, his clouded gaze locking on to Orochimaru. Sakamo's death. I, Denzo, and the two advisors were all at fault. But the shinobi clans are just as culpable. They fanned the flames and stood by, watching it happen. For ninjas like Sakamo and Minato, who come from civilian backgrounds, the clans are their greatest opponents. Last time, I hesitated. This time, I'll take action myself. Do you think I'm making the right choice this time? I should be, shouldn't I? Orochimaru looked into Hiruzen's somewhat lost eyes but remained silent. Perhaps, for an old Hokage like you, this is the best you've ever done. But at the same time, you've become a blade for Hyuga Fuji, cutting away every obstacle in his path to power. In the mist battlefield, Fuji had orchestrated events to force you to recall Tsunade and resolve the issue of the caged bird seal, preventing Denzo from exploiting it. He earned his promotion to Jonin, entered Minato's inner circle as a member of the Hokage Guard platoon, and escalated tensions between the Hokage and the shinobi clans. He forced you to confront these contradictions head-on. The clans feared Minato because his rise was supported by bloodline clans. Hyuga and Uchiha. Bloodline clans, with their unparalleled power and irreplaceable abilities, made them a far greater threat than other shinobi clans. Minato's ascent threatened to leave those who didn't back him in the dust, and it would make it even harder to suppress Hyuga and Uchiha in the future. The old clan alliances you once fostered have been thoroughly fractured by Minato's rise, and now you're forced to eliminate their influence to prevent internal conflict. Meanwhile, Fuji, under the guise of these events, has nearly secured the abolition of the caged bird seal. A branch family member of the Hyuga, who should never have risen to Hidden Leaf Village's upper echelons, now only needs to bolster his reputation to take the position of Hokage's advisor. And the Mist Village has already handed him the perfect opportunity to do so. Denzo was your blade, wielded to ignite the clan's discontent. You, in turn, have become Fuji's blade, clearing away every hindrance to his rise. Orochimaru silently lamented. One phrase came to mind, all for someone else's gain. As you pave the way for Minato, trimming away the influence of the old clans, what kind of power will Fuji gain with Minato's trust? Even without root, would Minato stop Fuji from forming his own force? With Fuji's abilities, who will truly control Hidden Leaf Village in the future is far from certain. Fuji, you've chosen a very special position for yourself to watch over the peace Minato envisions. But, is that really all you want? Hyuga Fuji walked out of the command room, gazing at the brightening sky. Under the one country one village system, the daimyo had no say in Hidden Leaf Village's politics. Hidden Leaf Village, as the Land of Fire's military force, functioned more like mercenaries, taking missions from other nations without needing the daimyo's approval. The village's primary source of income came from missions, not trade. And this created a precarious relationship. The daimyo held Hidden Leaf Village's economic lifeline but lacked the power to counterbalance the village militarily. A warped, absurdly symbiotic relationship. The highest authority in the Land of Fire, the daimyo, did not control the military force of his own nation, instead relying on soft measures like financial leverage. An efficient government should possess cohesion and unity, yet this system had none of those traits. Even worse, the vast potential of chakra, a resource with applications far beyond warfare, was monopolized by ninja, samurai, and monks, and most of it was wasted on violence. On killing and war. How many people did Hidden Leaf Village have? How many resided in the Fire Temple? And how many more populated the Land of Fire as a whole? If the knowledge of chakra was universal, if every citizen could learn to use it, the Land of Fire's war potential and overall foundation would grow exponentially. But the daimyo wouldn't dare spread it. He lacked the means to control such power, and the same was true for the Hokage. Old ways were not inherently right. This applied to Jinchuriki, to the shinobi clans, and also to the one country one village system itself. As Hyuga Fuji stood beneath the dawning sky, the pale light reflecting off his impassive eyes, he thought to himself, if this system cannot be fixed, then perhaps it must be overturned. Elsewhere, in the Hidden Leaf Village camp, Yakamaru Uchiha watched from a distance as Hyuga Fuji emerged from the command room. He sighed deeply. Thinking about something? Yakamaru turned his head to see Kushina approaching, her bright red hair swaying lightly behind her. She had her arms crossed, her expression curious but cautious. Just wondering what's going on in the guy's head, Yakamaru muttered, gesturing toward Fuji. He's always so calm, as if nothing in the world can touch him. Kushina glanced at Fuji's retreating figure and grinned. That's just how he is. He's like Minato in that way. They both keep everything bottled up. It's frustrating sometimes, isn't it? Yakamaru snorted. Frustrating is one way to put it. But don't compare him to the fourth. Minato wears his heart on his sleeve, even if he's quiet about it. Fuji. I can never tell what he's really after. Maybe that's why Minato trusts him so much, Kushina said after a moment of thought. He's steady. Reliable. The kind of person you can lean on when things get tough. Yakamaru didn't reply, his eyes still fixed on Fuji. After a while, he muttered, almost to himself, reliable. Sure. But people like him, the ones who always stay 2 steps ahead, they're the ones you have to watch the most carefully. Kushina tilted her head. You don't trust him? It's not about trust. Yakamaru shook his head. It's about knowing where the pieces are on the board. And Fuji is a piece I don't know how to place. Kushina's expression softened. Minato trusts him. And I trust Minato. That's exactly why I'm worried, Yakamaru murmured under his breath. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the Hidden Leaf village camp, Hyuga Fuji stood alone, gazing at the distant horizon where the first rays of sunlight pierced through the forest. The Mist Village's forces were gathering. The war was nearing its climax. For many, this was the beginning of the end. For Fuji, it was merely the next step. Chapter 51, The Battle for Fame. When it came to the first Hokage, Hyuga Fuji had no intention of offering criticism. If he had to express his thoughts, it would be a mix of admiration and regret. Senju Hashirama, limited by his knowledge and perspective, had never given much thought to systems of governance. Instead, he pursued the simplest, most idealistic dream, providing a home for shinobi and children alike, a place where they could live in peace. Was he wrong? Did the one country one village system lead to even more devastating wars? Senju Hashirama had already acted, achieving what few others could. Compared to most in the 1,000-year history of the shinobi world, he had at least made an effort to bring about change. Times change, and it is up to those living in the present to determine whether such systems still fit the world's needs. Ending the Warring States period was no easy feat, and there was no need to harshly criticize him for what he couldn't foresee. At the very least, the one country one village system brought the shinobi clans together and clarified the chaos of that era. But in the future, this same system would become a shackle, limiting the strength of the ninja world. The Otsutsuki clan was a tribe, a lineage. Hyuga Fuji was not arrogant enough to believe he alone could take on all of them. Even Naruto and Sasuke, with all their strength, had eventually lost their power in successive battles. Hyuga Fuji needed to be prepared. If the great villages were unwilling to change, then the legacies accumulated by the shinobi world over nearly 1,000 years would become his to use. Looking at the smiling Minato standing before him, waiting, Hyuga Fuji felt no emotions stir within him. Can you accept such changes, Minato? Because of the angle of the sunlight, Minato could only see Hyuga Fuji standing within the shadows of the command room. The sight left him with an odd feeling, but the moment Fuji stepped out of the shadows, that feeling vanished. Fuji, Orochimaru has already passed the intel to me. We'll depart in 2 hours. No problem, Hyuga Fuji nodded. Minato smiled and turned his gaze toward Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru as they exited the command room. Lord Third, Orochimaru-senpai, I'll be counting on you both for what's to come. Hiruzen, having set aside all negative emotions, said solemnly, let the shinobi world witness Hidden Leaf Village's strength once again. Orochimaru and Hyuga Fuji exchanged glances before turning away. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly into a faint smile. The reunion of the Sannin. I must admit, I'm looking forward to it. Ending the final battle of the war this way wasn't a bad outcome, was it? At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha approached from the distance. He glanced briefly at Hyuga Fuji before recalling his conversation with Yakamaru Uchiha the previous night. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Minato, Fourth Hokage, please allow me to join the mission. I can be of use. Fugaku's gaze was resolute. His son Itachi had unparalleled talent. The strongest he had seen among Uchiha descendants. The clan's future might rest on him, and Fugaku couldn't afford to hold back any longer. He could still fight, and with a Hokage like Minato, who shared a good relationship with him, the Uchiha clan's situation had never been better. Let me show Itachi the path forward for our clan. The legacy of the Uchiha is not just one of blood and killing. Fugaku's Sharingan began to spin, and to the astonishment of Hiruzen and Orochimaru, a shuriken-like pattern emerged in his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan? Minato, as Hokage, had access to classified information and was familiar with these eyes. Surprised, he asked, Fugaku, when did you? On this battlefield, Fugaku replied calmly, touching his left eye with his left hand while fixing his right eye on Minato. "The day I saw my comrades die. I can control tailed beasts with these eyes." Fugaku ignored the complicated expression on Hiruzen's face. As the Uchiha clan head, he had already been informed by his clan members about recent events in Hidden Leaf Village. Though he didn't know the full details, seeing Hyuga Fuji standing beside Minato told him one thing: the fourth Hokage would soon hold true power in the village. There was no longer a need to hide the Mangekyo Sharingan. He would use it to secure greater support for the Uchiha clan's future. "I understand." Minato nodded seriously, his warm smile unwavering. Fugaku had revealed his strength because he trusted him, and Minato would not betray that trust. In the name of the fourth Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village will secure victory in this war. "Lord Madara, Hidden Leaf Village has begun to move. What about Obito?" An aged voice echoed from the darkness. "He's already impatient to return home." "Then let it begin." "Yes, Lord Madara. 1,000 shinobi. You alone are tasked with eliminating them, Fuji. Can you do it?" "Yes." Hyuga Fuji nodded calmly. "Then it's in your hands. This will be your battle for fame." Minato suppressed the concern in his heart and chose to believe in Fuji's strength. He turned his gaze toward the forest ahead. 10 kilometers away lay the Mist Village's camp, where 2 Jinchuriki and 1,000 Mist Shinobi had gathered. Hyuga Fuji already possessed strength comparable to Minato's when he first made his name, lacking only the achievements to stand on the ninja world stage. Just as Minato had once fought 1,000 Hidden Stones village shinobi alone, he believed Fuji could do the same. The only complication was the tailed beasts. To Minato's knowledge, Fuji was not proficient in sealing techniques and lacked abilities like the Mangekyo Sharingan to suppress tailed beasts. Therefore, if the 2 Jinchuriki appear, I'll handle them and send them to Kushina's team. The rest is up to you. Yakamaru and Kakashi will support you if needed. Minato handed Fuji 2 kunai before disappearing in a flash. He would activate Sage Mode and focus all his senses on detecting the tailed beasts, ready to strike at the perfect moment. Whether you gain the reputation needed for the role of Hokage advisor depends on this, Fuji. Hyuga Fuji didn't conceal himself. There was no need. He walked steadily forward, his white eyes calmly surveying the area ahead. 1,000 shinobi, numerous sensory ninjas, and 2 tailed beasts awaited him. To defeat this mist force, a direct confrontation was inevitable. The only question was how much of Hidden Leaf Village's strength they would need to invest. Minato, the Hokage guard platoon, and even Fugaku Uchiha's participation signified a cautious approach. After all, Orochimaru had confirmed that both Jinchuriki could perfectly control their tailed beasts. When Fuji was 5 kilometers away from the mist force, a rain of shuriken came hurtling toward him. Countless black shadows flickered through the forest, but none of the mist shinobi dared approach him. They seemed puzzled as to why he was alone. They didn't have long to wonder. In an instant, Fuji disappeared from their sight. The shuriken struck the spot where he had been standing, blanketing the area with a dense thud. By the time the mist shinobi regained their composure, they saw 2 jonin collapsing from the treetops, lifeless. Avoid him. He's a taijutsu specialist. Use hidden mist. No, wait, he's from the Hyuga clan. Attack him with long-range jutsu. It's no use. He is too fast. He's this strong already. Yakamaru Uchiha, who had been trailing Fuji from a safe distance alongside Kakashi, watched the scene unfold in astonishment. Fuji was engaging in close combat against hundreds of mist shinobi, his movements too fast to follow with the naked eye. Yakamaru had been worried. 1 man against 1,000 shinobi was no small feat, and Fuji wasn't a chakra monster like the Raikage. Exhaustion seemed inevitable. But now, it seemed his concerns were unnecessary. Fuji wasn't even using the Flying Thunder God technique. He was relying almost entirely on taijutsu, minimizing his chakra consumption. With every passing second, another mist shinobi fell. Even in pure taijutsu, he's already among the elite of the ninja world, Kakashi remarked, watching the battle with awe. How old is Fuji-senpai? 15? No, 16. Today is his birthday, Yakamaru replied, his tone complicated. 16 years old. And already making a name for himself in the ninja world. Damn it. Don't get too full of yourself, Fuji. I'll catch up to you someday.